But it's over now, and I'm going down alone. Oh no, I no guarantees. I'll recognize my disease before my time is gone. Is all I found. Can't get the hell off the ground, out from under my feet. But it's over now. You're finally going down alone.
All right, greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and well, one lady that's very, very angry like Tsunade. We are doing the Naruto discussion. It's been a long time coming. It has been quite a while, but this should be very, very interesting as you believe in it. So I'm your host, Renegade Operative, and I would like to introduce my panel. First, we have Rat.
What a drag. Introducing me first.
Okay.
Seriously?
Okay, Shikamaru. Next, we have Lady Tolkien.
Hi, I am the co-owner of the lovely IAS podcast, and I am very pleased to be here. I've been a huge fan of Naruto since I was a child, and excited to get into part 1 of 2 for Naruto.
She's a nerd, but as we delve into this discussion, yes, this will only be part 1, so past that for Shippuden, we will not be covering that. That will be saved for a later date. Next up, we have Justin. Introduce yourself, good sir.
Without a whole bunch of years of filler before the next actual story arc happens, the introduction is here. Yeah!
And last but not least, we have
Dr. Bayo.
as that is his introduction, but I am ready to start off with the first question. So how did you initially discover Naruto? What was it like seeing it for the first time in history, and what hooked you to the premise? Tolkien, you go first.
Oh boy. So I was initially introduced to Naruto accidentally. I was my siblings and I used to watch Saturday evening cartoons. Like, it was an every Saturday ritual. After dinner, my parents would go down into the den And me and my younger brother and younger sister would watch Yu-Gi-Oh! And at the time, One Piece, and that was pretty much all we would watch. And then they happened to change the schedule around. And we had Yu-Gi-Oh! And then we had this show, Naruto. And I'm like, what is this? Like, bring us the One Piece that we want to watch next. What is Naruto? But we gave it a shot, started watching it, got really into it. And I mean, what's not to like when you have the first episode full of these kids who are very comedic, and you have a kunai and shuriken getting flung and jutsus getting ripped off, and you're just like, okay, this is awesome. It's a bunch of ninjas. How could you not enjoy this? And from then on, we watched it every week, and I just fell in love with all of the Naruto anime.
Rat, your turn.
It was late 2003. I was just out of high school, and I was a big, dumb anime nerd who hadn't really gone down the route of fan subs. Along comes this group called A1 Subs, who is subbing this anime called Naruto. And the premise was told to me as Dragon Ball Z with ninjas. And both those things are cool on their own, but when they work together, well, some 130 episodes later, I was hooked.
I'm gonna give my take real quick. I mean, it's just as simple as sitting down and watching Toonami. That's what I did as a kid, and you know, most of these anime discoveries were basically on that syndication. So I forget where I was at the time. I think I was still in like middle school, junior high, and I remember sitting down once and I saw the ad for Naruto on Toonami. A bunch of ninjas fighting, and you know, they have those ads on there where they have the music and it's like really hype and it's like really cool. So I sat down for like an episode, and then I kept watching. I watched 2 episodes, and then I kept watching again. After I got home from school, I was like, another episode. And it's that same sort of like timeline that happened to me when I saw DBZ for the first time, where it's like, I can't stop watching this goddamn show. It feels like crack cocaine. It's actually really good. And the premise of ninjas makes it interesting. Of course, it's still like a shonen anime, but it was still one of those things where it's like, this is something to behold, in terms of the characterization, how some of the people just in the show had an infectious attitude. So I really was invested into everything that was going on. And of course, like, it was just top tier anime once I got through and through and through. And that's my history with Naruto, being a high schooler and getting into that shit like clockwork. Next up is Justin.
So I forget the year, but I vividly remember just the scenario. So none of it was actually initially from like the internet, or even not even Toonami, first of all, because like this was still in the era when Toonami was airing before the first freaking, like, you know, before like the first you know, cancellation of Toonami, before its inevitable revival. But it was a family gathering at the house, and one of my cousins had actually, it's like they had to have known I had a fucking GameCube, because they brought over Naruto Clash of Ninja 2. And like more of that is definitely saved for the game discussion, like the game question later. But that was really my first introduction to Naruto, because I am like, what's Naruto? Like, because I amazingly, I'd never even fucking heard of Naruto until then. I knew of Dragon Ball, I knew of One Piece, I knew of Bleach even, but not Naruto. So we popped the game in, and he's pretty much done everything at this point. He had all the characters, all the stages. Like, this dude did everything. So I got to see all this crap from the start. I'm like, what is this character? How does he doing this? Why is he all angry? Why is Naruto screaming? Why is he in a red heart? Why are his nails like that? But he's explaining all this stuff to me. I'm like, what? What is this show? And then what really especially got me was like how he explained Gaara, like with the whole sand thing. I'm like, what is going on in this show? What is any of this? Is actually really fun. This is fun as hell. And then not only do I later get the game for myself, but that's what started getting me to watch the show, and because it was always on like Toonami or something, like hell, even like sometimes like before Adult Swim hit on Cartoon Network, they would just show the episodes there. And I mean, there was like no real timeline events. This was like before binging anime was easy. So if you caught an episode, you caught an episode. So if you didn't know what arc it was in, it's like, well, too bad. Because I think the first fucking arc I got started into of all arcs was tuning exams, like just before the tuning exams. And it's like, oh, I recognize some of these characters, so they're from the game. And then I'm just like, fuck it, why not? I don't know. I knew barely anything that would happen before tuning. I think I may have caught the episode where they were with the bell test, but other than that, I was at the mercy of the Cartoon Network / Toonami schedule for Naruto. But it's a rabbit hole that I went far down, and honestly, I've even in some way I still haven't looked back. But most of that definitely has to do with the games. But we'll get into that later. But yeah, how I got into Naruto of all fucking games was Clash of Ninja 2 and just having a whole lot of fucking fun with it. The one time, and here I am now.
Kaneki, what about you? What is your experience with Naruto for the first time?
Well, I assume there was some answers. Actually, did anyone say Toonami?
Yeah, I
when we
did.
mentioned the whole bit? Oh, you did? Well, let's just say I was on the same boat as you, Ran. Back when it all started, yes, I believe it was. I want to say it was the year 2006 when they introduced this anime on Toonami. I think I was still like in elementary school, I want to say. No, it had to be middle school when it all started. And the show came on. I'm like, okay, this could be an interesting show, because there was nothing on TV on weekends, so I usually watched Toonami back when it was an all day on the Saturday program on Cartoon Network. And I watched this show. I'm like, wait a minute, this show is actually pretty good. So I've been binge watching that shows whenever they show like new episodes for it every week on Toonami. Like, especially when they show like the ninjas fighting each other, especially when Naruto introduces his own Nine Tails aura to, some characters like Haku, for example. I'm like, yo, this anime is sick. And I've been loving the anime since.
All right, so we're gonna move on to question number 2. Let's talk about your top 3 favorite battles in Naruto Part 1. List them off and explain what made them so good, story invested, and well animated. And Kaneki, we'll start with you first.
Oh, this is an interesting one. So, obviously, when I mentioned Naruto showing off his Nine Tails aura to Haku in that intense battle moment, so far that's my number 3 on the list, because it showed the fact that in the moment Naruto actually thought that they killed Sasuke, his friend, the friend that he actually that he liked throughout the entire show. And when he saw that Sasuke wasn't moving or anything or bleeding to death, this motherfucker decided he had enough. He went on out with the chakra, and the emotion, it was unbelievable. Whole new level of emotion. And he punched the shit out of Haku through the mask to the face. Wow, chef's kiss. My second favorite battle would be that's a tough one. Maybe the Naruto versus Sasuke fight in the roof, when they actually tried to fight each other, but then got interrupted by Kakashi. I thought they was gonna go all out, which they was planning to go all out and destroy the roof, but Kakashi had to stop them before it gets real bad, and that's when Sasuke became like a rogue ninja that Kakashi was afraid of. And then the number one fight, of course, is, you guessed it, the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke, where no one interrupted them in the final valley. No holds barred, anything goes. they beat the shit out of each other until you know, whoever's the last one standing.
All right, Justin, it is your turn.
Oh, I mean, I'll agree. It's a tough question. I'm not gonna go in any particular order here, but I'm also I'm gonna definitely yoink the Naruto Sasuke fight. Like, again, that it's the one like at that I don't even know what the name of it is, but it's like the river and the mountain range where it's just like one-on-one that they gotta keep talking and everything. That is the same one we're thinking about, right?
Is that the Valley of the End?
Oh, the valley. What?
Wait, hold on. Is it the one with the Madara and the first Hokage statue?
Yeah, which fight
Is
is
that what-
this?
Is that what it's called, the Valley of the End? Because that's the same one, right?
Yeah, that's the final valley.
That's the Final Valley. Sometimes it's called
okay.
Valley of the End, sometimes it's called Final Valley, but you know, that's where it is.
Yeah, no, same one. Yep, that's the one. Okay, just wanted to get the name proper, but yeah, I'm gonna yoink that answer real quick because that was a pretty goated fight.
It was one of the best fights.
Certainly wouldn't be the last one, but we'll get to that.
That's a part 2 related thing. Oh my God.
yeah. No, but like, you know, that's just one out of several cool battles that would happen at the Valley of the End, and you know, you have your typical anime talking, but again, that fight was fucking brutal though. Definitely, like, you know, it's just like that salty run back from the fight on the roof, which also was pretty fucking cool. Oh, I actually really also like the and when they finally freaking caught up to Gaara, like in the fucking late in the training exam arc, that when they freaking rode on like it's like running like a freaking kaiju battle with when Gaara had his tailed beast and Naruto with the fucking giant frog. I don't know. I'm just a sucker for giant kaiju battles, but again, like a lot of people have already heard my opinion on some of the bosses from FF16, so it's like no shit. I'm a fan of giant kaiju battles. I am just a real sucker for that kind of shit. And also yoinking another one, mainly just because it was really the first time we saw like the like a preview, like the extent of the kind of stuff Naruto could do with the Nine Tails power. That fight against Haku and Zabuza, that was pretty cool. It reminded me of the time I was spamming Nine Tails Naruto and Clash of Ninja 2, actually, because I don't know. I just really love the premise of that character in the game. But again, I love how I keep answering question 7 without answering question 7. Yeah, that was 3. All right. Yep, I'm good.
All right, since Nero is here, introduce yourself, good sir. Oh, still muted? Okay, well, we're gonna move on to Tolkien. So Tolkien, 3 favorite battles in Naruto. Go.
Okay, well, as previously stated, it is very hard to limit it to 3 out of 100 and some odd episode series. But as others have already used, the Naruto versus Sasuke at the end, which of course is epic. I think that's going to be at the top of almost everybody's list. I will pick 3 different ones in no particular order. I very much enjoyed the Kakashi versus Zabuza fight in both sections of the Land of Waves. I think it was so nice to see how Kakashi uses the Sharingan, considering he only has the one, and it's not even a pure one, if you want to call it that. I enjoyed him copying the same moves Zabuza was doing, freaking him out. I enjoyed seeing just how vicious a rogue shinobi is toward people. Zabuza showed, especially the Genin, just how bad the world is out there apart from the little bubble they live in. And it was so great to see that. And I always enjoy seeing really enormous swords in play with ninjas. And I liked seeing Kakashi use a lot of his wits to summon his ninja hounds in order to track Zabuza there at the end before defeating him. And of course, I think everybody was just awed at him using his very own created and designed jutsu, the lightning blade. I mean, that thing is just badass. I really enjoyed it. Another fight that I really like is pretty much an all-out, no-holds-barred battle between, you had Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Shizune, and Kabuto there when they're trying to convince Tsunade to be their next Hokage. And I think I really enjoyed that one because you get to see all three of these legendary Sannin that people kept talking about through the series and how great they were. And you finally get to see them all three there in this little field, summoning a giant slug, a giant toad, a giant snake, and it's just all out madness. And then you put Shizune and Kabuto and Naruto doing their own little squabble off to the side, and you just get to see some really cool jutsu being used between all of them. And I think another one I think is really good, and it has nothing to do with it being all out or really a lot of brawn or lots of jutsu being used, but I appreciate the series having showcased the Tamari versus Shikamaru in the Chunin exams, because it really highlights that you don't have to be the strongest or know the most jutsu to win a battle. It very much showcases that brain can overpower brawn in a lot of situations. And I really appreciate them having a character like Shikamaru who uses smarts and intellect so well compared to so many of the other genin who just go all out physically and with jutsus. And, you know, he definitely uses brain over brawn in that sense. And I really like them showcasing how different he is compared to the other ones.
Rat, what about you? It is your turn.
Oh, I think I am very confident in my choices because I know two of them are probably not going to be on everyone's list. And yeah, a lot of fights are done throughout the first half of Naruto, so I kind of had to limit it to a particular arc, which is naturally one of my favorite arcs, the Chunin exams. So number 3 is Sakura versus Ino, because it starts out as just a straight up boxing match for 5 minutes. And then you start getting into the intense dramatics of Ino and her mind transfer jutsu, because it's not really meant to be a battle technique. It's more of a spying technique. So there's this intensity of, did it hit Sakura? Did it not? This is an all or nothing fight. It does. And then you figure the fight's over, but then in comes Inner Sakura, which used to be this comedic cutaway, and is now suddenly this scary monster choking the life out of Ino. And the fact that this fight starts and ends with fisticuffs, never mind the rivalry between them, it's one of my favorite fights, and I constantly keep going back to it just because of just how generally fun it is to see these characters interact for non-Sasuke related reasons. And granted, once the battle for Sasuke is thrown out the window, it's a much better fight. Number 2, I will piggyback off of Tolkien's idea that Shikamaru fights are good because they rely more on strategy rather than, holy fuck, is that a giant summon? It's Shikamaru versus Keen, the Sound Ninja, where it just comes down to positioning and Kin thinking that she's got this fight all figured out. She knows how this shadow possession thing works, and then proceeds to throw out techniques that work against her, as Shikamaru takes this tiny little string to possess her. But even then, how is he going to get it done? He's just going to throw a shuriken at himself. But isn't that going to hurt him? Yes and no. He dodges out of the way. Kin dodges out of the way into the wall, smacks her own head, knocks herself out. it's one of the funniest outcomes because it's one that only Shikamaru really sees coming. And then I thought my number one was going to be a bit more predictable because I figured this would be near the top of everyone's list. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Because it is such a fast-ass Dragon Ball Z fight where Rock Lee just keeps increasing speed, dropping weights, powering up. It goes from him barely being able to scratch Gaara to scratching him, but no, wait, that's a shell, to viscerally slashing him, oh god, that's the real body, to Gaara with one of the most brutal takedowns in the show, and Rock Lee getting to demonstrate his greatest techniques, costing him an arm and a leg. It is, in my opinion, one of the greatest Naruto fights of all time, if not one of the greatest anime fights of all time. It's one of the greatest 3 episodes in the show.
All right, I'm gonna do my 3. I'm gonna make it kind of quick, but obviously number 1 is Naruto versus Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Honorable mention to the rooftop fight as well, because I do believe that was a decent showcase into like how both of them operated. Like Sasuke had to be a little bit more tactical because all these clones are everywhere, and also use a Sharingan. At the end of the fight, you get all the emotions. You get that this situation, he wants to really kill him, kill his best friend, and the part in the water where he's like looking at them, saying that, I gotta take this seriously or whatever. He's looking at Sasuke, I gotta take this seriously. That was a big symbolism, big backstory, a lot of emotions going into it, and then you see their full power start to come out. When I saw that scene, and it's very well animated too within this fight. I'm talking like fast-paced, furious, brutal too. When you see that scene where he comes out of the water and he has the tailed beast and everything's like erupting around the Valley of the End, that was a really, really good visual. When you see the fox for the first time in the background, he's like, what is that? What is it? Very good stuff with that fight and its interpretation on everything and how it ended, of course. Next up, I would say, of course, Rock Lee versus Gaara was also pretty good because you got to see how all of this taijutsu was not really working out too well, but you saw like just a plethora of moves put onto Gaara, and it's like, is the show gonna break? No. It's like that creeping battle of a lot of tension, and especially the ending where it's like he's about to kill him at the end, and then you kind of see just Mike Guy steps in and says, no, you're not killing my student, fuck that, I care about him. And that sort of is a first signifier of Gaara like seeing someone care for someone else before it sort of culminates into Naruto giving him the rest of that lesson. But he says in the end of this fight that, oh well, caring about people is still pointless or whatever. So it's like you can see the cracks are sort of starting to show on the characters as well. And the last fight I would say is kind of underrated, but I remember liking it a lot, is Rock Lee and Gaara versus Kimimaro. I thought it was cool to see all these weird bone abilities just like shred through the battlefield, and you see them fight, and it's like, one of the cool things about this fight is that if Kimimaro wasn't sick, then I think those two would have just been GG's, rip, it would have been over. Which is a dire situation, but again, it is like, he's fighting against time. That was also cool. Also seeing Rock Lee go into Drunken Fist for the first time, because apparently the water that he was drinking was mistaken. It was sake, and he got super drunk. And if you are a fan of like stuff like Jackie Chan, Drunken Master, then you would probably really like that reference. And the fact that he's like super powerful during that, Kimimaro knows, hey, I gotta get serious against this guy, because while he is a blundering fool while he's drunk, he's kind of kicking my ass. So he kind of goes into curse mark, tries to go against him, and he starts to get the upper hand, and then Gaara comes in. It's really cool because it's something that you didn't expect to happen. It's like, yeah, he kind of crippled Lee, now he's working together, and it shows his character arc and development and change, which I really, that was cool. That was cool. And I saw Kaneki mention Hinata versus Neji, which is also a nice fight as an honorable mention, really. I like that fight too, to be honest, where it's like, he kind of says, oh, this is pointless, you're worthless, you'll never be anything, and she keeps fighting back because, of course, her ninja way is to have confidence, and I really enjoyed that too. And it gets even deeper as we go into Shippuden, but I can't really talk about that, so I have to move to the next question. I'm pretty sure all the Naruto fans know what I'm talking about when we get to that point, but we got to move on to question number 3. So Orochimaru is the overarching villain within part 1. His need to infiltrate the Leaf Village, cause havoc amongst the lives of others, and his creepy demeanor was legendary. What did you think of him as a main villain for this arc? And Tolkien, you are first.
Oh, this series does a very good job in making you loathe this character. I remember when he first showed up on the screen, I'm just like, ew, what the fuck is that? Like, guy legit is a creeper murdering his own people in this backroom, dirty doctor-style dungeon. And I could not wait for somebody to off this man. I was like, please, someone murder this character. I could, I hated him so much, but he's done so well, as most villains should be, and I can understand why so many people just adore him as a villain, and just appreciated just the pure villainy of this guy, willing to do anything to learn jutsu and to become immortal. And it's just wild, the tricks that he pulled in his battle versus Sarutobi, showing that it isn't him underneath that skin, and that he's learned some new jutsus to help him get to be immortal. And he just has no limits. He's willing to bring up dead people and just break all morality to just get his end goal. And just so easy to hate. And that's just, it's so well done how maniacal and disturbing and villainous he is. He just, anybody could see him, and he's easily recognizable from Naruto, and that he's one, in my opinion, one of the best well done villains in anime.
Rat, what about you?
Orochimaru can really be described to me in only one word: cockroach. He's the villain that never really goes away, because this man takes Forever Young to a whole new level. And we can go through the various other shonen anime and the satisfaction that you got when the hero finally defeated the villain in the most epic way possible. But no, when Orochimaru finally does get taken down in Konoha Crush, he doesn't get killed per se. It took the third Hokage dying not to kill him, but rather to just take his arms, make him unable to, at the time, be a threat to anyone ever again. And that is the type of character Orochimaru is. He just is a character that could go on forever if he truly tried.
Yeah, I personally agree with that. Orochimaru has persistence to his name, and one of the things that's going to be mentioned and that I like is that you never really know what he's going to pull, like, because in the beginning of the exams and going into Konoha Crush, I mean, he was impersonating people, and then later on they found like the dead Kazekage, and it's just like, whoa, this stuff is unreal with how far he's going in order to impersonate, infiltrate, and get his way, and grab someone to become his next vessel that's powerful enough, which is later on is revealed to be Sasuke, obviously, so he wants his body. The stuff that he does, even his jutsus are like disgusting. Snakes putting out swords out of their mouths and all this other stuff, and putting curse marks on people. You're just wondering, like, what the hell is this guy's like main objective? And he's just ruining a lot of lives along the way. Having the skin of like a woman, yeah, that's sickening. And seeing his face like halfway peeled off when he's fighting Sasuke, it's just like, what the fuck is this? It's grotesque, it's disgusting, but it keeps you intrigued in a weird sense with how this goes on. So I really liked it a lot with his character arc and his goals and everything. And ending up fighting the Hokage, that was kind of cool too. Although granted, he lost his arms in the process with that Reaper Death Seal, but still, that was an amazing moment, an amazing fight, and an amazing finish to that arc included. I really enjoyed it. Next up is Justin. What do you think of Orochimaru?
He yikes on a bike, this fucker Orochimaru. Just from the first look at him, you can just be like, okay, FBI, we're gonna need you on standby over here. We got a creepazoid. He's eyeing Sasuke. He is looking at that hairstyle and being like, oh my god, I'm going to become you. Now then, Sasuke, turn over to the dark side. This is just a Palpatine of fucking Naruto. The more I thought about it as y'all were talking, it's just like, literally just give him the fucking decrepit look that Palpatine gets. And it's like, literally, he is just like, I will turn you over. I'll make you mine. Okay, I did that a little too well. I am so sorry. Oh, God. You can't do Orochimaru without the leg. It's just like, that's like his, sadly, one of his signature looks. I mean, look at some of the screen caps of the fucker. You'll just be like, ugh, okay. Please, FBI, I need an adult. Oh wait, I am an adult. Oh fuck. But much like so many shonen anime villains, I mean, he is hella iconic. He is persistent, even after like losing his fucking arms. Even in the background, he just never stops trying. Is like, as mentioned before, a fucking cockroach. He just doesn't stop. He comes back more than fucking Frieza. Just truly goes to show, and that you just, I don't even know what else to say about Orochimaru, because like even people who have never really watched Naruto, I'm sure, know of him at the very least, just because he just keeps coming back again and again. It's just like how Dragon Ball has Frieza. It's like, oh, people know Frieza, people know Cell, but if people know Orochimaru, because he's such a domino tipper for so much of what happens across this franchise. Like, if it weren't for that encounter in the forest, who knows how things would have played out differently? If it weren't for the curse mark, who knows how things played out differently? If it weren't for just like so much of what happens in Naruto is because this one scaly, peely, pale as freaking Sheamus from WWE motherfucker really wanted like unlimited power and immortality. So like, more than, I would say, half of all this crazy shit that happened, especially with freaking Sasuke, and just eventually actually leading Sasuke down his super anime brooding arc, like more so than he already usually does. He's so much of what tipped the dominoes for so much of what would be to come in this whole story, like both part 1 and into Shippuden. So like Orochimaru, for as much of a snake as he is, both figuratively and literally, can't say Can't say he isn't smart. Because no, he sees so much as a fucking chess game. Even with him not having his arms for some fucking time. And if y'all have woken up with both your arms asleep because you freaking turned over on your bed and you fell asleep on them and you can't move the damn things, let me tell you, not having your arms sucks.
Kaneki, it is your turn. What do you think of Orochimaru?
Man, y'all have a lot of detailed answers that will describe how this man became like not only a villain but the villain of the part one. I don't know what to say other than the fact that when I found out about this character, or my introduction to this character, is a good old I think it was when they were in the woods, right, for another Chunin training or some shit. And you see Naruto Anko talking, and then all of a sudden you see this weird ninja, like a weird woman. Like, who the fuck are you? I don't remember you in the show. And then it hits me. I'm like, oh shit, something is about to go down. And then later on, when in the woods, when they see someone like, when they see Sasuke all alone with that ninja, took off the mask, and then fucking bit him in the neck, I'm like, all right, so this is the villain right here. And let's just say, in the quotes of Freddy Krueger, why won't you die? Has been the main theme since the entirety of the whole series, but I'm going to save that for when part 2 comes out. Because let's just say it is not the end of this motherfucker.
Nero, are you finally back yet?
Well, I'm still at the subway waiting for the train. I got a couple minutes to spare.
All right, we're on part 3. We're talking about what do you think of the villain Orochimaru?
I honestly think that Orochimaru, for how he's set up, he's a pretty good villain. I mean, he already gave like the Third Hokage a hard time, and had gave the Third Hokage his farewell and all that. And then I like how Orochimaru is manipulating Sasuke and trying to gain Sasuke's power. Well, gain Sasuke's body to achieve immortality, to learn all the jutsus and stuff like that. I feel like that's a really interesting thing that I found out a lot about it.
Okay. And is that it for your answer to this question?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Unless you want me to go into like other stuff.
No, that's it really. I think we could move on to the next one. So, question number 4: what is the most emotional moment or death for you in Naruto Part 1? And I want Rat to go first.
Really? Okay, because mine's kind of boring. The moment in the Forest of Death where Sakura is forced to cut her own hair to save her hide. And it turns out that it's a symbol of killing her approach to the art of ninja, because it's about beauty and disguises, and your job is especially important. And she's tired of people covering her. She wants to cover them. It's kind of the peak of that character for the most part. She fights her ass off against the Sound Ninja, and it's great, and it's awesome, even if the end result leads to her just biting down on someone's arm and not letting go and getting her head punched in a lot. But at the same time, it felt like peak emotion for a character that is, at the time, so out of her league compared to her peers, now having to protect said peers on her own. But that moment of all of part one is the one that really sticks out to me. That image of the pan up to her with short hair and that look on her face, it's burned into my memory. And that's really all I have to say.
Tolkien, what about you?
Okay, well, I technically have two, but one's kind of just a mention because didn't full on make me cry like my second one, but it got me kind of close. Was the moment when Guy has to interfere in Lee and Gaara's fight, and he's talking about Lee, and everybody does this gasp when they see Lee get up as if he's prepared to fight more, and Guy's trying to tell him, no, you've done enough, you know, I'm proud of you, and then turns around and realizes is that his poor student is on his feet under sheer power of will, not even conscious and still willing to keep going. That's how much he believes in himself and his dream. And just to see the emotion on Guy's face when he realizes just how amazing his student is, you know, can put a tear to your eye. But the one that actually got me to cry back when I watched this way back when was Naruto's speech to Zabuza about Haku in the Land of the Waves. You just see this little genin talking about Haku so well and just understanding him better than it seemed even Zabuza did, or even realized in all the years that they had been together. And he even tells Naruto, you know, you talk too much, your emotions, your voice, and what you say is as sharp as any weapon. You take this speech with Naruto crying and saying all these things about how awful Zabuza was and didn't appreciate Haku the way he should have. And you just see this grown man, this killer, this hunter who's been evil his whole life, and you see him cry and shed tears for the person that was like practically a son to him. And I think that was the one moment in Naruto where I actually cried, because his speech was just so emotional, and you have the music and seeing someone like Zabuza cry and realize the mistakes he's made, and he never got to tell Haku all these things to him, definitely got me emotional. But that's probably the biggest one for me.
Nero, what about you? You have any emotional moments or any deaths in the series that was really, really sad and you just remember it and it stood out?
I remember in particular the whole Neji versus Hinata thing. It's like Neji was beating the brakes off of her. It was like he broke her down bit by bit, and it was like tragic because she was in circumstances that she couldn't control, and so was Neji. So him taking his anger out on her, it's just like it was just so messed up. And the fact that she got up and she never really gave up until they had to practically stop him from killing her. It was just like, it was one of those moments that made me wish that Neji had got his comeuppance. And then also the whole Neji versus Naruto fight. It was like Neji believes in fate, that people are stuck to a certain thing forever and they can't really get out of it. And Naruto straight up proved him wrong in the fight that they had.
Okay, I'm gonna go next on mine. So I have two moments. I think it was a very emotional moment with the Haku death. I would say that one is up there. Like that Land of Waves arc, the way it ended is just 100% perfect. I don't think it could have gotten any better or shown the human emotions of this anime as much as it did there, and it continues from there, of course, no doubt. But it was the first signifier of saying, wow, this is really fucking good. So just the fact of, once again, yes, showing that Zabuza, this hardened killer, is now having this no talk jutsu, which comes up like very often when Naruto talks to people and tries to convince them, hey, your ninja way is tainted, what you're doing is wrong, and how you weren't paying attention to Haku the whole time. And of course, riddled with emotions. I think also the cool part is how Zabuza had like no arms. His arms weren't working because Kakashi like stabbed him. And because of this emotion, it made him care. And you saw the guy defiling like Haku's body, kicking him. He just goes and he kills all of those people, every single one, with like a kunai in his mouth. And it's like the most saddest and the most awesome thing you will probably ever see. And then of course he asks Kakashi, hey, put my body next to Haku. And it's just so fucking sad, man. It's really just something that really gets your emotions and feelings. Next, I would say another emotional moment is just seeing how the flashbacks were incorporated with Naruto and Sasuke with the final battle at the Valley of the End. I thought that was well good. How they sort of were opposites. They had opposite opinions of each other, and Sasuke was telling him stuff like, well, what do you know? You were never alone, blah blah blah. And then we know that's just a smokescreen because the entire village did not like Naruto at all, and they thought he was a bumbling idiot and he never had any friends. So it was a really cool moment where he signified himself as an equal when Sasuke put on the headband and said, you know what, I'm gonna fight you just like you're fighting me right now. You're my equal. You won't scratch my headband though. I thought that was a cool moment because once again, it's more acknowledgement to the fight itself and just what is going on between two friends going through a very, very rough patch. And I thought that was really well done. So that is my two answers for one emotional death and one emotional moment. Next up is Justin. What do you think of this question so far? What is the big emotions on your end for Naruto for what you've seen for part one?
Well, I'm gonna sound like a broken record now with this one, but my real big pick personally was the fight between Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Like, not like just anyone from the fight, like everything with the fight, like before it, during it, and what would become as the result of that fight, what it would just lead for just everything later on. Just the fight itself is very well done. The moments between, like, them, like, trying to freaking practically kill each other at that point, and even despite all that, Naruto is just still saying, like, how he still considers him a friend and he's going to stop him. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, what? I'm like, people can say what they will about Naruto as a character, but he has his fucking moments. Even like, I know a lot of his better moments are in Shippuden, but like, even in part one, he has his fucking moments. Like, you cannot deny that. You are actually lying if you say Naruto doesn't have his moments in part one. And if there's no better example than the freaking fight with Sasuke at the Valley of the End, because after everything, he's still like, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to bring you back. He's just trying to beat some freaking sense into this man who's not listening because he's just too blinded by the fact that, of all people, Naruto, was now caught up with practically exceeding him in power because of what happened on that fight with the roof. Because let's not forget the water towers, the freaking example they make. You think that his Chidori, that Sasuke's Chidori, made a bigger hole in that one water tower compared to Naruto's Rasengan making like that tinier one in the front. But then when he sees the other side, the freaking giant hole is blown there, and he's just like, how did Naruto of all fucking people get more powerful than me? And he's just tunneling, blinded by all this like rage. It's just like, I have to get stronger. Also on this whole twisted quest of strength to fucking eventually kill Itachi and get his vengeance. Like, this whole quest for vengeance just keeps on blinding this man's mind for years and years and years. And then it all culminates, at least for one time for these two, at this valley. And like, you know, a little sneaking into part 2 here, but I mean, put Seeking Answers from Ninja Storm 3, I think it is, over this, and you'll get the same fucking vibe again. I'm telling you, there's just something about those two fighting at that valley that just keeps bringing out some of the best moments in this entire franchise. And I don't know how like Kishimoto, right? I don't know how he did it every fucking time, but it just kept fucking happening, and this was only the first one. There's just something about the valley at the end. There is just something about that fucking valley, I swear to you.
Also, I think some of the Hokage's fault there too. So it's like it's really symbolic that this is the final journey for those characters. But next up is Kaneki. What do you think of this question?
I had there was one moment I actually thinking about. This is the only rare time where I do feel bad for Sakura, the character, and it's during they were in the woods, and she was fighting, like I want to say 3 sound ninjas, and she was trying to fight them off. She bit one of their arms and didn't let go, and so he started punching her head nonstop, and she still didn't let go. And it got even worse when they introduce the curse mark for the very first time. They show off the aura, the power. After getting bitten by Orochimaru's neck, Sasuke stand up. He asked Sakura twice of, all right, who hurt you? One of them said, I did. Looked at him. This man tried to fight curse mark Sasuke with his jutsu, no effect, hit the guy, and then he tried again. This man Sasuke went behind him, grabbed his arms, told him, sorry, you're a fan of your own arms, or something like that, and then breaks his arms. Oof, you can only imagine the scream of terror of your arms being broken by that man. And then the other sound ninja, like, all right, that's enough. It was time to make a deal. Before he even said that, though, Sakura was crying her tears out, told Sasuke to stop, and then hugged him from behind. That was actually a pretty emotional moment, especially since it was not the Sasuke she or Naruto know.
Yeah, that curse of hatred was really, really interesting, and that's when you get a good taste of it for the first time, because not only that, but that's how the Uchiha gets stronger, is by that. So crazy scene, but definitely a very, very emotional one. Now we're moving on to the next question, which is question number 5. So, is there any notable moments of filler that you like to mention as a worthy episode for part 1? Now, I'm going to go really quickly. I don't have anything for this. Does anyone else have any answers of the filler?
Nope, only when we go to part 2.
I have one at least.
Go ahead, Rat.
But if no one has anything else, Justin, you sounded like you had something.
Yeah.
I have a like, you know, like a remembrance of an arc, but more so because there's a personal story attached to it. If anything. I don't know the formal name of the arc. It's the one where they're searching for that beetle. Because and if you know, you know, but the reason why I remember that one so vividly well is mainly because this, like, let this tell you about the time that I freaking discovered the show and everything. This was like in the earlier days of YouTube. Like, this was before finding anime elsewhere was easy, whether official or other means, and said other means not potentially giving you a freaking virus every, like, you know, 2 seconds with pop-up ads and shit. Y'all know the kind, or just endangering your system in general. But what I mainly remember about that whole beetle arc is that I remember because it was not just me that also got into Naruto. It was my brother. Like we both watched the show, and this is also when simul dubbing was not really a thing. If you Japan got the show, we didn't get it for a while in terms we were hella behind here in the States. So that particular arc I remember seeing because this was in the earlier days of YouTube where you could somehow upload several part videos of episodes from the Japanese dub with subtitles somehow on YouTube, and they wouldn't get freaking nuked by anime companies, at least not too fast. So if you saw them in time, you could realistically watch Japanese episodes of Naruto on YouTube. Let that speak for just how ages ago that was. It's holy fuck, I can't even remember the year. That's how long ago that was. But I remember seeing him watch that stuff to this because our desks are my desk is right here, his desk is right there to my right, and I'm seeing him watch some of the stuff. It's just whoa, what? It's Japanese? What is this? We don't even have this episode yet, and I made sure to look it up too. We didn't have that arc yet here in the States. I was oh my god, I'm seeing into the future here. Technically, I'm seeing all this crap. I'm seeing freaking Naruto not understanding why. Oh gee, you mean to tell me the only other person who would be around this area all of a sudden near a fucking pond with a cool waterfall and shit? Who would you think it was? My god, man. And just everything afterwards. I just that's mainly the reason why I can remember that arc so vividly well. It's because it was the first time that I really saw that you could actually watch these shows on the internet. Hell, even on YouTube. And sometimes even way before the States get it. And to me, that discovery was just a galaxy brain moment because it's I don't have to wait for the TV. I don't have to hope to hell that they're actually showing the next episode properly in the same arc without skipping either behind or forwards because Jesus Christ. And yeah, sure, nowadays, again, watching anime is a million times easier than it ever was before. But just remember, this was it's the 2000s, so it wasn't as easy compared to now, where it's just oh, I want to watch Naruto. Done. So I will always remember that whatever Beetle filler arc just because it led me further down the rabbit hole of anime watching to the fact that this was that watching anime on the internet was pretty much going to be the future of it, especially if you wanted to do it immediately. And look at where we are now.
What about you, Rat? It is your turn.
Okay, so I don't really have a particular filler arc. I have a filler episode that always cracks me up. There is an episode where these two schmucks try to infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village, gather their secrets and whatnot. So they go undercover as Rock Lee and Guy Sensei, as the real Rock Lee and Guy Sensei are off on a mission. And the entire village is having none of them. They actually know that these aren't the real Rock Lee and Guy. Everyone knows it except for Naruto. So Tsunade and Sakura just keep sending them on these ridiculously absurd missions, and they're exhausted, and they run into the real Rock Lee and Guy Sensei, who just bop them. And it's the end of the episode, and it's just a funny little one-off for me. I don't remember going too far into Naruto filler, but that episode always kind of sticks out to me because it was so damn funny. Because Naruto is such an idiot that he can't see through such an obvious disguise when it's your profession to be able to see through deception. All right, I'm done.
He forgot being a ninja for a few seconds. But Kaneki, I saw you had an example of this.
There is, and I don't know if I can call it filler or canon, because it felt like this episode it was a mix of a filler, but also an important episode. Kakashi Sensei's real face.
I feel dumb not forgetting about that.
I keep forgetting about that too, because I'm just like so used to him wearing the
forgot
mask.
Quote it all the
one.
time too. Wow, holy shit.
That was my. If it counts as a filler, then by God, it is the
I think it
best
was.
filler. It's the best filler of that part one because my God, that episode was sweet perfection of comedy between Team 7 and Kakashi. It was like, why can't we get filler or something like that? That shit is funny and entertaining. They just wanna know their sensei's real face.
Tolkien, you had an answer for this
I stole her answer.
before it was
apparently.
stolen by the Sharingan.
Well, I'm glad I picked two, but yes, that was one of mine. But the one, I guess, if you want to call it a filler arc, the one out of all of them that I really enjoyed and always remembered is where they travel to the village hidden in the stars. And the reason why I remember this one, granted, it was one of the only enjoyable ones in my opinion, because some of them were just so trash that I don't even remember them. They're not worth remembering. But the story behind the whole reason why they were there was interesting. The jutsus were really cool because they obviously, as a different hidden village, have different jutsus. But the one thing that I always remember about it, and I don't know why, is the mom and her Natsuhibushi song is stuck in my head permanently ever since I've been a child. That song, like every time anybody brings up anything about Naruto and filler arcs, or anybody says anything about the village hidden in the stars, that is the first thing that comes to my mind is that song. And I could probably quote the whole thing. That's how perma stuck it is in my head. But those are probably the only two fillers that I think are even worth watching in the whole first part of Naruto.
Anyone else on fillers before we move on? Nope, go on.
Other than that, behind this mask is another mask. Pretty
Wow.
cool, huh?
Behind this mask is another mask. Pretty cool. All right, next is question number 6. So, how do you feel about Naruto Uzumaki's character growth throughout the entirety of part 1? His mention of the ninja way, him having a coming of age story. How do you feel about this? And I'm going to go with Kaneki first.
Where do I begin with this? The feeling of, his growth throughout the entirety of part 1. First off, it made me like the character even more than Sasuke, because fuck Sasuke. It definitely shows throughout the more episodes you watch, the more how Naruto eventually matures, becomes a better man of himself, stronger. It reminds me of another anime character that from another series, another shonen series. Oh, Goku. Oh, sorry. But I do like how they progress with his growth from beginning to end.
All right, Rad, it is your turn. How do you feel about Naruto's growth?
For me, it's one of the moments where the mortality of being a ninja hits him all at once. It happens during the bell tests from Kakashi, where all of them failed because they don't understand what being a ninja is all about. It is about teamwork. It is about putting your life on the line. It is about putting the lives of your comrades before your own. And then Kakashi walks over to this stone and tells them that everyone on this stone is a hero. And Naruto points at it and it's like, oh boy! Or he's tied up so he can't. Oh boy! I want to be on that stone too! That sounds awesome! And these heroes are a special kind of hero because they are heroes that died in the line of duty. So I think that Naruto allowing the mortality of a life of a ninja to sink in and hit him like a truck is the first step that allows him to sort of mature and understand that being a ninja isn't just about him. So if I'm going to point to a specific moment of character development, that's usually the one that first comes to mind.
All right, I guess I'll go next. So this is a very interesting question. I believe for his character growth, once again, it's all about that whole coming of age and showing people that he wants to be, the Hokage, that he wants to be, out there. He wants to sort of, be there. He's not there yet in terms of like in the beginning. He's not there yet in terms of like trying to signify, hey, I'm here to protect all my comrades. That's where the teamwork is needed. But he grows more and more and more. You see at the end of each arc, it starts to grow into his natural, like, sort of care for other people, and that's the main thing that you're gonna see about this character that will reflect as it goes on in the timeline. There's a lot of people that owe their lives to who Naruto is through his attitude of just being there for them when they needed it the most. And you see this with Gaara. It's really one of those things where it's like the guy is just a pure psychopath, and even going in that dark direction, Naruto was the one that pulled him back. I know people make fun, and I'm gonna bring this up yet again because I brought it up before, but people make fun of the whole talk no jutsu thing, where it's like, oh, he's talking his opponents to death, he's trying to get them on his side or whatever, but it has an integral story beat to it. It works for what it is because, like I said before in the past, it's nothing new to shonen storytelling, but it's important here because of how the characters develop and change for the better for themselves. And I think it shows a sense of freedom. I think it shows a sense of camaraderie, and it shows a sense of those other people growing alongside Naruto. So when you get to stuff we can't talk about with part 2, it culminates in a very interesting way, if I were to twist it that way. So it has a payoff, it has a purpose, and you just want to see how much this character grows in the process through all the adversity, especially since his friends start to, go down a dark path and he tries to save them, especially with, Sasuke and everything. So I think it has a purpose, it has a meaning, and it has layers to it, which I thoroughly enjoyed. He went from loser to, becoming the symbol of the Hidden Leaf. And I think that shows how important it was to the entire franchise. Next up is Justin, I'll go with you. What do you think of his character growth throughout the entire series for Naruto?
So it is definitely, I mean, first of all, it's definitely a hell of a slow burner, like his character growth. And I feel like a lot, like with the length of just part 1 alone, a lot of people just tend to lose it a bit because of how it tends to go. But I feel like here, the length of like part 1 does actually go into his favor, because to me it shows a slight bit of realism here. I mean, as realistic as you can get in anime sometimes, how there are some people that grow in a different pace than others. Like this whole thing especially is just like Naruto lived a very different life, so of course he's going to learn things differently, he's going to grow differently, he's going to go through different experiences. It's considering some of the people he meets later on, definitely learning through different experiences. But the fact of the matter is that he does learn, while he still has his moments, he retains that information. He does go he does actually learn from his mistakes. He learns to grow from everything else. I mean, hell, let me bring up one example here. The Naruto Neji fight during the Chunin exam finals. He motherfucker learned to actually try and utilize the Nine Tails chakra when all of his fucking points are sealed by Neji's palm techniques. It's like he's finally learning to actually utilize it in a way that's not omega level destructive, to where it'll benefit him in combat and it won't be killing anyone or make him go completely out of control. Like, it's starting to learn that. Or just him utilizing, hell, we're probably gonna get, who knows, maybe we'll get more into like this particular technique later on in another question. But when Jiraiya is teaching him the Rasengan, like what the water balloon, like literally just for ages and ages just does not know how to freaking do it right. He knows what he's supposed to do, and only does it he now realize with basic math, he's like, oh shit, I'm doing this wrong. So what does he do? He gets one of his shadow clones to do it for him, to put it in his hand to create the chakra needed to make the technique. It's so minute, but it's just sometimes like, yeah, you'll have your moments, like your scenes where he definitely talks, but sometimes it's also the little things. And again, with him talking and also with trying to bring some of his opponents, like, out of this whole, like, darkness shit, I'm actually gonna go back to the Naruto Gaara fight in like towards the end of the Chunin arc, because as that was mentioned, it sort of hit me. I feel like Naruto is looking in sort of like a weird mirror. He may have had a rough childhood, but at the end of the day, he did bounce back by eventually, like, getting to make friends with people. And when he looks at Gaara, it's like that could have been Naruto if things went differently for him. He's looking into a foil, like that could have been me had I not had any friends, had I not had anybody to back me up. If anything got worse for him, he could have ended up like that, but he didn't, and he just doesn't want that to keep happening. Yeah, he's like your typical shonen pro tech, but hey, I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Like, this is like, if you're not gonna like to see the typical shonen tropes, and why you're watching a shonen in the first place, you gotta expect one or two or maybe more. It just depends on how it's done, and in some cases here, Naruto, like stuff like that, I think it's done pretty well. And again, this is just part one of his character growth. I mean, with part two, we see that shit in full force, but that's for another day. But as for part one, though, like from beginning all the way until the end, like, pre-time skip, I would say dude's been through plenty, and even by the end of part one, he still has plenty to show for it. And that this before like the 3-year time gap for part two.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say again, it's a bit of a slow burner, especially with the length of part one on its own. But by the end, it definitely shows that it wasn't for nothing.
Kat, what about you? You are next up to bat.
I will keep mine relatively short. But I think obviously Naruto's character growth way more pronounced in 2, which obviously will be discussed in another podcast. But I do think that in the short amount of time you see him in part 1, where he is still so young. I mean, I think people forget exactly how young these kids are. Like, they're like 12, 13 years old, and they're expected to do these things that grown adults can't even do sometimes in their series. But I think his growth is quite obvious if you compare to when you first see him in the first episode, where this kid couldn't even pull off a simple jutsu that every kid in the class could do easily. He couldn't even make one shadow clone to look like himself, and he couldn't even make a shadow clone or a clone in the likes of someone else either. Like, we all saw him fuck up and make the Hokage with a giant bottom lip, and just it was awful. But it took him being told by Mizuki that, oh, you can pass the exam if you learn one of these jutsus in this secret scroll. And he put so much effort and studied all night after he robbed them of this scroll until Iruka found him again. And they even say it several times in the series that not only did he master the basic Shadow Clone Jutsu, but then proceeded to go on and learn the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu that very few others in the whole series can do. It's a forbidden technique. And so you see this kid grow in that aspect, but then throughout the first part, you see him work so hard to get better. He pours every drop of sweat, blood, and tears that he does into his training. And you don't see this kind of dedication in so many of the other Genin. Some of them are just born with really good abilities and they don't work really hard. I mean, I even look at some of them and I think they're just super fucking lazy with some of their techniques. And but he is one of the few that puts hours upon hours into his craft, and it shows, especially as someone mentioned, when you get to see him learn from Jiraiya the Rasengan and how much thought he puts into it and how he has to use a different method to learn it because he just cannot control it the way the fourth Hokage learned it. And granted, again, he's just a boy, and he figured all this out on his own and perfected it within the course of like a month or two. And it's just amazing the amount of progress he makes just in this part. And then we'll get to see so much more when we get to part 2.
All right, so Nero, are you here? Oh, he is out of there. All right, we are moving on to the next question then. All right, so have you played any of the games centered around Naruto Part 1? If so, what do you think of them? Rad, I'll have you go first.
Oh boy. So everyone has their PlayStation 2s, that's super nice, but for the most part, I had a GameCube. So in 2006, along comes Naruto Clash of Ninja. It is a very basic fighting game, just 8 characters because it's the Land of Waves arc and Naruto's getting really popular and push it out now. But then the sequel showed up 6 months later, Clash of Ninja 2. If you ask me, these are games worth playing because in my mind, they are incredible fighting games with good attention to detail. Shikamaru doesn't block your attacks. He dodges and weaves your attacks. So attention to detail on character quirks and techniques that really only get better with each game as the roster increases and as the characters before them get more polished and introduce more techniques that help set them apart in terms of playstyle. If there's any Naruto games I can recommend you track down, it's the Clash of Ninja games. And I really could go on about them because they are the one Naruto games that I have played the most, too much, that I'm trying to track down the Japanese versions we never got through emulation, and the Wii games that I didn't play because they're fighting games on the Wii. But really, the Clash of Ninja ones are the ones I played and that I recommend wholeheartedly. They're good, fun anime fighters. I'd expect no less from aiding the people who brought you Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Kaneki, what about you? What do you think of the Naruto Part 1 games if you played them?
Well, during that time era where Rad said he only had a GameCube at the time, I was one of the rare people that had both the PS2 and the GameCube as primary systems. Well, that is if I'm, not playing my brother's Xbox, of course. But regardless, I was playing both the Naruto Clash of the Ninja game and the Naruto. I think they were fantastic games. Like, I don't think Naruto games could get, in terms of fighting games, could get any better until we hit this PS3, Xbox 360 era. And I think you know where this is going, Ren. You ever heard of Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 1?
Yes, I have.
Oh man. You want to talk about detailed fighting game? That fighting game. Not only it was a first introduction to an anime arena, you know, oh, when it first introduction to anime brawler, when it was good, like an arena fighter. But in terms of the in the universe of Naruto, full 3D fighting style, you have so many options from movements to attacks to where you could read your opponent, and even has the story from the very beginning until the end of. It's like this is like what I wanted for a next gen Naruto, and I don't think it could get any better. Too bad I'm gonna have to save the others for part 2, because the rest of the games are more likely part 2 material.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chime in real quick on this. I think it was just all the way back in the past, when I was, just testing out my PS3. I happened to stumble across the Storm games. I played a couple of them, mostly online, and I thought they were pretty fun. I thought it was pretty cool just going around and doing like, Rasengans on people or Chidoris and getting some W's, and it was a really fun little arena style fighter when I was playing it at the time. I also really like Ultimate Ninja 3. I thought that game was amazing for what it was. It was a pure ensemble of like all these characters that you could play with, and just, how the hard blocks was coordinated in that game, and how you had to like really just maneuver around the environment all crazy, use your kunai, your jutsus, everything on screen just symbolize like not only the frenetic style of Naruto, but how great it all felt when it came together, which is why it was so fun when we were playing like modded versions and everything. But for that one in particular, that was my first introduction into Ultimate Ninja, and I thought it was incredible for what it was. I still haven't played Class of the Ninja yet. I know Drill said, oh, you need to play, you need to get into this. So I'm gonna give it a shot, hopefully sometime soon, maybe tomorrow, and see how I feel about it. And ultimately, as I move into those games and more part 2 games, I could talk about those then. But my experience has been positive so far on the Naruto games. The only thing is that, currently is some issues with one of the current releases with AI voice acting, but we're not gonna get into that.
Can we not talk about that?
Yeah, it's funny when it's all broken down, but still, we're gonna skip right past that speed bump of, well, garbage. Oh, I have not played the PSP games, actually. That's something else I have to look into. So
You haven't?
no,
You're missing out.
those are games I have to definitely download tomorrow. Do you know the names of them?
Naruto Ultimate Ninja Heroes 1, 2, and 3. So basically, if you like the PS2 games of the Ultimate Ninja series, you would definitely like it, the PSP versions, because it's basically that, but on PSP.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fascinating. I'll definitely check those out. But Justin, do you have any experience with the Naruto games?
Well, for part 1 strictly, mainly just Clash of Ninja 2. And it's really the only one I got to experience, but I mean, to be honest though, like it still holds up pretty freaking well to this day. I've seen footage of the first one mainly because of some Call Me Johnny's review a couple of years ago. God, that was a couple of years ago. Oh my god. Anyway, that very much looked like a what we would call open betas now, because oh my god, while a lot of it still looks similar enough to what we would get later in the sequel, it's just, yeah, this was very much a testing ground for a Naruto fighting game, with its half an hour story mode and it's just very light character roster. That was really about it. It's like okay, good thing we did get the sequel, good thing I was introduced with the sequel at the very least. But at the same time, it's like, wow, I was spoiled. What at first was a pretty freaking good Naruto fighting game. Just all this bigger roster of characters, all these stages, being like, hey, wait, I know this part from the show. I know this one now. I remember this from the storybook goes all the way up to the tuning exam. I remember this moment. It's abridged as hell, but it's actually fun to play. Oh my god, this 1-on-2 fight towards the end sucks. God, wow, what the hell? but and like some of the moves, especially like one of the freaking counters of all things is Naruto doing the goddamn sexy jutsu. It's like that's such an attention to detail they didn't have to do, but they did. There's a whole load of details that I love, like from hell the pre-fight interactions. So, like depending on who you choose as opponent, you get a few special interactions here. Like some special lines and everything. Some of the finishers you are just like, I mean, hell, freaking, this is my first. This was like again during like the freaking earlier days of like Naruto on TV. So tuning exams took a while to get to certain parts, but I remember seeing certain moves like the Lion's Barrage, the Uzumaki Barrage, the freaking the Neji's the 64 palms and all that kind of shit. Just a lot of those ones. But oh man, you want to tell me about a freaking secret I didn't know about for a while now? What Clash of Ninja never tells you, that if you're playing as Rock Lee, you can actually, I think it's like a button combination, but you can sort of like sort of slowly but surely turn off his inhibitors, like he did in this fight with Gaara. You can make him go into like one power to say, but then if you do it again, you go into the Hidden Lotus. His HP, like, slowly drains while you're using it, but he gets fucking fast and he gets strong. And it's like, I don't know where the game tells you can do that. I found this out from one of those old cheat sites way back in the heyday of cheat sites. Back when you used to look up that shit for all the Grand Theft Auto games because all those button combinations were next to impossible to remember because there were so fucking many of them. And I'm like, this is not real. What the hell is this Hidden Lotus crap we're talking about? Oh, what is this? And then later on, I see it in the anime, and I'm like, oh. That's what they meant. I remember that from the game. It all keeps coming back to me with Clash of Ninja 2, because some things I saw first from the game, some things that, and then later in the anime, or vice versa. It's like, oh, this is where it was from. But it being the thing that got me into the show to begin with, I would fucking hope so. But I just have so many fond memories of that game because I would play the ever-loving hell out of it after I got it. I would freaking go through that story mode. I would still keep trying like hell with that damn 1 versus 2 fight of you playing a Sasuke versus Gaara and Kankuro, because it's a fucking 1-on-2 fight in a fighting game. What you think was gonna happen? Man, when I freaking got through that and I got to the last fight with Gaara, I felt on top of the fucking world and just like, suck it. And again, it still holds up pretty well today as like your typical 2D fighter. It's got everything you need. I feel like you can play as anybody and you can still have a fun time with it regardless. And again, so many of the funny ass fucking references. Hell, Shikamaru's Shadow Possession Jutsu special move, it actually spawns a wall where your opponent will ding themselves in the head. Like in the freaking Chunin exam. I'm like, that's so good. Like literally, just like, oh, wall out of nowhere. Okay, it's like bonk. And it's shit like that. Why I still think at least once people have got to play Clash of Ninja 2, especially Naruto fans who actually haven't played Clash of Ninja 2, which sadly is plausible because it's never really seen a re-release. So do what you got to do to play it. I highly recommend it.
Tolkien, have you played any of these games?
Out of the ones listed, probably not, because it sounds like most of them are fighting games, and if people know me, then they know me and fighting games do not go together. Not a fan. Never have been. Just now trying to get into some fighters, but when I was growing up,
That is a hater, to be honest.
Oh, right. Hush. Quiet. Anyway, back in the old days when I was growing up, my first video game console was the old Game Boy Advance. And my first Naruto game was the Naruto Ninja Council that came out in 2003. And I probably played the ever-living shit out of that game, as well as the 2 that came after it, and then proceeded into right before high school. I ended up getting a DS, and then that was probably the first fighter I tried, if I remember correctly. The Ninja Destiny games were semi-fighters with maybe a partial story in there somewhere. Did not play those super long. My brother was more into those than I was. But the two games I distinctly remember that ended up being my favorite from the DS was the Path of the Ninja 1 and 2, like the only RPG style games that Naruto got for those consoles way back when. And I think I still have them somewhere, which is actually, for whatever reason, making me want to play them. I put so many hours into these. It was so great being able to pick and choose characters to be on your team and do these missions that had nothing to do with even the story like itself, like from the manga or from the show. Like especially 2 was something completely different, its own story. And it was so great being able to play these, and I have so many fond memories of them. I think the only other game I can think of that I enjoyed as much was the Rise of a Ninja game that came to the Xbox 360. And end up really liking that one as well, because it's all story based, and you follow from like the very start of the show all the way up until, oh god, I can't even remember where the first one ends. But I know there was a sequel to that. Never got to play it, but from what I heard from somebody, can't remember who it was, told me the second one was not as good as the first one. But I still remember the first one fondly. I even played it, I don't know, 4 years ago when I first started my YouTube channel. It was one of the first games I played for my channel. And ever since that one, I honestly do not think I have played a Naruto game since, because I think almost every single one has been some sort of fighter, like all these ones that are on the PC now that everybody plays, and connections, and you know, I'm just like, nope, if it ain't like the RPG style that I grew up with and that I really enjoy, then I probably never play it. I mean, I have most of them, just haven't played it. But the ones from when I was a child, those will always have a special place in my heart for sure.
Well, as that was a riveting story of Tolkien going gaga over Naruto games. I was told to shut up and chat. It is Nero's turn if he's here. Have you played any of these games so far, and what is your experience?
So far, I played Ultimate Ninja Heroes on PSP, Ultimate Ninja 2, and Ultimate Ninja 3. I bought a while ago. And I did play the Clash of Ninja games. I'd say the Clash of Ninja games are really, really fun. And the stuff I looked up for those series, I'm even in the Discord for it. It's like you laugh hard enough in those games, you're getting half a life bar taken from you from just a throw. These are the same. Remember, these are the same people, the same devs behind Marvel, Bloody Roar, those games. And the way they made those games is actually pretty interesting. The solid 3D fighters and stuff like that. As you advance to like part 2, also, well, Clash of Ninja 3 and 4, stuff like that, that's going into part 2. They've improved a lot of the mechanics and the gameplay and stuff like that. And the Ultimate Ninjas games, like, I think 3 started with, like, it started from 3, 4, and 5. They had, like, unique story modes, like RPG elements, and like, even their, I did say their old stories, I did say RPG stuff. And they did have Uzumaki Chronicles, which is like a giant filler game. They'll let you play as some of the characters of the game, well, in the series. And they had like the jutsus mapped to like your shoulder button and your trigger button, so you'll use them at specific times. And like, I've been trying to lab Ultimate Ninja 2, and it was like trying to get combos down. It's a bit tricky for me because I don't really fully understand it yet. But when I get it down, it's like y'all notice. And also, I do like how they introduce like certain filler characters, like the Green Beast, which is like Naruto and like Broccoli's costume or attire. I think he appeared in like a couple games, Ultimate Ninja 2 or 3. I don't really see him outside of like other stuff. Overall, I feel like those games, if they had some tweaking or made by a different dev, it'd probably be like a super in-depth crazy fighter.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next one, which is question number 8. So, Naruto has like a lot of moves, techniques, and a lot of styles put into the series. So, what is your favorite jutsu, Kekkei Genkai, and chakra technique that was utilized during part 1? And the first one that's gonna go is Rat.
Always me. Okay.
He's
So,
like, not me first.
okay, so I'm gonna get straight to the literal point. Byakugan. It is hacks. It is X-ray vision. You can see the literal chakra points plus and minus, so you can basically pick and choose either buffs or debuffs, and it is used most effectively in Neji's hands because in the fight with Hinata, he can practically make your heart stop. I don't think there's anything more fatal than going after someone's chakra veins. So Byakugan is always one of my favorite techniques, and when the veins kick in around your head, it always looks so menacing. So Byakugan's my #1 pick. It's just a giant, it's like I said, it's just little giant X-ray vision. It's just body hacks.
Tolkien, what about you? What do you think of all these cool techniques, and what is your favorite?
There are quite a few that are really good, and I technically had 2. And of course, Rad obviously took the best one. I mean, who's gonna disagree that the Byakugan is just so great, especially in the part 1 of Naruto where you see it used so well. Granted, a lot of people like the Sharingan, but to me, it doesn't really get good until you get into part 2. But aside from the Byakugan, the one jutsu that I really liked to see was the Dead Demon Consuming Seal that Sarutobi uses against Orochimaru. And the reason why I like it so much is, one, I mean, seeing that as a kid and you think, oh my god, we're in a horror movie now. You're seeing this Reaper just licking this blade and looks like it just wants to feast on everybody that is there. And the look of horror that you see on Orochimaru's face, because one, he cannot see it. And, Sarutobi's just talking about this jutsu, and Orochimaru, who claimed to spend hours studying jutsus and learning all these amazing things. And this is one of the few jutsus that he was like, he's never heard of it, has no idea what he's on about, has no idea how to counteract it. And it being handed down through the Uzumaki clan is just so great to see it put in action as he uses it against the reincarnated clones, essentially, of the first and second Hokage, and then proceeds to use it on Orochimaru to get rid of the use of his arms. And overall, I just think it is such a stunning jutsu to see in action. Just so great. I would have loved to see it used more, but granted, it's one of those secret techniques. You don't get to see it that often, but once you get the backstory later on in part 2 and you get to see it again, but seeing it for the first time right there was so great, and I enjoyed every second of it.
I'm going to say that one of the techniques I like, and we see this like later on in part 1, it's when Itachi comes in, it's the Tsukiyomi. Look, I'm gonna break this down, all right? So what happens is, you think that basically Kakashi is this big giant badass with the Sharingan. He's trying to figure out how he got it because he's not an Uchiha, obviously. And then you see that both of them face off, and you know Itachi's a big problem. He's Sasuke's brother. When you see the Mangekyo Sharingan activated for the first time, and Itachi basically captures Kakashi in it, he goes into this world, this plane where Kakashi is like on a cross, and everything is in this weird, it's like a red sky, and there's this like blackened background, it's like grayscale, and he's hanging up there like he's Jesus, and he gets stabbed by like multiple Itachis in this genjutsu, and the whole time this guy's getting like tortured. He can't do anything about it. Asuma can't do anything. Kurenai can't do anything. They have their eyes closed because they don't want to get caught in it either. It's a fearful technique where basically the person is living out like almost days worth of being like tortured literally in their mind. So I think it's one of the really good jutsus, and it's also OP GGs if you're caught into it, and you can't really do much about it unless you have like a similar or stronger sort of Mangekyo, or maybe a counter to it as a technique. You can barely escape it if you're caught by it. So I really love that. And I mean, it was used briefly, but it wasn't shown off to its fullest potential, which is like part 2, and that is Amaterasu. So you see in the frog stomach, when Itachi is trying to escape, you see a glimpse of it where the stomach starts burning, and there is black flame. If that flame touches you, and it will burn you, it's not normal fire. You're burnt until you are entirely incinerated. And I thought that was also a cool technique, but it's something you see more in part 2. But since you do see it in part 1, it does kind of count. I love this technique a whole lot. It's one of those, if you get caught by it, GG's, because you're gonna probably burn to death. And that is it for my answers. Next up is, let's see, Mr. Nero. What about you?
Okay, so one of my favorite techniques from the series, from part 1, the eight gates. I know the 8 gates is in part 2, and the end, you already know what happens. So the 8 gates, it boosts your speed, your strength, all of that, but with the trade-off of you getting hurt and your body getting destroyed over time. And you get, the higher the gates you go, the more access you have to forbidden techniques or dangerous techniques, like the hidden lotus, the primary lotus, and a second favorite, I would say, it's like the ice mirror jutsu. It's like they wouldn't even know which one is the real you, and you just go ahead and you business with it.
Justin, it is your turn. What is your favorite technique, jutsu, or Kekkei Genkai?
Oh, first honorable mention. So a lot of those other previous choices. I mean, my God, man, I remember that like, you know, just that Tsukiyomi shit. I remember that episode being aired a fucking lot back in the day, so I still have vivid memories of Kakashi going through literal fucking hell. So, goddamn,
getting stabbed to death by like multiple Itachis. It's crazy what happened the first time.
Like, hell of a mention there, and I'll give you that. Also, hell of a mention to Byakugan, because that shit is just like, might as well just be a bloodline cheat code. So I, in comparison, like, you know, besides like, you know, definitely giving some nods to those, I'm gonna definitely be hella simple here. Like, I mean, one of my fucking favorite things that like ever is just one of the most simplest shit that I just love the fucking shadow clone jutsu in general. It's fucking iconic. It's not just also useful in battle, it's just useful fundamentally. I mean, think about it for a second. You could make a clone or a few of yourself and you could have them do things for you in your day-to-day life. You see Naruto do that shit all the time later on, just using his shadow clones or something that's not in combat. There's so many uses you could have for just being able to duplicate yourself. I love the concept of being able to do that. And hell, if you're in combat and you have the freaking energy to do so, make an entire army of yourself, as we've seen him do plenty of times before. And sometimes even charging up with some really fucking crazy techniques, or just punching and kicking. Hey, that always works too. You can't ever forget taijutsu. Don't be like the writers later on. It's just like, no, you gotta remember your roots here. But it's been, speaking of fucking techniques I mentioned earlier, I love the fuck out of the Rasengan. It is such a it's a simple thing in concept. You like this ball of pure energy right here in your hands. Either you create it, you get one of your clones to create it. The point is, you put that shit in your hand. And right here, the smaller ball. Hell, I mean, later on we see the stuff you can do with it, but that's more so for in Shippuden. But just this ball, this seemingly like, it's like it's a tennis ball size of energy right here in his hand. It just seems like it's like, what's that gonna do? And then you see what it can do to a person. You can see what it can do to objects. That may be small, but it's freaking deadly as hell, and it can literally make you spin around unironically like a freaking big ass top just going into the air. If that shit gets a direct hit on you, you're being made to look like a bitch if you get hit by a Rasengan. I just love the simplicity of such a technique. It's nothing super flashy, it's nothing super crazy when you really look at it. It's just a fucking big ass tennis ball of chakra, but it's a big ass tennis ball of chakra that can fucking hurt. And imagine what happens if you made it any bigger. And another honorable mention will go to the lightning blade or the Chidori, as Sasuke would call his variation. Like, that's also just fucking cool. Who the hell wouldn't love being able to wield freaking lightning in their hands? You feel like a fucking force user, just like just the mere concept of being able to do something like that is always something I just loved as anything in general. Again, it's another simple ass concept. You have lightning in your hands, okay, but it's fucking cool. Like, both Sasuke and Kakashi's use of it, especially, it's just like the first time you see the lightning blade, it's just like pfft. And again, another mention's gonna go. It's a Clash of Ninjutsu. Like, when you can, that's Kakashi's special move, and it actually gains more power if you take the risk to charge it up first by holding down the button before letting it go. If you charge it the whole way through, it's just like just does like a fucking crazy amount of damage. And hell, as he pulls his arm back, he says, "Don't take it personally." I'm like, motherfucker, how do you keep doing that? And that's his normal move when he's not lifting up to use a fucking Sharingan. By the way, I just like to say that's fucking crazy. Again, these are like, again, relatively simple techniques, but you can't just not give mentions to these techniques. Like, some of these are still iconic. They may not be as super crazy as some of like the more nutso shit we get later on in the franchise, but they're fucking iconic and they're so bloody fucking good is what they are. And there's no way I couldn't mention any of them.
Kaneki, what about you? What is your favorite techniques?
Oh boy. I don't have too many for part one, other than the Nine Tails and the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which are runner-ups. I always prefer those when it comes to part one jutsus and all that. But my personal favorite jutsu, it has to be probably one of the rarest jutsus people ever saw in part one, and and you could actually spot it right during the fight between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. The fact that Orochimaru knows this jutsu is beyond people's imagination. If you pay attention closely to that fight, What would happen if there was a way to revive the first and second Hokage? That is something mind blowing. I have never seen a jutsu quite like that before. And even watching throughout the entirety of part one, it's like, and later, and when we get to part two, there's much more to that jutsu. Just the debut of that jutsu alone, is mind boggling. Basically, reviving characters back from the dead is like, how did this man knows this jutsu?
Also, I want to add on that jutsu is so cool with just not only you can revive the dead, but the mind games of fucking with the Hokage, because it's like you're
Yep.
bringing back previous Hokages or friends of people, and they're seeing it live in 4K. So again, this is why Orochimaru was a really good villain for this arc. But
And like I said,
go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, and like I said, when we get to part two, there is a reason why I like this jutsu a lot, because let's just say it plays an important role down the line.
it does. I know what you're talking about, but that's gonna have to be a conversation for later. We're moving to the next question, which is question number 9. So Naruto Part 1 is still known for having an entire cast of other characters centered around this chapter with their own unique backstories. Is there any backstories or character excluding Naruto that was a personal standout during this chapter? I'm gonna go first as an example. I'm gonna say Gaara's backstory was pretty good. Again, it does fall in line kind of a little bit, like you can say there's some similarities with his and Haku, but of course with the changes of the tail beast inside of him, and of course people tried to kill him, and then you find out that his uncle said that no one ever loved you because Gaara's tail beast was responsible for his sister dying. It instilled a lot of hate within Gaara initially, which is why he's kind of like, well, no one really matters. I'm all to myself. And it creates this interesting, tragic backstory. Of course, there's another anime that tried to copy another anime with a character that had a tragic backstory, and it didn't really pan out too well. Jiren, I'm sorry about that, but still, it's one of those things where I liked it done right here. You get the motivation so far, you understand. So when you see Gaara being like a complete psychopath, and you find out later, it sort of makes sense. And then moving on to how the cracks sort of expose themselves, and he wants to, find some longing after a certain point in time. He listens to Naruto's words after some point in time, and I know it's corny to really say it like this, but it is one of those things. But I did like it. It is the value of friendship that saved this character. So I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it resonated. I thought it's one of those things where they did a tragic character justice with his arc and everything he was going through, and just creating, a monster out of someone who was basically, just pushed into it. It was against their entire will. I thought that was a mirror opposite once again of Naruto. You get like a lot of mirror opposites or similes within this universe to begin with people like having similar motivations or vastly opposing views, but they have similarities to the main character of loneliness once again. So I do appreciate how it was done in this series. Next up is Rad. Do you have any personal backstories you enjoy of other characters in Naruto Part 1?
Well, not so much their backstory, but it's their general development from background character to actually real character. And this is the segment that I was saving for this particular character, Hinata. We sort of talked about how Naruto's go get 'em attitude, his chipper I never give up attitude influenced the people around him, and I don't think it influenced anyone to a bigger extent than Hinata, because she's fighting against Neji and sort of getting outplayed, but then she receives a ton of motivation and hype and, yeah, you can do this, bust his face in. Adherement from the person she had long since admired to the person she'd long since admired, and turned her into a person that actually wanted to try and actually wanted to become as cool as Naruto. So even that interaction alone, she never went back. It turned her into a completely different person, able to go toe to toe with Neji, if not for a moment, because in the end her attacks meant absolutely nothing. But that little bit of development on the sheer backstory of she's only been watching him from the background and now the roles are reversed, and she's sort of using that as a motivation to keep getting up even when her organs are in danger of shutting down, because Naruto keeps telling her that she can't let it end like this. A lot of that's just sort of stood out to me, and it didn't really take episode after episode to sort of get to this, which I know people really love Valley at the end, but stop talking and just fight. So we mostly got this for an episode's worth of just general motivation, and really that's kind of all I need. It's like that's what made Hinata one of my favorite characters, just those moments and looks backs and flashbacks alone. Really, that's kind of all I have to say. I don't have too much on backstories on characters because they just kind of get in the way for the most part. No offense, Matt.
No,
Okay.
it's fine. None taken. Tolkien, it's your turn. What about you?
Okay, I have two. I'll try to keep it short, but one of them is Rock Lee. I just like kind of Shikamaru, who relies more on his brain over his brawn. Lee is the opposite. This guy you learn as a child and him growing up, as Guy will tell you, he has no skills in ninjutsu. He has no skills in genjutsu. This kid purely only has this taijutsu. And so most people will just write him off and say, oh, well, he's got no chance in the ninja world. Because, you know, what are you going to do if you only have taijutsu, which is your physical strength, versus someone who can put you into a genjutsu, someone who can use ninjutsu against you. And it's just amazing to see someone who was made fun of and just put down, and Guy just takes him under his wing and teaches him everything, becomes like a father figure to him, and makes him a mini version of Guy, which is amazing. And he just puts everything into his training, and as Guy so eloquently explained, you know, the time that everybody else has to put into 3 different areas to be a ninja, Lee can focus 100% on taijutsu, which made him so amazing when you see him finally getting to let go and fight against Gaara with everything he has. He is a force to be reckoned with. Of course, you get to see more later, part 2, etc. But I just enjoy his development so much, and even Guy, who you see use taijutsu exclusively, even tells you later when they see Itachi and Kisame for the first time, and he has to tell these 2 other Jonin that him being taijutsu exclusively and training with Kakashi, that you get to learn things by just looking at feet. And I mean, you don't need genjutsu. He can fight against it not even having his own genjutsu or ninjutsu, and just uses taijutsu. But my second one is Neji, purely for the fact that you see this kid go from someone who seems to just hate everybody and hate the world, especially his cousin, and just has so much spite for his own family. And when he finally gets to learn what exactly happened to his father, with his uncle, and he finally realizes some things about life, especially after Naruto just beats the ever-living shit out of him, rightly so. And you just see him go from that to then when they go on the Sasuke retrieval arc, he is there and is very supportive of the group and very supportive of Naruto, and they work well together, and you see him encouraging Lee on his own team, and you just don't see that sort of stuff before this. He's so hateful and not friendly towards people, and it's almost seeing a whole other side of him, which is really nice. And of course, we'll get to see more development as we continue into part 2, but as of part 1, I think those two I really enjoyed seeing the most.
Nero, it is your turn. A character that had some very interesting developments or backstory, in your opinion. What do you think about this?
I honestly think that my guy, out of all characters, is just like his backstory is basically the same of Rock Lee, but my guy's father was the inventor of the techniques that I mentioned earlier, and he beat them. They made fun of Mike Guy's father for not being able to use taijutsu, or wait, not taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu. So my guy's father spent most of his life perfecting the 8 gates, and he wound up beating the brakes off of the most of the swordsmen of the mist. And my guy is carrying on his legacy, and with Rock Lee, you know, they're carrying on Guy's dad's legacy. Is like an example of no matter if you don't know ninjutsu or genjutsu, then you're still able to be a force to be reckoned with, like Tolkien said earlier. And I also like Jiraiya because Goofy Master, and he's a pretty fun teacher to Naruto. And he also written the novel that he also written the novels that Kakashi reads. If you pay attention to like the bell thing, the first time he does, I feel like yeah, I feel like Jiraiya is pretty cool in terms of techniques and what he can teach Naruto.
Justin, it is your turn. What do you think about any character's backstory or any character development that's not Naruto that you actually liked and appreciated in the series?
Man, y'all had some fucking answers here. Let me tell you, Jesus Christ! Like, I could tell where Red was gonna start fucking going. Trust me, because I mean I'm on the same boat with Hinata because, oh my god, not Naruto that got a whole load of development. Like, I mean, especially like later on, but like especially part 1. Yes, and it all started with that one episode. It's that whole thing just flipped the switch in that woman. And then post tuning exam, because especially got into the tuning part, it was another slow burner for Hinata, but she slowly but surely started to come out of that shell that she kept herself in for a while now. And while this is a filler arc, I'm going back to that one hunt for that whatever fucking beetle is called, but she in secret was developing a new fucking technique, to which she was even practicing it in the freaking Dead of Night in secret, to which she almost got caught, but she was able to keep her identity safe at the time. And later on towards the end of the arc, when she shows it off, like, Naruto is impressed. Everyone is impressed, but especially Naruto's impressed. But it's, even if it is filler, that just shows some more growth, like, for Hinata. She's making her own fucking techniques. She is starting to get better in combat. And I mean, like, part 2 will especially probably have some parts to say about it, but like, she starts to get, just come into her own. She's getting better at things. Again, it takes a bit for her. it's like, especially in terms of the whole, like, social battery thing. I mean, I can relate. But that was a domino that tipped to, like, the Hinata we would know of today. And man, thank God it did, because jeez, talk about someone who freaking went from 0 and then slowly but surely, then later on to 50, took a couple years, okay, 100, oh wait, no, she's going above. And also props to her English VA, Stephanie Shea. Amazing voice work on her half.
Alrighty, Kaneki, it is your turn. Do you have any memorable characters that you want to bring up in terms of their backstory, history, or anything they go through that's not Naruto that was interesting?
Well, I had another answer if Rock Lee was stolen, but unfortunately, that's also have to be discussed in part 2. His name, the backstory I'm talking about, of course, is for Kakashi's backstory of how he become, sensei and everything. But like I said, we gotta wait part 2 for him.
That sucks, because I know what you're talking about, and I would love to delve into it, but Kakashi's like a whole part 2 thing with his backstory.
That will definitely
Christ alive, yes.
That will definitely be my answer as well for part 2. Can't wait to talk about that.
So much of the freaking crazy, unbelievably good shit just happens in part 2, and it's like, must refrain.
We have a time limit, god damn it. But you know what? When we get there, we will get there, believe me.
But yes, Kakashi is my answer.
But we're gonna ease into the final question. How would you rank each arc in Naruto Part 1 in your honest opinion? And the arcs are the Land of Waves arc, Chunin exams, the Konoha Crush arc, the Search for Tsunade, and the Sasuke Recovery or Sasuke Retrieval arc. List them from best to worst, and we're gonna go with Rat first.
I hate you.
I had to. Sorry.
Okay. But I'll be mostly short. I'm going from top to bottom here. I put the Chunin exams at the top just because there's so many good memories of like particular episodes, the exam they have to take and sneak around to get the answers, and then comes the fated 10 question where you must answer this question correctly, and then the twist behind that. You get the Forest of Death with the soccer scenes, which I've already mentioned, and the introduction of Orochimaru with the organ music. It's like it's in my head. You get the actual fights, which I've already fawned about, and then you get to the quote-unquote finals, and you get to Sasuke versus Gaara, and that moment before everything hits the fan, and Gaara sees his own blood. It's my blood. It just sticks out to me. There's so many unique moments in Chunin exams that are just so without compare. There's Konoha Crush afterwards, because then you have a little bit of unfinished business with Sasuke and Gaara, and then Naruto steps in and that fight goes off the rails. You have the third Hokage versus Orochimaru, and that fight goes off the rails, and all the little battles in between. It's just like it's the perfect complement to the Chunin exams. And then you get to Sasuke Recovery, where all those characters that just fought each other to the death now have to work together to fight this sound ninja threat, so enemies become friends, and it's a decent peak. It's also a decent conclusion to basic Naruto. Land of Waves is actually kind of down there. It's sort of the first major arc, so it kind of has to be. It feels like a precursor for events to come, but it's still a decent arc on its own. Haku and Zabuza make great villains, but they have an even bigger scumbag in Gato just sitting there than the way Zabuza dispatches him. I think Search for Tsunade is listed on here, and there's too many episodes that they could have done without. But on the other hand, you have a slug fighting a frog fighting a snake. So that's a decent endorsement all its own. It's just there isn't truly a lot I can think about compared to other arcs. So that's about where I would rank it. That's about where I would rank the Part 1 arcs. Chunin Exam, then Konoha Crush, then Sasuke Recovery, Land of Waves, and Search for Tsunade.
All right, so I'm going to do mine, and mine's might be really quick because I think it's a very similar ranking. So Chunin Exam's peak. This is where you get to see the fights at its fullest potential, where everyone's coming along, you know, it's a full-on, you know, tests of survival to get the certain rank. Of course, you see where significant character development is placed here with their trials and tribulations. This is where they introduce like a lot of new people in this tournament that will shape a good bulk of the franchise, you know, some for better or worse. So they really definitely did their best here, and I just think it's next level, 100%, really well done. I know we've seen tournament arcs before, but the way they did it here with their own different and unique taste on, you know, these villages, and not only that, but the conspiracy of what happens next is something that will stay with you as you watch this. This is where they really amp it up, so to speak. I think the reason why Konoha Crush is like second is because it's basically the conclusion of Chunin Exams, except everything is now in this giant ass invasion. Orochimaru is like out in the open. You have the fights with not only the Hokage but everyone else. You get the conclusion fight with Sasuke and of course Gaara, where of course obviously in this instance you can say Sasuke loses, but then Naruto comes in, you have that giant fight with him and the big giant squirrel Shukaku that has to be fought with the counter, which is the summon frog. It's just absolutely batshit insane. I'm gonna go to what like Justin said earlier, where it's like if you want to see just a lot of high revelation stakes and big kaiju battle, you're gonna get it in this arc and then some. The only thing that would, you know, sort of diminish it a little bit is that it is like a very, very, very skirmish based chapter where it's like they're trying to conclude everything outside of Chunin Exams. Next is Sasuke Retrieval. The reason why it's placed here is because obviously you get not only Sasuke feeling that his abilities have been diminished in terms of this revenge arc with Itachi, but you also get, you know, him leaving the village, which is the reason for this mission. And then it's a lot of other enemies from Sound that come in to fight with very interesting life or death premises, which I enjoyed a lot. I thought it was fine for the most part for what it was, and culminating into the final battle at Valley of the End. Next up is Land of Waves. So ultimately this felt like a build-up arc, and it wasn't something that was particularly bad, but it felt like the payoff wasn't really until the end, which is where you get that sad somber ending. But once again, it is a perfect sort of, I want to say, culmination of what good Naruto arcs tend to be, which is a lot of high stakes emotion and a lot of changing character development, and that invests you along the way. The story with Zabuza and Haku once again being a tragedy, so to speak, and you're gonna get a lot of that in the series so far. And I think last but not least is Search for Tsunade. Now, I don't remember. I'm going to be truthfully honest. Like, I don't think this is the worst sort of anime thing in the world, but the only thing I really remember about this is when Tsunade was just beating the entire, I've watched it, but I just remember her beating the entire shit out of Orochimaru at one point with taijutsu, and that was like one of the crowning achievements. Not saying that Tsunade's character development is something to be overshadowed. I just think that in regards to a lot of like high tension, high drama, high action, it felt like it was just a little bit lacking in his gusto and flair, and that's why I just don't remember it as much as everything else. Also, I stole the answer, goddamn. Sorry about that. But that's why I just don't remember it as much. But ultimately, like, you can find some good out of all of these arcs, just ranking it from what I feel is best and least memorable. So moving on to Kaneki, what do you think about this question of ranking the arcs of Naruto?
This is the second time my answer has been stolen, damn it.
Sorry about that.
That was my plan. Did you use the shining gun on my ass and knowing, hey, this guy is going to say Tsunade for as last?
Hey, I got my Mangekyo out, no problem.
Ren was looking at your answers. It was for the sake of the test.
Yeah.
He's fucking cheating. Actually, I think that was part of the Trinity exams, right? When they were all cheating and trying to succeed.
Yes, they were.
That was my favorite. I will put that as first in my top arc list. As for my favorite arc in Naruto Part 1. Because there was a lot of emotions. The fact that they are determined. Well, first off, just alone that they determined to cheat just to pass. For the next exam is pretty incredible, if you ask me. I like that first, and then the second arc I would put the prologue, the Land of Waves arc. You know, just get the slow build up before all the fucking hype shit goes crazy in that arc. With Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi facing up. Build up is great. And then everything else, I will put the Konoha Crush arc after that, and then the Sasuke recovery arc after that. And Tsunade, of course, it's the last one. I don't hate it. It's just it wasn't the oomph compared to the other arcs. Even the prologue arcs had more oomph than when they did the Search for Tsunade. Although that's another thing I'll say later about Tsunade, but she definitely had character progression. Let me tell you.
So,
and no, I'm not talking about her chest, you perverts.
I was, well, I shouldn't have said anything because my brain was thinking that, but my mouth started talking.
Here we go.
Fuck.
God damn it.
Fucking stop him.
Sorry.
All y'all degenerates.
Oh,
You
sorry.
don't want to talk.
Okay, Lady Degenerate. So it is your turn on this. Where would you rank all of the arcs?
Oh boy. I'm ready to be the only one with this setup. So and you know what? I'll stick by it. I just rewatched it. I'm super fresh on everything, start to finish. So everything's fresh in my mind. And for me, everybody's gonna say Chunin exams is first. Nah. For me, Sasuke recovery arc is first. Because you already know these characters. You see these genin that have been tasked with pretty much an A-S rank mission to go get Sasuke. They have very little time to prepare. Shikamaru has to do it off the cuff and just get whoever is around to come do this. And so you take these 12, 13, 14-year-olds and you're putting them fist to fist against these Sound Ninja 5 who are grown-ass adults, hand-picked, super psycho soldiers that Orochimaru has groomed and given ultimate power to, and everything's just against them, but yet they each have to do their own battle. They each come out winning because it proves to them that their hard work and their dedication to their craft has outwit these what I call fake powers that Orochimaru has just given them, that they were just given and they didn't earn. And every single episode of this arc is just good, in my opinion. You get to see characters that previously were just shit. I mean, you see Choji go from who before was pretty much a coward and wouldn't do anything unless he was bribed with food. And you see him step up and defend Shikamaru, who is his best friend, and on behalf of the group takes on the very first enemy they encounter by himself. You get to see him use jutsus you hadn't before, ones that he's used but now with a twist. You get to see this amazing clan secret of his with the pills. Just things you would not expect out of Choji. He just by far gains so much respect in this fight for me. And you go from that one, and then you get the next one where you have Neji going against Kidomaru, and you get to see Neji grow as well and really put to work brains against this guy, and him defending his group, which he would not have done before. And then you move on and you see Kiba and Akamaru having to go against Takon and Ukon. And you get to see this amazing jutsu that they put together where they combine and become this massive white wolf against this really creepy guy that can attach to your body. And then, you have, at this point, Shikamaru going against, I can't even remember her name. And Shikamaru is showing that brain outplays brawn. They didn't get to finish their individual battles, Kiba and Shikamaru, because now you have the Sand Ninja coming back, who were once the Leaf's enemies, and now they're friends and working and helping them. So you get to see them be on the good side. You get to see their new jutsus. You get to see Kankuro's new puppet help Kiba. You get to see Tamari's new summon help Shikamaru, and just pretty much bulldoze the whole frickin' forest in front of them. And then you get to see the best pair matchup you could imagine. I don't think anybody expected to see Gaara and Rock Lee working together against Kimimaru, who is no doubt like an amazing ninja under Orochimaru's wing. And I just think the whole arc is just amazing. There was not one episode I just did not enjoy. And then at the very end, you get the clash between Naruto and Sasuke. For me, I don't know how it cannot be on the top. I think it's amazing. And then I did put the Chunin exam second, because I do think that is good as well, just to me does not top the retrieval arc. I enjoyed the exam to see how they would cheat, if people knew the answers to the questions, how they cheated. It was great to see, Naruto, even though he knew nothing and did not cheat. It's funny to see Ibiki's reaction when he realized that he just passed a student that not only did not cheat, but didn't know any of the answers. He just passed on pure guts, which is great. The Forest of Death was amazing. This gets to show the Genin just how rough the real world is when you have to fight to the death to continue on. And then you get, of course, the preliminary fights after that, which is good to see all these characters that you only see glimpses of, the other ninja from the Leaf and from the Sound and from the Sand. In their matches, all of them were good, of course. And then I kind of I couldn't decide which one was better, but I pretty much put together the Search for Tsunade and the Konoha Crush arc, because just for me, I was not a huge fan of the Konoha Crush arc. I think the best part of the whole thing was the fight between Orochimaru and Sarutobi. The other just yapping between some of the ninja, or like, I don't know how many episodes you see in a row of just a random guy in Kakashi popping up and smacking the shit out of Sand and Sound Ninja. And I don't know how many episodes that went on for. And but yeah, you know, you have the fight with Naruto and the Toad versus Gaara and the Sand, which is good, but it just did not hit for me like the Chunin exams and the Retrieval arc does. And as far as the Search for Tsunade, I really enjoyed it a lot. It gave you insight into this third Sannin that nobody knew. The viewers did not know who it was yet. You knew Jiraiya, you knew Orochimaru, and you know, okay, who is this third Sannin? So you hear all these stories from Jiraiya about this character, and you're going on your way to find her. And in that whole arc, you get Naruto learning the Rasengan, which in of itself is really great. Then you finally get to meet Tsunade. You get to learn her tragic backstory and what makes her who she is. And then you get the really epic fight that I enjoyed between all of them in that little field where you get to see Naruto, you know, realize just how shitty of a person Kabuto is and really stick it to him and use that Rasengan against him when Kabuto's throwing all this mud at him and calling him a shit ninja and that he's playing with adults. And I'm just like, oh yeah, this 13-year-old just kicked your ass. Like, be quiet. And you get to see Tsunade overcome her fear for Naruto, and Naruto gives her the strength to not be afraid. And the whole thing is just amazing. And as Ren said, you get to see Tsunade kicking the absolute shit out of Orochimaru, and I was like, yes, like, beat the fuck out of this guy. And it's just so fantastic, the whole thing. I enjoyed every bit of it. And then you finally get to see and hear her say, okay, I agree, I will become the next Hokage, which I'm like, yes, you know. The whole thing was just great. And then unfortunately, as much as I like it, the Land of Waves has to be last, because even though it is itself a very good arc, when you have it up against the rest of them, it isn't going to be as good, as fantastic as it is. But I liked Zabuza, I liked Haku, I liked the family you meet while you were there. The whole story is good. It shows a lot of emotion. It gets you from the beginning of the show, with it being the first arc, you get to learn about the characters and you get to feel for them and enjoy them. And overall, yeah, it is good, but compared to the rest of them, it has to be put last. So in order, I would say Sasuke Retrieval, then Chunin, then Search for Tsunade / Konoha Crush, and then Land of Waves after that.
Justin, it is your turn. How would you rank these arcs?
Well, so I will actually keep it a little simpler, because well, my ass is getting pretty fucking hungry, so I'm gonna try and keep my reasons as simple as possible, because I feel like some of us are also pretty fucking hungry here, and your boy really needs something in the system. But so I'm actually gonna go starting from last to first. You know, just I like to do that in general. I will say, in terms for starting from last to first, I will also preface that I don't have vitriol towards any of these arcs. They're all good in their own way. Obviously, no story is perfect. I will put the prologue / Land of Waves arc in last in massive air quotes. It does suffer from first arc syndrome, where you gotta set up everything. It's all got to be a slow burner. Nothing's as established yet. Characters aren't as developed. They are definitely in their early stages, and it's going to be a bit before any of them get any better for it. So it's gonna be some time, but it's like, just stick around. They'll come into their own eventually. It's all just part of the process for when you're just very much starting bare bones in a world like this, where you're not going to know everything right off the bat. So I'm putting that one at the quote unquote last spot right there. And then I am going to. I'm still gonna put down here. And not for the reasons you think. So, Search for Tsunade, I know it has its moments, but the thing is that more so the moments I remember from that are like, more so the fights and anything in between. Like the fights, like with the fucking, three-way kaiju battle and everything. Naruto learning the Rasengan, which fucking iconic. You can't forget about that. And just like, a lot of the in between, so it's just like, because before you really get to the good parts, there's a lot of fluff. There's just a lot of fluff in between there, and then after that, I actually will put down. So despite them being part of the same arc, I do put Konoha Crush in spot number 3. Because while there is the kaiju battles towards the end of that, and I fucking love like the kaiju battle between Naruto and Gaara and everything so much to do with that, both with the fighting and from Naruto showing Gaara that there's so much more than anything and just really kicking some fucking sense into him. But there is a lot of talking in between. There is a lot of chatting, and every time and there are times where we'll flash to the forest where they're just jumping in between trees on like this episode's long chase, trying to chase down Tamari and Kankuro while they're freaking chasing Gaara away. It's like, oh lord. I'm like, when do I get to the fight with Naruto and Gaara? Because I had played that in Clash of Ninja 2 before actually seeing the arc in full. So part of me was trying to get to how did they do this in the show compared to the game where you couldn't really do as much because this was pre-arena fighter era where they were more limited in what they could do. And then after that, I will put Sasuke Recovery in 2. There, being between the story stuff and the filler, there are some great character moments. There are some great fights. Once again, still gonna talk about the fight at the Valley of the End, as we've already mentioned so many times during this podcast already. So such an amazing way to cap off a story like that, and even all the other fights before then, just like some of those moments, like with, if I remember, with Neji freaking adding 64 more fucking palms, or I can't believe I almost forgot about Choji popping out those fucking pills or whatever. I'm like, hold on, Choji's packing, he's fucking packing here. What's he doing? I legit thought he was just going to fucking say that shit, but I remember hell, some of those fights I remember saying before, Cartoon Network tried to cuck me out of freaking watching the rest of it. Too bad the internet exists. And I know I'm going to sound typical with putting Chunin exams on top, but that's more so a personal thing because I have a lot of attachment to the Chunin exams arc in general as a person, because it's really the art that I sort of got thrown into because of how TV scheduling works. So I'm just like, fuck it, why not? And it's where luck kept being a lady and giving me the episodes in order, giving me the fights in order. I was able to watch it. It was like my first real big Naruto arc. And I feel like that if I hadn't really been thrown into that, I wouldn't have been so wanting to keep going or how to go back and see what the earlier parts are like. I'm like, how did the Zabuza fight go in the anime? How did the Haka fight go in the anime? What happened after the bell test? What happened before the bell test? So mainly because it's just this is what really besides Clash of Ninja freaking threw me down the rabbit hole, this long rabbit hole. And why I put Chunin exams on top, because without it, I don't know if I would have really been put up to the whole challenge as much. But I don't know what that world is like, and quite frankly, I don't care. This is where we are now, so I will say I owe a lot to that arc, having really been the first one I really got to watch from start to finish in the full, which is why to me it is between those arcs, it is my top pick per se.
Nero, how about you? Where would you rank these arcs in particular?
I would say at first the Sasuke recovery arc, because it has one of the best confrontations on Naruto and Sasuke. I feel everybody starts working together and dealing with this massive, crazy mission with really high stakes. So yeah, that is pretty interesting. I would like to put the Shippuden and Koda Crush arcs together because like one big story and the ending is just like really, really fucking crazy with the tail beast fight, the third versus Orochimaru, and Orochimaru losing the use of his arms because of the whole Reaper Death Seal. I would say the search for Tsunade was like it was really interesting to see Naruto beat the brakes off of Kabuto and Tsunade overcoming her fear and becoming a much stronger person. And then I say Land of Waves. Land of Waves is like it takes a while for everything to start up. It's introduce you to the characters, introduce you to the world that hasn't really been fully developed yet. And it is a beginning of it kind of shows the tragedy of being like a ninja a little bit, and is like it goes into how Naruto was at first, and then he over time he just grew and become a better person because of it. If prologue didn't happen, Naruto wouldn't even be the person that we know now.
All right, and I think we are pretty much wrapped on this podcast. So I'm probably gonna start doing the outros at this point. So Tolkien, where can we find you on social media?
You can find me on YouTube at Lady Tolkien and on Twitter at Lady Tolkien7.
Rat.
You can find me on X at the RadRad and on BSky at radrad.bsky.social. You can find my YouTube channel, RadRad's Rad Games, where I just wrapped up Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise and am kind of sitting around sort of waiting to do my next project or single playthrough.
You can find me on X at Twitter, call it whatever you want. You can find me there at RentOperative_. You can find me on YouTube, Renegade Operative, Twitch, Renegade_Operative. I put up a video talking about plot armor in the Resident Evil series. Interesting discussion, so go check that out. And I'll be putting up this podcast tomorrow. I will be reviewing the movie that everyone is dying and asking for me to see, and that is Deadpool and Wolverine. So that will probably be up either around Monday or Tuesday, so look forward to that. Next up is Nero. Where can we find you?
You can find me you can find me on Twitter, YouTube, and stuff at Kingdom Barrage. So yeah.
What about you, Justin?
Y'all can find me on Twitch and YouTube at Inferno Dragon 343, and on Twitter, where X will mark the spot where I'm gonna punch Elon's fucking face, at Inferno Dragon 3D.
Kaneki, where can we find you?
Well, as of right now, you could still follow me on Twitter, aka X, known as School World Order, where I recently posted just now that I did see Deadpool and Wolverine, and I gave it a 9 out of 10. The MCU actually hit a home run with this movie. And then you can follow me on YouTube under the same name. And I'm just going to continue labbing MK1, where if you log in right now, or as of this recording, they give you MK movie skin for Scorpion for free.
Tomorrow is going to be peak comedy gold because our fighting game podcast is tomorrow. So like I said, I'm gonna try to get these two up in an expedient amount of time, but if it's not up till Tuesday or Wednesday, that's probably why. We're gonna have some fun with some Mortal Kombat stuff, so look forward to that. Until then, there will be a part 2, and we will talk about Shippuden later in the future for this, as well as a secret anime announcement that will be coming sometime later tonight. So this is Renegade Operative signing off. Hopefully you guys enjoy this discussion with us at the IES, and once again, take care of yourselves later.
Believe it.
Believe it.
Believe it.
Or Debatayo, as he says in Japanese.
Dr. Bio, Brand, don't do this.
Did I mess it up? Fuck.
Yes.
Oh well. Oh well. It happens. Everybody gets one. Everybody gets one. At least I didn't.
Tensei.
At least it's not as bad as people saying Goku and Giku. That's
Whoa.
What?
that's awful. It's like,
Oh my god.
even Cat had a brain aneurysm there. That's funny.
Kind of.
All right, greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our part 2 Naruto discussion. This is the Shippuden part, so we're going to be focusing more on that over part 1. I have my panel here today. I'm Renegade Operative, and I'm going to introduce Andre first.
Yo, Dr. Bio. Hi, this is Andre B. Venom. Yeah, we finally got to Naruto Shippuden. This has been a podcast I've been very excited for probably since last year for a while, like last few months. Wasn't on the first Naruto podcast, but definitely on this one. So this is gonna be a really fun one for y'all to enjoy.
Next up is Drillbit. Introduce yourself, good sir.
Well, hey everyone. I didn't make it to the first one, but glad that I made it to this one since I had more stuff to say about it. But yeah, I'm really excited about this one.
Justin, introduce yourself, good sir.
Believe it. We've got filler and more filler for you. Also, a couple hundred episodes.
41 fucking %. Goddamn, I can't believe it after looking back at it. Next up is Rocker. Introduce yourself, good sir.
Hello, I'm finally back on Naruto Part 2. I've been looking forward to this since Part 1. Sadly, I wasn't on Part 1, but what you gonna do? But I am ready.
And last but not least, we have Shug. Introduce yourself, good sir.
Hello. It's been a couple months, and this pod has been delayed so many times, but finally, we are here to discuss this goddamn part, and I'm excited for it because I missed out on the first part also. So here's hoping that we can perfectly go through part 2 also.
Yeah, even though it's just like the last time I went back and I had to watch like half of it, it was 500 episodes, dude. Oh my god. But we're here and we're gonna get into the first question. How did you initially feel about the time skip with Shippuden going into part 2 from the first one and how that ended? What was your initial reaction? And did Shippuden live up to the hype for you? And we're gonna go with Rocker first.
Oh, fuck, I'm actually leading off. Yeah, but getting excuse me. I actually was looking forward to the time skip because I could tell there was still more stories to be told, loose ends to be tied up, lore to be given, and all that. It was well worth it. And if it lived up to the hype, certain parts, yes, certain parts, no. But overall, I just watched it from the point of view of somebody who thoroughly enjoys watching animated content. It gave us a lot of awesome fight scenes, some kind of sucky fight scenes, way too much filler, and just a few of those brain-dead Naruto moments that you know and love. But yes and no is my answer to if it lived up to the hype. Yes, man, no, and that's really it.
It is your turn, Justin. What do you think of the time skip and everything they established so far for Naruto Part 2?
I was already used to time skips by that point, mainly thanks to, going from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z, so it's like typical sort of thing. I mean, I never mind a good time skip. So, like, sometimes there's just a lot of shit that you gotta set up and then tell, like, in between, or just anything like that. So I mean, seeing him go from freaking wearing bright ass orange and being loud as shit to now being taller and actually wearing some black with that orange was really good to see come like the first couple episodes, because it was a fucking whiplash when you go from how he was before. And considering what was mentioned before, what the show gave us, yeah. God, I mean, obviously that's for deeper into the podcast, but just a lot of ups and downs with the series as a whole, and just everything during its time on both like the manga, but God, especially the anime with all that shit. So I'm gonna also go with a yes and no, because there were points where it did get a bit ridiculous, but at the same time, I'm not gonna downplay like all the good shit that came out of it. So yeah, time skips are never a bad idea as long as they're actually done correctly.
Drill, how about you? What did you think of the initial time skip between part 1 to part 2?
Right. Honestly, I really liked it mainly because part one kind of ended on a bit of a downer. I mean, they couldn't get Sasuke back, and then Naruto felt he was too weak to get him, so he felt the only step to go is just to get stronger and join up with Jiraiya, which I thought it was a great book end of part one. And plus, it kind of felt like they were able to kind of start over again and give everyone like new designs and new abilities, like with all the other ninjas. Albeit, I was hoping that with a new part, maybe they explore like more underutilized characters, or you know give us more cool fights. I mean, like the Sound Ninja, like the Sasuke retrieval arc, you saw Kiba and Choji fight, so maybe they would have had Shino fight too. But yeah, if you know what happens in Shippuden, well, yeah, that's the part that really disappointed me. But like we've said before, there is a lot of ups and downs to Shippuden. There's just certain parts I wasn't a fan of, but I still liked it for the most part. That's just my brief thoughts on it without going too in depth.
Andre, it is your turn. What do you think of the time skip between part 1 to part 2, and did it live up to the hype in your honest opinion?
Okay, honestly, so I was actually really excited for the time skip of for Naruto because after part one, and I was like, I wonder how they're gonna go from there. Like since Naruto went off to train with Jiraiya for 2 straight years, and I, for the most part, like early on, I really did. I was pretty excited to see Naruto back in action. Seeing Sakura a lot stronger now. She definitely learned like super strength and healing. It was also really cool to see like the rest of Naruto's friend group grow up as well, along with Sasuke sort of, I guess, finally coming into his own compared to like part one, where he spent most of that time sort of, trying to kill Itachi, feeling inferior to Naruto, where in Shippuden, he definitely really came into his own. I had a great time watching those Shippuden, so my relationship's kind of weird, where it's like, I really liked it at the beginning. I feel like it's starting to fall off it a little bit over time. I think around maybe the Kage Summit arc and the War arc, I got back into it. But yeah, by the time the show was like close to ending, I think I was just like really confused. Like it was either feelings of confusion. There's like a lot of feelings of confusion, just really mixed on how everything was going. Like I still enjoyed my time with the anime, but I think the latter portion had a lot of problems. But I did enjoy my time with Shippuden. It just didn't really. I do think part one is better in some areas, though. It's the pacing, but that's really just me. And yeah, but yeah, overall, I'd say it lived up to the hype mostly.
All right, it's my turn. Did it live up to the hype? I would say same answer as mostly everyone else. In certain segments, it did. There were some interesting battles. a lot of stuff going on with the two main characters, Sasuke and Naruto, and their conflicts being on a more broader horizon. But I felt part one ended perfectly. It needed to get this second part to have the resolutions of, okay, now Sasuke's going to Orochimaru, and then what's gonna happen there, and then Naruto's going to train with Jiraiya, and they get like more mature and stronger over time, and it leads to a pretty explosive opening. But I feel the issue with this part is that number one, they undermine a lot of other characters. It's like someone said, once they got to the war arc, you really start to see that it's the Sasuke and Naruto show at that point. And it felt like the variety of other characters kind of got a little bit undermined because of how strong they were getting, especially with questions that we'll answer later on. Ashra, Indra, sorry about that, I had a cough, but there are things that they introduce where obviously it has some of the Dragon Ball effect, where, oh, now these two characters are just as strong enough to deal with this one threat. And I kind of felt a little indifferent about that, as well as some of the long episodes. I mean, we talk about a very good opening, and then it's a lot of flashbacks, and you're gonna be getting a lot of them, and more, and more, and more. And as I was watching it, I was just kind of like, holy shit, how many stories are we going to fill in the blanks here, and then get to the main plot, which is like main character city. But I did enjoy my time with it, but it's as like someone was saying when they were talking about this particular part, the pacing in part one is just so much better in part two, and that was my only big issue with it. I felt like if they would have stuck the landing with the ending and shaved down a few episodes, it would have been completely fine, perfect. But you know, I had fun with it for what it was. It was just, you know, some parts that were kind of dragging. But Shug, it is your turn. What do you feel about part two and your initial reaction to it?
So my introduction to it was through the manga. So I didn't really watch Naruto in terms of TV, because like whenever I discovered it, it was like the tuning exams, and then after that, I kind of just lost track of it. So I started reading it. So like the time skip wasn't as much as, like, let's say, as an anime viewer. It wasn't too much of a wait or too much of a, like of excuse me, overhyping myself kind of deal. Um, I felt like the transition over from, let's say, I think Naruto, like regular Naruto, ended in like volume 28, 29, and by volume 30, that's when Shippuden kind of like picks up. So, um, I was more excited to see more characters. I feel like they kind of just, you know, they introduced all of these characters in the first half, and then in the second half, they kind of just slowly and completely just got rid of them completely, like entirely. You know, you rarely see any of characters, and like I think the character you see the most of, besides like, you know, the regular three, is like Shikamaru and like Konohamaru at times, and like Kakashi, of course, Yamato. You know, and you don't really get to see as many other characters show off as much as they did, especially in the Sasuke retrieval arc. So I do feel like they should have done better with how they did their characters overall, and I feel like some of the fillers that they did, you know, I think they should have been added to the actual story instead of it being like fillers, because some of the like the Akatsuki stuff with the tails, none of that was like in the books, if I'm not mistaken. And so, you know, you have like all these random fillers of explaining other shit, and then having these characters be, or side characters, come out of nowhere and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna be the most powerful motherfucker in this one episode or two episodes," and then after this, I don't know how the hell I'm gonna be able to you know, do whatever. Besides, like, I guess Guy. I think Guy was probably like the most prominent, you know, side character that did shit. And yeah, I think it's more of like disappointment in terms of how they did some characters. because I didn't really overhype myself over it, especially at the time. So my excitement was high, but my disappointment was probably a bit higher with how it all ended up going through like 10 years of just Naruto, Sasuke, going at each other and not much of anybody else kind of deal. So I would arrange it also like a yes and no, but like leaning towards more of a disappointment, really.
We are moving on to question number 2. Let's talk about the top 3 favorite battles in Naruto Part 2. List off your favorites and explain what made them so good, story invested, and well animated, in your opinion. And first, we're going to go with Drillbit.
Oh, damn. You're kind of putting me a bit on the spot. Hey. Oh, you can hear me fine, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. For me, like, in no particular order, probably my favorites were, like, obviously I'm going to pick the first one being Sasuke versus Deidara. Mainly because it felt like the most traditionally part 1 Naruto to me, where it's more like them actually fighting like ninjas and not just like the later parts where it's just like throw like OP jutsus at each other. And mainly because Sasuke actually had a really tough time beating him. And even then, I don't even think. Well, yeah, he only barely beat him, and mainly because it kind of helped like tie into the character of Deidara because he really hated Itachi, and obviously since he was his brother, that's kind of why he even hated Sasuke as well. And although the only part I didn't like is like how Sasuke survives is mainly because he just summoned Monda at the last second even though he was running out of chakra. I just thought that was a bit bullshit. But honestly, I don't have problems with it. It's a really good fight. At least it's probably my favorite Sasuke fight. Even though most people would say when he fights Itachi the first time. And for me, probably the second one for me would be like Shikamaru and Hidan, and I guess like Kakashi and the others help him as well, but mainly because because the guy can't die and they have to figure out how to beat him, and also me, and also how, and I really like that one part where Hidan thought he had Shikamaru, but then he accidentally stabbed Kakazu because he used his own blood. So thought that was really cool. And he lost one of his own hearts. And he ends up defeating Hidan by just throwing him in, like keeping him stuck into that pit for like basically all of eternity. Although I'm pretty sure he died by now. But yeah, that's like the second best one for me. And then obviously the best one for me would probably be Pain versus Naruto. Mainly because Naruto finally achieves Sage Mode. He's able to go 1-to-1 with Pain, but even then he eventually almost gets overwhelmed by him. And the Nine Tails base and he had to go berserk in order to even be able to slow down Pain. And he doesn't and the thing is that he's able to convince Nagato to just be able to bring everyone back, and that, I guess he didn't defeat him in a traditional sense, but it was still a really good fight. All memes aside, what people make of it. But yeah, that's pretty much my side of it.
Andre, it is your turn. Top 3 favorite fights.
Oh, that's a hard one. You know what? I only got one special mention. Kakashi versus Obito in the war. Higashi and Obito get transported to that other dimension. I think that fight is just amazing. It's incredible. Like the animations, the music, and how it flashes back to Obito and Higashi's childhood, when they used to be teammates, but now them in the present they're enemies. It's a really beautiful animated fight. I do kind of like how Obito actually manages to like surprise Kakashi, but Kakashi manages to like electrocute him with what was a lightning blade. It was like a really cool techniques because Obito uses like I think like wood techniques and stuff like at least I remembered. And yeah, I do like how it ends where Kakashi kills Obito through the chest. So lightning blades kind of like a callback to how he killed Reem. That's one. Next one is I say my guy versus Madara. That fight was insane. It was for starters, guy was able to finally shine because one of the problems with Naruto was like a lot of the characters later on in the war kind of got shafted, but guy actually came in clutch. Dude was like beating Madara's ass, and it's especially awesome in like Storm 4 where my guy like my guy versus Madara fight in Storm 4 was insane where guy literally kicks Madara so high, literally into the moon, that as he's like falling back down to earth, he literally just gives him a thumbs up. And, like slams into the ground. I thought that was just really sent chills down my spine. And then finally I guess Naruto versus Pain is the normal answer. Like I said, it's definitely the peak of the entire series, at least for me, because Naruto not only learns stage mode, but he goes through a lot of character growth, Compare how far he's grown since like the very beginning of part 1 to now. It was really an awesome moment, especially when after he defeats Bane, he lets go of his hatred for Nagato, and he ends up becoming a hero of the Leaf Village, and that was like a story moment that just paid off beautifully, and that's really about it. There's a ton of other fights, but those are probably my top 3 I can think of at the moment.
Justin, it is your turn. Top 3 favorite fights.
There's so many fucking fights, man.
I know, believe me.
Yeah, much like before, I can't really go in any particular order, so I'm just gonna say some highlighted fights for me. So, this fucker already mentioned the Madara versus Guy fight, but no, that was a pretty holy shit moment because you think such a goofy guy like Guy, God, the fucking name, Jesus Christ, couldn't go up to someone like Madara by that point, but dead ass people actually thought Guy had a fucking chance. He did, but plot armor's gonna plot armor. And, even like even if you look closely at the scene where my guy turns into Night Guy, Kakashi's like, it's like, oh fuck, you might add, oh my god. He's both impressed and also terrified at the same time. That's such a such a goofy motherfucker all of a sudden could go toe to toe with one of the strongest fucking shinobi in all of existence. And he's just like, where the fuck was this guy like 30 minutes ago? Or even like the past 3 years? And what Andre's saying in the pocket chat is right. I'm like, I wonder that too, but anime, I guess, we consider some of the other shit that people survive in this. Because let's not forget what happens later on with when you gotta hand it to some people, if you know what I'm trying to say here. As short as it is, and this might bleed into a later question, but as short as it is, I do like where he fights I do like the fight with Naruto against the Nine Tails, where he gains control of it, mainly from like the impact and what happens with it, like the fight notwithstanding, but it's more so what we get from it that I'm more into it. Sometimes it's the things within a fight without the actual fighting part of the fight. Take a shot every time I said fight. and honestly, just because I think it's iconic, I still fuck with the Naruto Sasuke fight at the Valley of the End, just because of the sense of finality. The whole series has been building up to, like, just this one big moment, and they finally fucking get it. It is the epitome of like shonen anime, where sometimes in order to really, really get your point across, you need to punch the ever loving fuck out of each other, or in some cases, fucking energy move the hell out of each other. It's sometimes a real fucking good fight is all you need. And I'm also gonna give a single bonus mention to Ninja Storm 3 for turning a 30-second scene into probably one of the best fights in the entire game. Just saying, mainly, especially because of the track that plays behind it, Seeking Answers.
Oh yeah.
Fucking wish that was in the anime, but I mean, I'll fuck with it being in Ninja Storm 3. At least you can go back and replay it over and over again.
I think they wanted it to be just a lot more impactful without music, so I guess it kind of fits, but, I still like the scene regardless when they did it in the game. But, Rocker, it is your turn. Top 3 favorite fights.
Okay, there are plenty of fights to choose from, so can't really name like my own top 3, but I'll give you 3 that I thoroughly enjoyed. Fight number 1 will have to be Reanimated Madara versus the Shinobi Alliance. Because they think, oh man, we got this. We can handle this, and they see fucking Madara just fucking pop up, and they're like, we don't got this. Him showing up, bodying the entirety of it the entirety of the Alliance from what I can remember, just sets that level of fear that I feel should be in any big over the top fucking fight scene. And he like I said, him just popping up, not exactly popping up, coming out of the coffin, seeing them all, and basically, to quote the youth of the nation, running a fade on all of them just lets you know everything that's been said about him is true. You better hope you're lucky, because if you're not, your ass is gonna be your ass is done. But fight number 2 would have to be Naruto versus Pain. I liked it because it showed us the level of ruthlessness that Nagato, who's the one puppeting the Pains, is fucking capable of doing. He'll use any means to attain fucking peace. And if that means destroying a village or two and killing thousands upon tens of thousands of people to do it, so be it. And also, as we saw Naruto basically, Ren, remind me, what level of tails did he get to during that fight, if you remember?
6.
Thank you. He saw everything that happened, basically went nuts and went basically right to 6, but he stopped. Correct me if I'm wrong, but during that scene when he had stopped and everything, was that not the scene where he also met his father? But enough about that. But showed him basically getting to using Sage Mode to basically I'm sorry. See, it's his first use of Sage Mode. All he can do. It also excuse me. It also pitted two of Jiraiya's best pupils. Nagato, who's the guy who's, like I said before, is the one controlling the pains. One of not Naruto, Jiraiya's older students versus his most recent one. So it's a clash of ideals between his students. Okay. I absolutely butchered that one, but I'm just going to go right to the last one. Guy versus Madara. Don't really think there's much I can say on this that hasn't already been said, but one thing that bears repeating, Might Guy, one of the goofiest motherfuckers in the series, nearly beats the living piss out of, nearly beats Madara, which is the strongest shinobi, the strongest resurrected shinobi at the time. Yeah, it just shows. Look at how far Guy was willing to go to protect people. It just shows you that the goofiest looking motherfuckers in the series could be some of the strongest, if not the strongest guy in there. And that's really all I got to say on that one. Thank you.
All right, it is my turn. So I'm gonna go ahead. I mean, this fight is a little bit of a massacre, but Madara versus the Shinobi Alliance, just absolute brutality. Once he just starts like skewering people and everything, and it just literally turns into, oh, now this guy's like awakened. We can't beat him. What's going on? So I really just liked how they built that villain up. It's one of the best introductions of Shippuden by far, with that fight of Madara and the Shinobi Alliance. Then I want to say Madara versus Guy, because one of the things I really liked about this fight is when he activated the 8th gate. You saw the desperation, like you saw the bones cracking, the skin sizzling, and everything. And Madara saying, "Oh, he's gonna try to end the attacks now with certain attacks." That's how you know Guy was like super serious. In seeing the bones just like crack open was fucking ridiculous as he kicked Madara in the ribs as well, and it broke his ribs. It was a very brutal and very strong showing of a technique that was going to just be devastating no matter what, because remember, you do it, it kills you, but in this case they managed to do some life saving there. That's neither here nor there, but still, it was wonderful, it was amazing, it was cool. It was one of the most awesome moments that character will probably ever get in that show, and that's saying something considering so many characters they sidelined in this particular part. And then I would have to say, for my final favorite fight, I'm gonna go different, and I'm gonna say the Kage Summit battle, all of it, because look, while Sasuke is the most craziest person of all time to try to go into the Kage Summit and challenge every fucking body in there and say, look, I have EMS, I'm gonna try to be strong enough to kill everybody in here. And it is the craziest plot point for that character up until that point. So you got every Kage like fighting in the building, and Sasuke is going like after them, and the Raikage, of course, which, I mean, I don't know why he tried to jump on some Amaterasu flame, but you get to see a good example of how the characters have improved in power as well as their danger level as to what the fuck is going on in there, especially with Raikage being saved, Sasuke about to be turned into a blender, a Saiyan from being trapped in that cube. It was a lot going on, and I think it demonstrated some great powers when you really start to digest and see what these Kages, these like beyond level Kages, are actually capable of. So that's like one of my favorite fights within the series so far. And if I had an honorable mention, I would say I didn't put it as any of the rankings. I would say Valley of the End for Naruto and Sasuke, but only towards the end, because I said this in chat, when that fight first begins, it's literally like, what the fuck is going on? The characters are so OP now at this point. They are throwing everything. Planetary devastations. You got this, you got that, you got the Biju energy going on. I believe this is the equivalent of a visual overload in terms of powers, which is why I can see why people don't really like this fight that much compared to the more personal fight of part 1. But the ending is fantastic because at a point they do my favorite thing. The powers they knock off. They all use all their chakra at this point, at least what they have left, as what they try to convey. And then it's like, all right, hand to hand, let's fight. Let's do some taijutsu. And I think that part was the best part of it because it showed the emotional weight of the fight going into it, and they've been fighting for like literally from morning until dusk, which is fucking phenomenal. And they get all tired and they're punching each other and then they stop, and then it's like it feels like this is the climactic finish to everything. And I just love the whole montage of the characters and them sort of helping Naruto shape the Rasengan, and that was pretty cool. That was a cool moment. It was showing that the village was behind them all the way, and they were morphing from their kid forms to, you know, their teenager ones, and they clashed, and it was awesome. So I liked the ending battle of that part because there was a lot of symbolism there, and it was really good. Shook, it is your turn. What are your top 3 favorite fights in Shippuden? Shook? Is he aware? I think so. Well, we will. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you fine.
Oh, he's
I'm
back.
I was the ninjas got to him.
No,
Oh,
yeah, they
yeah.
got me.
Oh,
So I basically had to switch my list a little bit because everybody went with Guy and Madara. So I'm just not gonna pick that fight. I love that fight. It's definitely one of my favorites, and I waited years for it to be animated. But I will say for sure my number one, if I didn't pick Guy versus Madara like everybody else, would be Kakashi versus Obito. I think Kakashi versus Obito is probably the most emotional fight in the entirety of the show, and besides like Shikamaru versus Idan. And Kakashi versus Obito, I wanted to watch this fight for so long because, as I said earlier, I read this first before I could even, watch it. And so, one of the volumes after Naruto, the original show ends, or like the first half, they give you the flashback of Kakashi when he was a little kid with the with Minato squad, and they do this whole flashback thing where they show you and introduce you to Obito, and we all know what happens to him. And so it left me thinking of like, damn, this kid looked cool. He was promising, and it's like, why would they just introduce him just to kill him off instantly, basically? Like it took 3 chapters just to kill him. And I remember fighting for years with people because as soon as I saw Toby, I was like, this has to be Obito. There was like nobody believed me. Everybody always thought I was going crazy. This is like 10 years of my life. And I was always kept saying, Toby is fucking Obito. Just watch. People thought I was crazy. Look what ended up happening. So whenever that got revealed and what's it called? He ended up, going around and trying to kill everything with Madara. I was like, damn, this dude is fucking crazy. And he seemed way too overpowered for Kakashi to even fight. So I was like, I'm not thinking that Kakashi's gonna fight him or anything, but they do end up fighting. And then they have this fight where it's just all their flashbacks to when they were kids. and you have all this entirety of the fight that was just amazing. And I think out of all the fights in the entire show, this is probably like the most well like choreographed in terms of like how it feels, how it goes, because it's literally hand to hand almost the entire time, and they don't really start using jutsus up until the end. So just having their raw emotions not being shown in their words, but with their fighting was just, I don't know, it was just amazing to watch, and it was like a straight up 5 minute fight. So reading it was completely different to watching it, basically. So I think I like watching it more than reading it because of all just the music. I think the music really helps this, and makes this fight very emotional to watch. And we see how their friendship evolved in terms of how they both went different ways, especially with Obito quote unquote dying for 90% of Kakashi's life for 16 years, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a very interesting fight, very lovely fight to watch. So definitely my number one. My number two, I'll go with, just because it hasn't been mentioned, I would go with Datara versus Gaara. I think it's probably one of those like very underrated fights. There's not much that happens, but you gotta like think about the fact that Gaara was protecting the entire city or the entire village, while fighting Datara. And this man fought him, just toe to toe, basically, while also protecting the entire village. So I think it's definitely one of like the really, really good early fights of the show, next to like Sasori and Sakura. But like that one for sure is probably one of my favorites from like early show Shippuden. And like I think for sure if that fight had a bit more of Gaara not having to protect the village, I think it would have gotten a lot different. And maybe if Gaara had like total control over Shukaku, it would be even cooler. There's a definitely like a what if situation with that fight for sure. And three, I think it's like a tie between Sasuke versus Itachi or Naruto versus Pain. I think both of these kind of like had the emotional factor in terms of Pain killing Jiraiya and Sasuke versus Itachi being like the whole plot point of that man's life. So I think for sure in terms of emotion, these two fights are definitely like up to par in terms of pure raw emotion. Animation wise, the Naruto versus Pain, very questionable, but overall still a really good fight to watch. And yeah, I think for sure these are like top three, I would say, and especially having Guy versus Madara, probably being like the greatest fight in the entire show. But overall, those are my three.
Next question is, there are multiple villains throughout the entirety of Naruto Shippuden. Which one is your favorite between Pain, Kaguya, Madara, Danzo, Obito, Sasuke, etc.? And we're gonna go with Andre first.
Top three. Which one was your favorite between Pain, Kaga, Madara? That's a good question. Okay, to be extremely honest with you, probably Pain. I mean, the reason I really like Pain is because I think it was a really interesting take, because in a way Nagato was a lot like Naruto. He didn't really, in a sense, he didn't really have much of a family, and you can argue that Conan's like Sakura and was the guy who goes like Sasuke, and Jiraiya was sort of like that father figure, and I really like this whole like dynamic where he's willing to achieve, like, he's leader of the Akatsuki, and he's willing to achieve peace in any means necessary, and I think Pain's whole role in the story is like excellent because he kills Jiraiya, which one of the most beloved characters in the series. But not only that, but like it also causes Naruto to sort of like grow more as a character, he learns Sage Mode. He manages to essentially, make peace with Pain. And on a side note, also, I think Pain's abilities are just really cool. The 6 paths of Pain, just well, and along with all the animal summons. But yeah, I'd say I really like Pain a lot. I think he was a really awesome villain, and also Jiraiya versus Pain was a really good fight too. But I think that's maybe it. Would say Madara, but there is a reason I didn't say. And as for the other ones, I didn't really care for Danzo. Obito I'm like really split on. Obito I'm like really 50-50 on, but I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to go on like a tangent about it. But that's really about it for me.
Drill, it's your turn. What is your favorite villain in Shippuden?
Well, obviously Kaguya. No.
Oh my
On a
god.
serious note. But yeah, like on a serious note, yeah, the same as Andre being Pain because he felt like the most well-developed villain out of everybody. Yeah, obviously Obito is good, but it also the problem was is that it also kind of fell into the worst part of Shippuden being the war arc. And, and I don't know, some of his motivations kind of fell flat for me, but Pain being the Jiraiya's student and then having to go and being basically getting battle hardened from all the terrible things that happened in like the Hidden Rain village with Nagata. Well, forget that guy's name who died. What was his name, Ren?
I think his name is Yahiko.
Yeah, with Yahiko dying, and then Nagato awakening the Renegon. Like the Renegon is also really cool as well. It's just a shame that we didn't see more of the Byakugan, but that's another story. But yeah, the Renegon was really cool, and honestly, the fact that he was able to destroy the entire village by himself was pretty scary. Like he pretty much like he was willing to destroy the entire village to find Naruto, and also the fact and pretty much that they were kind of like complete opposites in a way. Honestly, Pain was always my favorite villain out of all of them. Mainly because he was just a lot more nuanced and in depth rather than just being kind of a straight up bad guy. And obviously the Naruto versus Pain fight probably being the best fight in the series for sure.
You done, Drill?
But yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, it is Justin's turn. Justin, what is your favorite villain throughout the entirety of Shippuden?
I'm gonna sound like a broken record because what has already been said about Pain, but on Andre over here, freaking in Pocket Chat, putting his cycle of hatred speech, and honestly, it's a good point. Like, there's nothing. I love me a good like dark reflection kind of characters. Like, this is what you could have been if you went down a different path, and it's also is like, why do you get to preach about peace and justice? He all being while being completely calm of the whole thing is just like your sentiments are fucking meaningless because you people go back on your shit anyway. It's like, my god. I love it when a villain can make a good point while also while also being someone that at the end of the day has to be stopped in order for people to not get in order for innocent people to not get killed, because there's just something about there's something about being able to write an antagonist that can kick your ass, that can effortlessly just fucking just straight up kill a whole bunch of people that can effortlessly destroy an entire fucking village. And at the same time, without missing a beat and just remaining stone cold, not Steve Austin kind 316 in your face, just give you a whole preaching speech, a well done one, by way how your morals are just as bad, because at the end of the day, where is your peace and justice when push comes to shove? Sometimes it's not about the power of a villain, but also just what they can say to you in a single moment. Even better if they can just do it without skipping a beat, missing a beat, and just keeping to, like, at least in the English dub, just keeping to that tone the entire time. Because what right do you have? It's like, man, how do you, like, Kishimoto? Goddamn, I didn't see your game there, but I will concede to that. Again, I love me a good fucking antagonist like that shit. It's so difficult to get right, but when you do get it right, it hits you like fucking Truck-kun trying to isekai you into the world.
Rocker?
I had to make the joke.
God damn it. You just made me laugh. But Rocker, it is your turn. What is your favorite villain in Shippuden?
Oh god, there are so many good villains to choose from. You've got fucking Madara, Obito, Pain, fucking one that coming out of the left field, Kabuto. Though he isn't my favorite villain, I'm just gonna have to say, honestly, my favorite villain had to be Obito. Excuse me. I mean, at first when we see him, he's introduced to us as Toby, at the time we think potentially mentally disturbed. Wait, not potentially. He is mentally disturbed as Toby, member of the Akatsuki, who is barely serious, mostly just pranking or munching on little snacks or whatever. But once we saw him being able to basically phase in and out of reality through his ability and everything, something clicked in my mind. I'm like, okay, this guy's got potential. He could be a real problem later on down the line if he just isn't a side character. But then when we get to the point where he is revealed to be Kakashi's former friend and teammate Toby. Not Toby. Obito. We were just like, oh fuck. When we last heard of him, we thought he was dead, but nah, he's secretly. If memory serves, just a second. My notes. For like a lot of his actions have had fucking thunderous effects in the series, because number one, look at what he did when he attacked the Hidden Leaf Village, mask and everything with the Nine Tails the first time. We lost Naruto's mom, Naruto's dad, whole host of other people. And look at what the repercussions and everything had with that. Naruto was basically ostracized his entire life because of Obito. Excuse me again. You did not see not Obito coming, because you thought originally he was dead, but no. And if you look, and just like Nagato, he's also could be an example of what Naruto could have become had a few different different circumstances changed. Just like but to summarize it up, my favorite villain, Obito. You didn't see it. You have to admit you did not see it coming. He had reasons for being angry. And yeah, I'm sorry, but my notes on this part were kind of all over the place. I apologize. But yeah, that's my favorite villain.
All right, it's my turn. I'm gonna go to the broken record. I'm gonna say Pain. You will know pain, and it's just he's really good for several reasons. It mostly peaked that arc, in my personal opinion, considering the backstory and the characters that were set up with it. You learn that Nagato once again grew up, had these powers, and then considering the fact that he had the Rinnegan in his eyes and everything, Jiraiya went to train him. Then part of his team gets captured, and a desperate decision is made when Yahiko decides to impale himself on the blade and try to at least, save his team from committing the act of going and stabbing Hidan. Which is one of those moments where it's like now he drops the philosophy of, people don't deserve this, people don't deserve that, and he has that dark reflection once again, similar to how Sasuke sort of changed his ideals around for more power. But Pain operates clearly on a different basis. The fact that he not only went back and killed his old teacher Jiraiya, and then you saw those episodes of Naruto lingering around, like just clearly in hurt. Then you go to the destruction of the village, where he completely levels the Leaf Village, and it's just pandemonium everywhere. Kakashi actually dies in one of the episodes because he uses the Kamui, and he has like no chakra left. So because of that, he dies, and he does get revived like a little bit later, but still, there's one of those dire moments where it's like, holy shit, they took out like two main characters that you really care about and love. And obviously, we're going to talk about more of this. I'm sure it's going to be brought up in a question for the next one, where emotional moments, but clearly what turns Naruto into the Six Tails, which is he's pinned down by Pain. Pain is giving the speech, obviously, and then here comes Hinata, and then you know what happens next. So because of the emotional turmoil between all of the characters, all of the deaths, and how they really went in on that one, I would have to say it's him. Not to say there isn't like a lot of high tier villain moments, but that's the only reason why I did not pick Madara over Pain, because the Pain arc was just so impactful and he was a part of it. So but he's no slouch until the end, which we'll talk about later, but it's unfortunate still. That's my favorite arc, and that's my favorite villain that embodies that so far, in my personal opinion. Next up is Shug. What's your favorite villain throughout the entire series of Shippuden?
People bringing me shit. Sorry. So I know the real villain of Naruto. Okay, the real villain of Naruto was Tobirama. None of this whole list of bullshit. Tobirama was the villain here. I'm kidding. I'll go with Pain. I think I'll go with Pain. I think Pain was definitely one of those characters that was very impactful with the series, for sure. Especially with the mystery behind him. You always feel like whenever he showed up in like the Akatsuki meetings and all that stuff, you would see him, all like ominous, with the weird eyes that we've never seen before, and like making him look like very mysterious. And you can see that he kind of looked like Naruto, if you're really being honest here. He had that, like short hair, short spiky hair kind of deal, and him having those those like grayish purplish eyes, and it was just like, holy shit, who is this guy? What does this guy do? You know, what is the mystery behind this dude? And like whenever we get to see him full blown pop in quite literally and just destroy the hidden leaf in one blow was insane. And his whole fight with Naruto, and including even the fight with Jiraiya, you know, it was, you know, that Jiraiya is like a very powerful like shinobi, and then you see him kind of get bodied really whenever he encounters pain. So you're like, holy shit, you know, this dude is even more powerful than Jiraiya, who at the time we would think is like the most powerful shinobi we know of on the show, at least next to like Tsunade. And excuse me, we see him finally pop in, and you know, we go back to destroying the Leaf Village, and him just trying to goad Naruto into just losing his losing his mind. So you know, when we get to the point of him, you know, giving him that speech and like practically, you know, destroying Hinata for plot reasons, and Naruto just losing his fucking mind is just cinema, you know, because we never see Naruto lose his mind like this, except maybe whenever he like fought Orochimaru. Yeah, so like, we see this kind of just full blown rage coming out of Naruto, and it was something crazy. It was something very emotional to see Naruto go to this kind of like depth in terms of rage. And so you see that whenever he channels, you know, is getting channeled by his anger and losing control of everything, we see him gain more tails, and it's like more approaches into like the ninth tail. He's almost captured and all this kind of stuff by pain. And we see that he gets kind of just dialed back by his father, who is somehow, you know, in the seal of the Nine Tails to control, you know, his rage. But kind of just tells him like, you need to, you know, you need to take care of this power because this is the last time I can do this for you, kind of deal. So, you know, it was a moment of, I would say, the turning point of the show, of where Naruto has reached a point where he's kind of stalled, really. And like, even with the sage, it was, again, needed for plot. It was something that was kind of needed for him to fight this kind of power, but it was not the power that he needed for, you know, for what was waiting. So for sure we see that the plot had to go further, even after this entirely insane fight with so many emotions from both parties and the reader and watcher, that you're just sitting there like, how can this even, like, how can this go even further than, you know, how great in this fight was. And even though the animation kind of ruined the fight a little bit, I would say that is possibly one of the best fights of the show, for sure. And I think he was one of the better villains in the entirety of it, just because he drove Naruto to that point that not really anybody else had to this point in the show. And he's been through a lot. So, you know, it was something different for sure to see this kind of villain.
And yeah, the animation, oh my god. Seeing Pain get beat down like he was a pin cushion and it looked so out of whack. If that's one of the fights I could ever have remade in better modern animation, it would be that one. Cause fuck, man, it's so emotionally powerful, but Pain's face when he's punching down takes me out of it so hard. But I digress. I'm moving on to the next question here, and that is the most emotional moment or death for you in Naruto Part 2, and we will go with Andre first.
Most emotional death in Naruto Part 2. Man, moment, that's a good question. A lot. I think when Jiraiya was killed, because easily Jiraiya's death, because Jiraiya's death really changed the series. It also really changed Naruto a lot as a character. Because dude, I remember when I first when I heard the news, or at least when I was watching the episode, my heart stopped, and especially the scene where Jiraiya was falling into the water, and after that, I was like, oh no. And pretty much when Naruto hears the news, he's in utter shock and just can't really believe it. And he ends up closing himself off to everyone, and really sort of, becomes, he goes through a really bad depression for a little bit. And, he sits on the park bench at night and Haruka approaches him, and that conversation they have, the heart to heart, was like, you can really tell that Haruka was definitely like a big brother figure in Naruto and always had his back. And Haruka tells Naruto, hey, even if Jiraiya is dead, you have, he'll always still be with you no matter what. And Naruto manages to recover from Jiraiya's death eventually and decides to learn Sage Mode. And he pretty much honors Jiraiya's wishes too by forgiving Nagato, which that's what, that's Naruto would do, he wouldn't hold a grudge forever. In fact, he was able to redeem Gaara in part 1, so I'd say that moment really stuck out to me the most. I think another emotional moment was, I guess Naruto meeting his mother, finally meeting his mother, like for the first time ever, and her recounting her story of how she met Minato and how she became pregnant with Naruto. It really hits the feels. I believe that's it, because yeah, I can't really think of much else, but that's the big one that comes to the top of my head for like sad moments.
I'll go next. So it's a few of them, and I kind of alluded to one of them. I would say, in terms of emotional moments, I have three I'm gonna go by real quick. I'm gonna say Hinata sticking up for Naruto is sad, because when she walks into the battlefield versus Pain, she ain't got no chance. Like, that was the first thing I was thinking of. Like, as soon as she jumped in there, I'm like, no, don't do it. And then, well, what I expected kind of happened. She was getting thrown all over the place, trying to take the reeds out of Naruto's back and his arms, and she kept trying to do it, and he was just like, Pain was like, why? Why are you doing this, knowing that this is futile? And she kept going on about it. This is my ninja way. So he just kept slamming her, beating her, and then I think that final blow where he knocked her into the air, that was it. Naruto saw it. Six-tail time. He's super fucking pissed. He loses control. It's one of the most, like, sort of emotionally harrowing fights they have thus far, and I really, really enjoyed it. I would say the other two is pretty simple. Jiraiya dying, because I knew something was wrong when he lost his arm. He was getting, he got his throat crushed, and I was just like, I think it's a wrap for this character at this point, of him dying to his previous student. And Jiraiya's death impacted, I mean, the way it impacted Tsunade was also like pretty fucked up with all those flashbacks. I think it was totally effective at the time that it did work, even though I really liked the character. I just had some feeling at that point when they were running through the base, and when Pain came out of the wall, I was like, oh fuck. So I know that was like super sad and haunting in a sense when he got knocked into the water too. Then I would say Asuma's death is also another one, because when Hidan and Kazuku is like hitting him each time, they get like a hit off, right? Slowly but surely, and you see Shikamaru like freaking the fuck out. Like he doesn't know what to do, but he's trying like his hardest to hold them in the shadows. But each time Asuma gets hit, it starts bleeding out, it gets worse. And then I think, you know, once all the damage is done and they sort of repel the attack a little bit, it's that scene on the rooftop that really gets everyone where you know, Asuma's like, you know, just give me a light, and I'm proud of all you guys and how I taught you before he dies. And then you go to the camera pan of Shikamaru, and he's like, I really hate cigarettes. So you see he's crying, and the rain and everything, and it stops like in midair in the sky, and it's all misty. And it's just like, Kishimoto, man, come on, you know how to fuck with people's emotions. You really do. And it lingers on the rain for like a while before it goes to black. I thought that scene was incredible. I thought it was really well done. Actually, almost made me well up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. When I was watching it, very well directed, very emotional, and very incredible. Those are my top 3 moments, for at least emotional ones. I'm gonna move on to Justin. What's your most emotional moment in Naruto Part 2?
Sorry, take a sip. That's a segue. So, first off, I am gonna once again enacting a broken record. Primo. I am first gonna go with the when Hinata does stand up for Naruto in the pain fight. Ren, yeah, you're right. The mini series just like I'm like, women, you stand no chance. Not even the main character is doing well. Get the fuck out of there. But no, then you have that whole moment, all eventually culminating into pain. What pain with freak without even a care in the fucking world, just like, you know, rod, twirl, stab with the fade to black, and it's just like, well, Naruto, you just gained like 3 different traumas in the span of 60 seconds. Well, that's quite a segue into the fight. You poor bastard, can't catch a fucking break, can you? Another one I am once again gonna go with the whole sequence where Naruto gets to meet Kushina. I mean, I'm gonna once again give bonus points to the Ninja Storm for the way it portrayed it. It may be like probably one of the longest freaking story sequences in any game I've ever played, where it's so much of it is cutscene. You do a little bit of walking in the hub world as Kushina, and then you watch way more cutscene. But just everything it shows you, it's like Naruto for like so fucking long had no idea of his parentage, what they were like, anything for so freaking long, and it felt good for him to finally get that moment before he would go later to freaking to beat QB in that fight and getting mastery over the power. There's just something about Naruto fucking finally getting this, just know what both Kushina and Minato were like after I don't even freaking remember how old he was, but imagine going that long without actually knowing your actual parents and then learning all that in the span of a couple fucking minutes after everything else he went through as well, in terms of just not having an actual family and then having to have his friends as his family and all that. Oh my god. And again, especially because I mainly first saw it in Ninja Storm, so playing it is also very different than also having watched it later in the anime. And again, our boy Jiraiya. Hats off to Ninja Storm for sort of altering the scene just to give him one more hurrah in the fight, but ultimately, like, that was truly a crux of just so much shit. At least for our boy Naruto. Well, I'm glad he eventually did, like, get out of the funk that he was in. Like, and obviously, like, no surprise he was in one. And I don't blame him. But fucking hell, you didn't. Sometimes you don't think they fucking do it, but no, like Kishimoto will be like, nah, no one's immune. I'm not making anybody immune. Y'all can fuck off with that. I'm too lenient. Well, watch what happens when I write this into the synopsis. So yeah, no, those were pretty freaking impactful moments.
Drill, what about you? Do you have any impactful moments you want to share?
Honestly, everyone already kind of said my answers. But yeah, Naruto meeting Kushina was really emotional, mainly because it's the first time he ever meets her. And unlike with like Minato, where he's kind of angry about the whole tailed beast thing, he's like pretty much at the verge of tears with Kushina, and she even gives him more backstory about like the the whole tailed beast and her role in it. And also there were some pretty funny moments, like, well, I get that it's emotional, but I thought it was funny how he thought she was the Nine Tails in disguise, but she wasn't. And then obviously Azuma dying, but everyone's already repeated pretty much what I wanted to say. And I mean, the war arc also had Azuma fighting against Choji again. Then they had to put him down, which was kind of emotional. But they had to, but he had been reanimated, so they had to seal him away again. Well, they had to seal him away because he wasn't in control anymore. But yeah, not much to add on my side at least.
Rocker, what about you? Anything to add on emotional moments?
Emotional moments. Oh, there's quite a few. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna go out on my own limb and say my favorite emotional moment / death, or both, would have to fucking be Itachi dying. I mean, I could have went for the easy bits like Jiraiya passing, Naruto meeting his mom, Naruto meeting his dad, the whatnot. But I'm gonna go with, like I said, Itachi dying, because at first the only thing that was driving Sasuke forward, was getting revenge on Itachi for the murder of his entire clan. But then once we get towards the end of that scene, we see that Itachi had a reason. He was basically on a mission, told, hey, if you don't do this, these fuckers are going to cause even more trouble than we need. So he's like, all right, I'll willingly become the monster and everything that needs to be, so that way my brother can still at least live in a semblance of normalcy. He'll still have friends to a degree. I mean, you won't have a mother, a father, aunts, uncles, or anything, but he'll still have friends, hopefully, who can help him. And then at the end, when you see, Itachi do that little forehead flick, you just know there was so much emotion just with that, because it just showed that Itachi still gave an insane amount of, still cared insanely for his brother. He's like, I know I'm not strong enough at this moment to take on those who caused the death of our clan. I'll basically have my kid brother view me as the villain. That way he can train and train and train, or get power through other means, in order to become powerful enough to defeat those who caused our village and our family such pain. And then we come to find excuse me, after Sasuke, I do believe, yeah, he did beat Danzo, was basically the architect behind it all. That's where it should have the beef should have died. It should have died. But we started to go off on a tangent there. But like I said, the fight scene that Itachi and Sasuke had, wonderful. We get to see them both using Susanoo, Itachi using the Amaterasu, Sasuke using fucking the lightning blade or whatever it's called, Chidori. There we go. But yeah, like I said, my favorite emotional moment / death is passing of Itachi. And yeah, that's that. Sorry if it was too small or whatever.
Oh no, it's fine. Shug, it is your turn. Is there a favorite emotional moment or death you want to mention for Naruto Part 2?
Well, first one that made me cry was Asuma. I think Asuma was one of those like cool looking dudes, you know? That you're like, man, this guy is cool as shit. And I like him. Just like how, you know, we see Guy and we see Kakashi and, you know, these teachers that they just look badass as hell, you know? And we see the the deep connection that he had with his little team, Ino, Shikamaru and Choji. And so he was like a little, like an uncle to all of these kids. And just seeing how he was just mauled by Hidan and Kakuzu. And we see that it really affected them entirely with Asuma dying and like it really affected a lot of people that you don't really think of, like, oh, this random ass side character being, very important to some people in the show. But it's like, the man had a family basically, or he was about to, have his own family. And we also get to see him, display his power before he dies, and we see that, the dude's he can hold himself, and he was pretty badass, especially with his little chakra blades. And it was definitely one of those like characters where once you see that they were giving them too much like backstory, you're like, oh shit, this man's dying kind of deal. So it's one of those very emotional fights, because like we see that nothing could have been done, really, if we're being honest here, because it was two enemies they've never fought before with new powers, and they just couldn't figure them out. They couldn't figure out how to do it. And just seeing the desperation from everybody on what happened, it was crazy. I think that fight for sure brought a tear to my eye with him dying for sure. Another one, fuck. I would say Minato telling happy birthday to Naruto. I think it's probably one of my favorite like final lines before he fights Sasuke. And that one also kind of like brought a tear to my eye, because it was very emotional too to see Naruto finally, get like a happy birthday from his parent, something that, God, how long he's been fucking waiting to just hear that. So, it was a very emotional part for sure towards the end of the show. And I don't want to have another one, but I can't really narrow it down, because we've all said the Minato one at this point, with, finding out who his dad, and the Kushina part 2 with his mom. I want to say Itachi, whenever we find out the real motive of everything, of his reasons as to why he did what he did, and like we see Sasuke just fucking cry. We don't get to see Sasuke cry. And the fact that we get to see him cry like that after hearing the fact that his brother wasn't really evil. He was he was trying to protect him. He wanted his little brother to live. And Itachi taking all the blame from that. And then we see all of that just pour into their fight. Oh man. Very, very emotional. And I think Sasuke doesn't get to find out about everything Itachi did until after their fight, if I'm not mistaken. So, the the emotions he has after, killing his brother basically, even though that man was already dying as is. The fight was easy for Sasuke at this point. And seeing that, he killed his brother, but in the end, it quite literally didn't matter because his brother wasn't the villain. It was fucking the third Hokage, for being honest here, and Danzo. So yeah, I think I would say those three would be like some of the highly emotional parts of Naruto for sure.
And before I move on, I just want to move to an honorable mention for this question. I wanted to mention a sad moment that I thought was sad that didn't come up for me until now was when Sasuke was in the dream at the Valley of the End, and you slowly see all the people that he cared for disappear, and he's like all by himself in the black void, and then he sees all the other characters on the side of Naruto, and then you realize that his speech of wanting to be alone was like just kind of a pipe dream that he really didn't want. Then it hit him, and then he started breaking down. I thought that was also really well done, especially when he said, "Oh, I understand now," because he sees the hope of the village right in front of him, and he's being left behind in a way. It's quite symbolic in nature with how Kishimoto does it. It's just fucking amazing. The visuals, everything, and the realization kicking in that this whole quest line you've went on this entire time, you might want to reevaluate and rethink it over. So I thought that was pretty good. We're gonna move on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah, that hit the feels, man. Especially because you gotta realize that no matter how far Sasuke fell, Naruto always saw him as a brother, and he fought, really hard to get Sasuke to come back to the village, and he managed to succeed. And that's why eventually Sasuke, he pretty much realized, his true strength all along was really his friends, his bond with Naruto.
I also think a line, I forget when it was set. I swear it was in a sequence, maybe a little flashback or whatever. You know how they have like multiple sequences, but I think Sasuke sort of realizes that Naruto is the only one that came back for him, and he says it to some effect like, "Oh well, you're the only one that came back for me. Everyone else tried to kill me," because you remember when they were at the summit, I think it was Sakura and it was Kakashi. Both of them wanted Sasuke dead at that point. It was like, "Oh, he's not gonna reform. He's not gonna change. Let's just kill him and get it over with." Which is exactly what Sakura tried to do when she tried to stab him in the back, and that failed. But yeah, he's the only one that never said, "Oh, let's just kill him and get it over with." So that was also something that added to the emotional moments as well. But we're moving on to the next question, and I might alter this a little bit. Now, everyone has mostly said that for the filler, they don't really recall any moments from it that's noteworthy. So I'm gonna blend the question into this. If you have anything to say about the filler, you could bring it up, but I want to get the opinions of people who also watched the movies. So if you have any memorable moments with the filler, or if you watched any of the Shippuden movies, it will be the perfect time to explain it with this question. And I'm gonna go with Andre first. What did you think of one or the other?
The movies?
The movies, or if you have any memorable moments from the filler, just answer like one or the other.
Well, okay, so in terms of movies, I don't know. The Naruto movies are like a weird. I say, well, let's see. I think the best one was probably Road to Ninja. Like, I thought it was kind of neat. Naruto and Sakura go to an alternate reality where, things were very different. Naruto's parents were really alive. I guess Sasuke was in the village, even though he became a ladies' man. He not She ends up being like pretty aggressive. Like, he dresses kind of like scanty glance. It's kind of funny because they're actually costumes, and like I think in the Storm games, like Storm 3 and 4, they're like costumes. They have these like alternate versions of characters, and I know there's like an alternate version of Naruto named Menma, but yeah, I think it was entertaining, but filler. I don't know. I forgot so much of filler. The only filler episode I do remember liking was the probably I think the one where it goes in depth with Asuma's past, where the 12 Guardians. I thought that was really neat, and also Kagashi's days in the Anbu Ops, but that's kind of it. Like, I pretty much forgot so much of the movies, it's kind of insane. But yeah, that's really all I gotta say, Ren.
Drill, do you have any thoughts on any filler moments or any of the movies?
Honestly, the filler, I kind of either forgot about most of them or just didn't care. Because the biggest problem I had with the fillers was that they just kept interrupting every arc. Like, I remember, like, during, like, the war arc, they had, like, the guy versus Madara fight, and then they went straight back into filler, which is really pissed me off. Like at least with Naruto, it wasn't that bad, but it got like 100 times worse with Shippuden. Like, as for the movies, honestly, the only ones I ever saw were the first two and Road to Ninja, and I thought they were decent. The first one gave us like more fights with like Neji and Lee. Like, it's kind of funny that they actually get more fights in the movies and filler than the actual anime. And I thought the whole thing about Naruto, like like you see Naruto die in the beginning of the first one, so you see Naruto die in like the first film, and they're trying to prevent his death, and then of course and then they did have like the dark medical ninjutsu, which I thought was interesting, but they never did much with it. Oh, and also there's at the end that was pretty funny where at the end the like the she that one girl was asking Naruto that she needed help starting getting started with the family, and I guess he misinterpreted it. Yeah. But honestly, Road to Ninja at least was cool to see like all of the different versions of characters, like a more like bitchy Hinata, and also Tsunade being flat chested, and Shikamaru being dumb, and Sasuke and Naruto actually having somewhat normal lives. Well, Naruto. Oh wait, there was Menma, but yeah. Yeah, honestly, like I haven't seen all the movies, so I don't know what Blood Prison and the other ones are like. Maybe if someone else has seen them.
Reading the chat is
But
funny.
yeah,
Hinata was an aggressive bad bitch in the movie. That's fucking hilarious.
yeah, and then she was like ready to kill Sakura just for be looking at him.
That's fucking hilarious. They reversed everybody's personality, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Justin, it is your turn. Have you seen any of the Shippuden movies, or have you seen any of the filler that's worth mentioning?
Well, thanks to Drill mentioning it, I remember the ending to, I think that was the first movie where Naruto literally misinterpreted a question and everyone had to look up, did she actually just ask that? And then he just Naruto gets a hearty, he of course. And then it just cuts to the freaking credits, just I was like, what the fuck just happened? Of course, it's like, of course, read this shit one time on TV tropes years ago, and then you're never the same again. But in terms of full watching the movies, God damn it, Drill, I fucking see the Booker T gif. Tell me he did not just say that. Oh, oh fuck, my train of thought. I saw Road to Ninja and The Last fully, and because Road to Ninja was a fucking trip because of all like the role reversals and all that shit. I mean, the real big thing was, oh my god, his parents are actually alive in this one. And then you just see everything else in between as well, with just the complete, and they're just like switches just flipped. And you're just sitting here wondering, what kind of bizarre world did you step into? And why am I watching this? Actually, how am I watching? What the fuck? And I mean, what else can be said about like Naruto movie 7, The Last, which actually wasn't the last Naruto movie because there was still the Boruto movie afterwards, but whatever. When I mean, like, it kind of got through pretty freaking quick with its plot. Like, it kind of was no nonsense. Like, if anyone's seen Sonic 3, like the theatricals, like Sonic 3, like, it didn't really deviate too much from the plot. It kind of went as like once it got going, it got fucking going. Because you had your bit at the beginning, but then it's like, oh, here's a mission. Oh, here's a moment. Oh shit. And it finally fucking had Naruto like realizing, dummy, hello, when you learn the real fucking reason why he never acknowledged it, you're at the same time like, oh, that explains a lot, but also my other half was like, you fucking moron, really? Stevie Wonder could have seen that, my guy. Like, come on. Even if you brought that man back from the dead, blindfolded him, and locked him in a freaking basement with no lights on, he'd be like, "Damn, motherfucker, you blind or something? She right there, one in the D. It's right there, bitch. You age skip now. What the fuck you doing?" I'm sorry. Oblivious pro tags are just such a fucking annoying trope, man. But so many authors love doing it. I'm just glad that they finally fucking took it out back and just shot it. If you kill the trope or you just utterly subvert it, then that's fan fucking tastic. Rose killed Steve. But needless to say, when that moment finally came towards the end, and it's just like it goes through that moment, like, between all their incarnations, and then Naruto's like, nah, come on, we doing this in style, and he fucking bursts open the fucking ceiling, and they're floating with the moon, and then there's the kiss shot. I'm like, yo, this is what longtime fans fucking cheered and were waiting for like so goddamn long. Just you want to talk about a good sense of finality, there's that. And I mean, I don't think it was a post credits, but either way. And then there was the sword of Boruto lead-in with the further time skip. That showed us just like, now they live in a humble family life, and they had enough fun to where they had not one but two kids. And it's at that moment where it's like, y'all, I think these two are the new actual standard, because they're professionals, and professionals have fucking standards here. So needless to say, yeah, you could tell which one I had more fun watching. God damn it, Shug, I see that, and you're not the first one to make the joke. You are far from the first one to make that joke. But we all know it's true.
I don't even know if I should read that out loud. I should just skip to the next question. Fucking Hinata in bed with the shadow clones everywhere. What the fuck, man? I should have skipped. I should have skipped. You know, that's being highlighted. I'm highlighting that. Oh, Nata. All right, so the next question. Question number 6. How do you feel about Sasuke and Naruto becoming children of destiny with Indra and Ashura as a plot line? Naruto and Sasuke ended up as descendants of both of these brothers, Indra and Ashura. What do you think of this reveal and how they got these predestined moon and sun godly powers? And I'm gonna go with Andre first.
Bro, oh my god. Okay. Boy, Naruto and Sasuke being gods. Well, alright, so I think if everyone knows, Naruto and Sasuke almost died by Madara, right? And they're approached by the Sage of the Sixth Path, and they're revealed to be gods. And Naruto ends up basically getting like all these godly powers, you know, the Sage of the Sixth Path balls. I know innuendo. He gets all the chakra of the Sage. He's Sasuke gets the Rinnegan. All right. I as cool as the powers are, it's like, bro, why? Like, it really undermines, I think, the whole story of Naruto because, like, Naruto is really all about like hard work. Well, at least until like Shippuden, but the message still stands. And then eventually, yo, Rocker, yo.
Fuck you, Rocker, by the way.
You're welcome.
Her favorite is the 8 trigram 64 back shots. Fuck you.
Holy shit. That's
Oh my god.
Okay, now let me do it. Okay. Back to the question. I think it really cheapens the show a lot, the series a lot, because like the powers are cool. Like, don't get me wrong, but I think they could have done something way better. Like, I know this like goes into fan fiction territory. They have that big ass tree that Madara summons. I mean, Naruto and Sasuke could just eat the fruit and get the powers. I know, weird as hell, but just bear with me. But it's like the abilities are cool, but it's like at that point, Naruto ends up becoming Dragon Ball, and I think it does kind of cheapen the series a bit. I mean, as cool as it is, but yeah, but the answer to finish my statement, like, I just wasn't a fan of it. Like, I mean, if it was explained at the beginning of the series, like there some shit like that, I mean, it would have been not as bad. But it's like I feel they just did it early because they needed to tie in Kaguya-sama, and also they needed to beat Madara, which there's way more things they could have done. But that's about it, really. That's my takeaway. I try to keep it as short as possible.
Drill, how about you? What do you think of the whole ancient descendants with Indra and Ashura?
Honestly, I just really hate it because it just undermines the whole point of Naruto, being rising from nothing, and it kind of just proves Neji's point that everything is predestined because Naruto was born as the Hokage's kid. He has the nine tails, and now he's the descendant of Indra, or was it Ashura?
I think
But
Ashura is
either way,
Naruto, Indra is Sasuke.
but yeah, being the descendant of Ashura, basically Naruto was always destined to be the Hokage, and he pretty much proved Neji's point in that everything is predetermined, and you can never really like move from what you're destined to. And it just felt like just a really bullshit power up because they couldn't figure out how to beat Naruto, so beat Madara, so let's just power him up. And they basically, and that's where like the problem with the war arc is how bad the power scaling gets out of control, because now they're like DBZ, like they're like DBZ level characters that could probably destroy mountains and entire cities. Like there could have been a way to defeat Madara without undermining the whole main theme of Naruto. But no, they had to just give them like bullshit power ups. And it doesn't get much better with Boruto as well. But yeah, honestly, I really disliked it, and I kind of wish they would have never done it. Like, that's just like little rant on it.
Justin, it is your turn. What do you think of the whole godly descendant powers for Sasuke and Naruto at this point in the war arc?
Well, I for one, well, I am used to protag finds out they come from this line or they're descended from here. I mean, again, as I'm sure was mentioned as I was like scrolling through things in the meantime, that a shonen is pretty much no stranger. This is stranger to this, especially if you're a fan of Dragon Ball. God, especially if you're a fan of Dragon Ball. But like, I for one am like, why am I not surprised? But at the same time, I also understand everyone else's point when they say that it kind of killed a lot of the point of the show, like the series, and that it kind of felt like a cop out because now you're it's like you are always destined to be this great, powerful shinobi where you can easily destroy or save the world by making a sign with another one of my family's descendants because our life is really fucked up and we kind of pushed everything onto future generations because we couldn't sit down and talk for 2 goddamn seconds. Okay, that last part is pretty fucking real, but I digress. But I can easily see where like the negatives come from. Like for so long, you just think, yeah, Naruto deadass came from like pretty much nothing. Like we all know what his life was like in the Leaf Village before things eventually got better for him when he got older. I mean, let us never forget the swing that gets more airtime than some fucking characters, to be perfectly honest. I know, God, that just hit so fucking hard as I said that out loud. My God. But was I totally taken aback? No, but was I still like, what what the fuck is this? Oh, definitely. When I found out about it's like, oh yeah, no, it turns out that they're descendants of these brothers and now they have like the spirit of them like in their veins. I went, what the fuck am I hearing? I I was not doing the best at catching up because this was still a point like where finding the show wasn't the easiest in the world. You could if you looked, but at the same time, it's like good fucking luck without your antivirus freaking tripping you. At least nowadays, you can look a little bit and get something without it threatening to fucking worm your computer and freaking set it on fire. But I stopped for this long, and now I find out that these two are descendants of fucking old, like powerful shinobi. This entire super godly powerful shinobi, and they are children of destiny, destined to be destined in the blood destiny, destined in the destiny's child. I don't know. I was trying to go for a bit, but fuck it, God, this how much is scrambling my brain. Because this was before everything with me in anime, where I'm just so numb to certain tropes nowadays. Yeah, but so moral of the story. Again, was I totally surprised? No. But was I still surprised and had my fucking thoughts? Oh, yes. Well, mainly, Jesus fucking Christ, Kishimoto. You could have written this thing out entirely, and I don't think anyone would have given a shit.
Yeah, I think personally, since it's my turn, I like when power-ups are always built up, or if they were always there, maybe it's some plateau that a character needs to unlock. One of the good examples I think that was brought up in chat was Bleach compared to this, where I said, at least you always kind of had hints that Ichigo may be a Quincy with Zangetsu, but with this it's like, okay, they're gonna put the balls into people's bodies, pause. They're gonna do that, and then it's told to us that Sasuke and Naruto are part of this descendant like people where they have these like incredible abilities, and then they can get a whole bunch of fucking chakra. You get 6 path sage mode, and you could throw the shuriken, the chakra shuriken, like nobody's business when Naruto could barely make one. It is one of the most random buffs to both of these characters I think I ever seen. And I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't make sense. It kind of goes against the principle of Naruto, where it's like you are born from a loser, which is what Sasuke and Naruto thought to themselves. Like Sasuke thought, oh, I couldn't save my clan, I have to get stronger. Naruto's like, oh well, I was born with this beast inside of me. No one wants to be my friend, but I have all this hidden potential. Now it's just like, oh, God powers out of nowhere. And I think it kind of really hurt the backstory between the two, with this whole fated destiny thing, where I kind of thought that was a lame plot device, to be honest. It's like a real ninja makes his own destiny, and it shouldn't be predetermined, in my opinion. That's what I think about that. Moving on to Rocker. Rocker, what do you think of the whole Sasuke and Naruto getting sacred powers?
To be honest, they didn't fucking need it. At the rate they were going with their, like, everything else that they were experiencing on their journeys, learning at different rates, learning at different shit. By the end of the series, you already knew they were going to be some overpowered little bastards. But to be, like I said, to be honest, they didn't really need it. I mean, if they would have, like, when we had the, when we got that information that they were basically the reincarnation of fucking Kaguya's kids and everything, basically they're basically gods and everything. You knew they were going to get they were going to get a power spike or 3. But like I said, it gave us some interesting moments and everything, but like I said, they didn't need it. They're already plenty powerful. Like Andre just said, it was a cop-out. But like I said, they didn't need it. They were already becoming pretty fucking powerful just normally. I mean, with Naruto getting Sage mode and then finally learning how to access the Nine-Tails chakra portion that he has. But yeah, basically the short and the sweet of it is it gave us some entertaining moments, but it just turned them slightly more cringe than usual. And that's all I'm going to say.
Jug, how about you? What do you think of Sasuke and Naruto becoming godly descendants of Indra and Ashura?
Bullshit. I'll be honest with you. I don't like it. I almost dropped it. I ain't even gonna lie. I almost dropped it because it was just dumb. It felt just thrown in there. You know, I would have believed them more if it was Hashirama. if they did the whole thing with like the whole gods thing with Hashirama and Madara, I would have gone. I would have gotten a better I would have seen a better reception from myself to that if it was them two instead, because those two were always described as gods because of how limitless their fucking their chakra was at the time. So I would have believed it more if it was for them too, instead of just like piling it up of like, oh well, our power is transferred from them to them and then to them and now it's Naruto, and it's like, what? You're just sitting there like, what is this all this bullshit about lineage and bloodlines, and they're trying to just add on bullshit to more of like to the war that didn't really need it. They should have just completely avoided even trying to kill Sasuke and Naruto in general, because like doing all that kind of just made even having the four Hokages there like anything, which was kind of weird too, that they would bring the four Hokages back from the dead or from the resurrection thing, and they basically get relegated to just being punching bags for like the entirety of the war. And it's like, damn, you see that, being told that all four of these guys were powerful as fuck, being punching bags for literally everybody. And then, excuse me, Madara suddenly gains this otherworldly power and can't die no matter what, unless you're fucking Guy, which literally almost killed him in one shot, but still, regenerated. But it's like they were probably better off just not doing all of that, because like I feel like it just got thrown in there because Kishimoto was probably told, hey, we're gonna give you we need you to make a sequel to this, and he said, fuck it, I'm just gonna throw in some random bullshit, and for some reason it has stuck and it made it into the sequel show, and it has completely just destroyed anything Naruto, if we're being really honest with you, because they don't even use jutsus anymore. So yeah, I don't really like this plot point. I think it's probably one of the worst things ever, in my opinion. Maybe some people fucking love it.
I'm gonna have to just give this one the straight thumbs down. Just straight up thumbs down the toilet. Because when I got to this point, and I'm gonna mention it here, when I also saw Madara transform into Kaguya, I'm like, what? What just happened? What in the fuck just happened? I could not. I just couldn't do it. And seeing her transformed into more tail beast, I was just like, my mind is fucking done. Just get to the point where we have Naruto and Sasuke fight, please. But I'll save more of that for the war arc, because that's number 10. But number 7, what is your favorite jutsu, Kekkei Genkai, and chakra technique that was utilized in part 2? And I'm gonna go with Drill Bit first.
In part 2?
Yep.
Honestly, it's a really hard one because the Kage Summit had some really cool ones, like the whole particle style and I know that like May had like 2 of them with the lava corrosive style and lava style. Those were really cool. Honestly, I kind of miss when Kekkei Genkais were actually rare, but then everyone started having one with part 2. But particle style probably was my favorite because it's the only one that could actually like completely turn something to like nothing. Like Sasuke would have been fucking dead if Toby didn't show up. Like that was just like complete like plot armor that helped him there. Honestly, I'm surprised we didn't see more particle style because that was really cool. And then of course they made like Sharingan. And then of course Sharingan got way more bullshit power ups, like being able to change time, like with Izanagi. Like Izanagi's gotta be like the most bullshit like ability in the entire series. But this isn't about least favorites. So most favorite definitely is the particle style for me at least.
All right, Andre, it is your turn. What is your favorite Jutsu, Keke, Gekkai, or Chakra throughout the series?
Oh man, that's a really good question. Well, I got a lot of them. I got a fair amount of them, but I'll go by quickly. Jutsu wise, Kirin. I really like Kirin. I think it's one of Sasuke's most underrated techniques for a number of reasons. Because one, it's like the way Sasuke uses is really cool. Because when Sasuke and Itachi are fighting and it's raining at the Uchiha hideout, yeah, exactly, dude. I did not like that because like it's funny because actually in like I think Storm 4 Connections, Sasuke actually does use like a new version of Kirin. I think he uses like a new version, which I'll probably look up later. But I really like Kirin. It was just a really cool attack. Like literally, it just creates this big ass like a lightning dragon, and Sasuke literally says "Be gone with thunderclap," and then uses it and literally destroys the entire complex, taking out Itachi. That's a really cool one. Another one I really like. Let's see. Let's see. Another jutsu I really like is probably, I guess, Heon's Reaper Death Seal. You know, when Heon's got the side and he curses you, he like stabs you, you pretty much die instantly. I really like that one. That's really cool. I think that's a really cool ass ability. Um, it definitely made the fight with him like more intense because like they had to fight strategically because Heon basically can like regenerate and come back. I thought it was cool. Another one I really like is shoot. Damn, I'm trying to think really hard. Let's see. Okay, I got another one that's actually another one that's kind of cool. Liger Bomb. I think the Raikage's Liger Bomb is pretty sick. Dude literally just power drives into the dirt. That's a really cool one. I was like, yeah, man, there's just so many good jutsus in Naruto, but we'd be here almost all night. So, uh, yeah, no one survived Liger Bomb. Sasuke got lucky because if he ended up Susanoo, I think he'd like, bro, I think he would literally just be split in two. Like, dude would just be torn in half. Let's see. Trying to think what was it. I guess Rasen Shuriken. I know it's like a normie answer, but I like Rasen Shuriken. I think that shit's really cool. Like, can't go wrong with that. Okay, finally, honestly, then we're gonna go on Kekkei Genkai's Rinnegan. I really like the Rinnegan. This thing's a really dope ability where the user like is able to create control gravity and sort of like create meteors and shit. Which unfortunately they kind of spam the shit out of the ability because then Madara gets and he's like, "Oh, well, I can create meteors now." Well, I know he's always had it, but I think it was getting kind of ridiculous in the war because this dude was literally dropping meteors on everyone, and then Sasuke gets it. I always love the eye design for it. You know, I really like I like how the iris is looking, just how the, like, purple. Blanks here, but yeah. Trying to get a second. I have no idea. Uh, I don't know. Uh, I guess this counts as one. I guess when Shoji uses his butterfly form, where he like grows super huge and like he gets the butterfly wings. If that counts as one, but yeah, I think that counts as a technique. Yeah, because I think that's really about it for me. I pretty much listed all the ones I really like.
Okay, I'm gonna go really quick. I have a few. I'm going to start from the bottom. I liked Indra's era with the Susanoo, utilizing all of the elements that Sasuke has with the, tail beast he makes a big lightning release, and he has this like arrow, and he shoots it into you after he does it, and it's just a lot of energy, a lot of damage. That's like one of his more critical techniques that could really hurt something and break through something. So I think Indra's arrow is like really powerful for him. Next up, I'm gonna say I really liked, and this might be my favorite one, but EMS Kakashi Kamui Shuriken. This technique is a monster. You just throw the shuriken and you can kamui someone's limbs, and when you really think about it, I mean, think how quickly the fight will end as soon as it makes contact, because it is literally someone's limbs, arms, legs, maybe their head going into another dimension. It is absolutely stupid, broken, busted, any word you want to regulate that to. That is Kakashi's most bullshit power-up of all time, and it's not even close. And if I had one more that I liked, you know what? I'm gonna also say Kakashi again, because this is very devastating. The Kamui Lightning Blade. It practically tore Kaguya in half. Let's be honest. It nearly tore her ass in half, and that is also like just broken plot hacks bullshit when that fight was going on, but I loved almost every second of it. Yeah, Kakashi with the EMS Sharingan was stupid. But it was so cool at the same time, and it really had that connective tissue to Obito when he acquired it. So that's one of my favorite moments, seeing like powers in action become busted bullshit. Next up is Justin. What is your favorite jutsu, technique, etc.?
I forgot how goddamn fucking crazy ass named some of these were. I'm gonna be real, because I was thinking some of the most basic bitch shit. Meanwhile, here y'all are saying names like, the Kamui Lightning Blade, and it's Planetary Devastation, Kirin Twin Birth. What the hell? God, I know this is shonen, but you could not get any more fucking shonen, like, at all with some of these names. Oh my god. Oh, not gonna lie, a lot of that is very, very hard to follow up, but I'm just gonna it goes hard as fuck. Yeah, it does. If anything, I'm gonna say, so I didn't remember this happening somehow, but there was I cannot believe that no one told me about this for ages, but you want to talk about planetary? The planetary Rasengan. How the fuck no one told me about that shit? I like, for years I loved the Rasengan, just how hard it goes. It may look at to some people, but when you remember the impact of that technique and where it went for so long, just seeing this hella improved version that Naruto creates after he starts mastering the Nine Tails power is fucking insane. And speaking of which, there was Biju Chakra mode. Like, the look goes hard as fuck, and the power he gets goes hard as fuck. It's to this day, it's fucking iconic. And when I think Naruto at real peak power, like that's what I think. I think of Biju Chakra mode. Again, like, how do you not look at some motherfucker on, like, with wrapped in fire and just ready to fuck shit up and just not think, oh my god, I think I should not have made him mad. I don't know, I could never get over Beach Chakra. When I first saw that shit, I could never get over it. Especially, or hell, when he freaking even becomes a fucking giant version of the Nine Tails, especially. I could not fucking get over it, because from the beginning, we thought Nine Tails bad, the ninjas who sealed them good. It is nothing even negotiable. I don't know. I think a lot of this just has to fucking deal with transformations and just utilizing fuck it. I'm not pronouncing that fucking name.
Jinchuriki.
Jinchuriki, thank you. Those kinds of powers. As y'all are putting the gifs in the pocket chat and pictures, making my point entirely more supported here. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with. Yeah, I'm also let the photos speak for themselves. I'm going with that.
Seeing the 6 paths tail beasts with the Susanoo armor, this is literally the embodiment of, I'm going to put the most broken as fuck thing on screen and you will deal with it. It's like, that's, I do have
your life ends 30 episodes from now.
Yeah, your life ends 30 episodes from now. It's over. But I also like Planetary Devastation, just throwing that honorable mention out there, where Pain just basically takes all these rocks and he tries to squish Naruto to death, straining in the process. A lot of straining and bleeding, and you see like just all the earth collapse on this motherfucker. It was actually one of the finer moments of that episode, despite the poor animation. That part was pretty cool when he said planetary devastation and just crushed the shit out of the fox. I like that part a lot. But it is your turn, Rocker. What's your favorite technique and power up?
All right, I'm gonna have to say, technique-wise, I'm going back to a well that I can easily pull from. It's one of the jutsus or techniques or whatever that Madara can use. Actually, it's it's one of those Einen jutsus or whatever, but it's called Limbo. He only can use it once he regained his real Rinnegan. But what it does is allows him to summon up to 4 separate clones that cannot be seen by normal means. The only way that they can be seen is with someone who has another Rinnegan or excuse me, or Sage Mode Chakra. Or 6-path Sage Mode. And the fun thing is, those 4 clones that Madara summons all share the same chakra level and power and techniques that Madara himself has. So it's basically he activates this technique. He summons 4 clones, and you can't do shit unless you have the Rinnegan, which is really rare, or if you have Sage Mode, which is even rarer. So yeah, that, and but like I said, it's not the only people really who could excuse me, have a potential to combat that technique is obviously Naruto, because he's got Sage Mode. And remind me, Sasuke does get the Rinnegan, right?
Yes, he does.
Thank you. So there's really at the time when Madara used it, there were only really 2 people who could hard counter it, Sasuke and Naruto. But yeah, like I said, the reason why I like it is 4 clones. They share the same chakra level as Madara. They know all they know all the techniques and everything. But if we're gonna go for like straight up power ups and everything, I gotta go with my guy busting it out all the way to the 8th gate. Yeah, it's a chakra it's a chakra technique, but goddamn it, I know you guys have seen what Mike Guy was able to do to Madara when back against the wall. He was consistently bodying him, but it didn't work. Still a good fight, though. But that's all I got to say on that front.
Alrighty, is Shug back? I.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Alright, what's your favorite techniques in Naruto Part 2?
Well, uh, let's see, because I have some favorites, but mainly because like I think the way that Ninja Storm makes them look even cooler than the actual show, in my opinion. Um, so like another one character that I do like his moves a lot, and I think that's like they're very cool. Like I would say anything that this person does is pretty badass, which is Asuma. His stuff is pretty cool, especially the Ash stuff. Um, his moves are pretty cool, and I think the show didn't do him that much justice with how cool his moveset is. Um, Kakashi, of course, gotta you know anything Kakashi really, if we're being honest, he's too badass to not have on a list of just like who has your favorite moves kind of deals. Because for sure Kakashi has to be there. Um, I'm a big fan of the of Hashirama and Tobirama. Uh, Mainly Tobirama. I think I like Tobirama the most because of like his element that he uses, which is water. So like, I'm a big fan of like a lot of water jutsus. I think the water jutsus are pretty fucking cool to see. And at least Tobirama's like his water dragon jutsu is pretty cool. I don't think he did any of these in the show besides the tandem paper bomb. But like his water dragon, the tandem paper bomb is pretty cool, which is like he'll encapsulate you in water, and then like the paper bombs that he throws at you keep multiplying until they blow up, kind of deal. And I think that's probably like really cool and pretty badass. Um, Hashirama is just cool as shit, with anything that he does. His unique wood jutsu is pretty, it's different compared to everything else. That, nobody really has any type of way of using his jutsu besides like Yamato, and he barely can use it. Um, let's see. The Rasengan for sure. The Rasengan is also it's a pretty versatile move for sure. The Sage Jutsus. Sage Jutsu is pretty cool. We're going for like another pretty badass character with cool moves that didn't really get showcased. I would say Shisui. Shisui has pretty cool stuff, even if it's like game only mostly. Especially his what's it called? His genjutsu being, walks you into your own death kind of deal, which is pretty cool. Um, but yeah, I don't really have much in terms of specific moves, but more like characters that do these, or characters that have their moveset that I just thoroughly enjoy and that are just overly badass with how they present themselves and how this character is like described to the people kind of deal of like this dude is so fucking badass. He's on a league of his own, or he has some sort of nickname to himself that makes him, be beyond some of these like regular ass jonin or just other regular powerful uh ninjas and stuff. But yeah, that's it.
All right, we're gonna move on to backstories. So, is there anyone in particular in the entirety of Shippuden that had a backstory that's worth pointing out that you really enjoyed? Andre, you go first.
Gladly. Trying to think of a backstory. Oh, you know what? Actually got one. I'd say Killer Bee's backstory. His backstory is very simple, but at the same time, I don't think you gotta be like overly complex to still be a fun character. And like, it's really neat how B kind of like he dealt with a lot of hatred because he was the carrier of the Eight Tails. Like he was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki when he was a kid, and there was this one character. I think his name was Motoy, and Mia was friends with him, and Moto actually hated B for the longest period of time. And that hatred continued for years and years until eventually, like, B forgave him. The thing is, B never hated him either. In fact, he never had a grudge against, the people that had animosity towards him. And he grew up sort of like, happy. And even though he was like the A-Tails, and also he's pretty much, the adopted brother of the Raikage, which was really cool. And I thought their relationship was really well done. He's Raikage. I do think it's funny, Raikage, like, gets mad at B for going on vacation, puts him in the hell, and gives him the noogie or uses like what was it, the Tiger Bomb. It's pretty hilarious. But yeah, it's a Killer B. I know that's a very simple answer because I would have done maybe something like Hashirama, but I was like, nah, I think I'll go with B. That's about it for me.
Drill bit, how about you? What is your favorite backstory in Naruto Shippuden Part 2?
Honestly, it's hard to say, but I thought that I thought that I thought that Pain's whole backstory was really good, especially with how we saw Nagito become the person he is, and how the Leaf Village had an effect on him, and also how he kind of mirrored Naruto in a way, just going through a more darker path. Especially considering that what Pain did to the Hidden Leaf village felt like was no different from what the Hidden Leaf did to his village. And yeah, it really got Naruto to kind of question his whole ideology and really look at things from a different perspective. That was like the only one that really stood out to me. I guess Obito as well, especially once we saw how Madara was manipulating him and wanting to basically like complete the Eye of the Moon plan with the the Eye of the Moon plan basically. But yeah, that's my answer.
I'm going to go with Itachi. I know that's really like popular answer, but I think it's a good one because of the context that is more presented in part 2, where you see that he's not really the bad guy, and then there's that scene where he's struggling. He's trying so hard not to kill his parents, and they're saying how they're proud of him, and he's sitting there crying because he doesn't want to do it, but he has to. And they tell him to be strong, and that really kind of hit like super hard. When you get all the details like sort of unveiled in this, and it only makes it hit harder when Itachi tells Sasuke that he's proud of him when the war arc happens, and he's like reincarnated and he has to go back because he has to be summoned out with his soul, and he holds Sasuke like one last time, and then that's it. So it's a backstory that has a lot of tragedy behind it, and it leaves you in a lot of imagination until you find out what happens, and then it's like, man, this really fucking sucks. Not only because of the decision made and the people involved that were complete shitheads, like, Donzo sucks, but also that you see it shape one of the major characters of the franchise. So I thought it was pretty emotional when you got all the pieces to this puzzle. Next up is Justin. What's your favorite backstory in Naruto Shippuden?
After you mentioned Itachi, yeah, he has certainly made that hard to follow. You already made it's here. For the sake of especially having something different that was also something good to learn about, I'm gonna say I'm gonna. Well, this is a package deal of an answer, but Kushina and Minato, because finally getting to learn about Naruto's, like, his parents was such a long time coming, because really did not have an answer for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden it gets whammied right into you in this whole, like, like, big story of, this is who they were, this is where they came from, and this is how everything just came to be. Just seeing how, like, they were in their youth versus so when everything culminated at fucking once. Because if you're a main character in a shonen of any kind whatsoever, you're just not allowed to have a break. It's just in the rule book. I don't write it. And even to this day, sometimes whenever I make jokes about, like, or just make nods to, especially parents in anime, I tend to note Kushina, if mainly because I'm sure one of y'all have seen plenty of gifs, like, where her hair fucking goes up and then the pupils just go, and then you're just having that sense of, oh shit, you better run. I'm telling you right now, if Kushina were Hispanic, the chancla would be her jutsu. And then we'd all be fucked. Chancla no jutsu, you better fucking run, boy. Because your motherfucking life is not gonna wait 30 episodes to end in this case. He's gonna beat you to powder. Minato likes Latinas confirmed. I could totally fucking see it. And I mean, hey, not just that, but Minato just being a total. I mean, granted, like, he Kushina created one, but anime pro tag. Dude saw the writing on the wall with the hair, followed it. He said some things here and there, followed it, married it, got in it, and here we are. Even freaking became the damn Hokage of the village, which I couldn't even fuck. If I'm like, wait a minute. It's like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree in that regard. So I'm just like, I'm like, you know what? I'm like, Naruto, you got some good fucking folks right there, man. I'm glad we finally got to learn about them. And you fuckers in the pocket chat with these comments, god damn.
Hey, look.
Wow, Minato did live that. I didn't even realize it.
They call him the Yellow Flash for a reason.
It's like he stuck it in crazy and lived. I cannot believe it. I only just now realized that he actually lived the impossible. Minato, you Chad.
I had a joke, but I'm not gonna say it.
this crazy son of a bitch.
Well, it's Rocker's turn, so are we sure he really lived? It's Rocker's turn. No, I was gonna say the Yellow Flash turned into the White Flash, but there you go. So.
Oh dear
God. But only at night.
The Dead Flash. God damn. Rocker, it is your turn. What's your favorite backstories in Naruto Shippuden?
To be honest, I've got two, if that's okay.
Sure.
Wonderful. The first one obviously is going to be the one that we've basically been spending like the last 10 minutes yapping on about. The Naruto's finally meeting his the backstory of Kushina and Naruto's dad. How they met, how they got together, and in the end, how they both ended up saving the fucking village. Basically just them two. His father, Minato, used the Reaper Death Seal, pulled part of the chakra into him. Oh dear God, Bastion. But he pulled the chakra and then put the other half into Naruto, thus sending him on his path. And then when they reunited, that was just wonderful. And the other one is we actually got Kakashi's backstory about how we knew, like when we were told he became one of the Anbu member at a young age, basically was doing shit our young minds back then couldn't comprehend. And then we got how the dynamic between him, Obito, and, correct me if I'm wrong, but the chick's name was Rin.
Yes, you are correct.
Holy fuck, I actually got that right. But it showed us the the interactions and everything between them, how Obito sacrificed his his only remaining good eye, his Sharingan. Well, obviously it's the Sharingan, but how he sacrificed that to let Kakashi continue on and everything. That way he wouldn't be handicapped with just one eye, because with one eye, your sense of I think it's like your equilibrium or something is going to be, no, it's your depth perception is going to be fucked. But yeah, it's just how we got that, how the final fight, obviously, between Kakashi and Obito resolved a lot of ends and everything. And then the one part for Kakashi's back arc and everything during the ass end of Shippuden, he gets to meet his dad again. Barely remember him, but he gets to meet him again. I just like moments where you're just like, you know, aw. And then out of nowhere you get fucking turned into a donut. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. I figured I'd keep that one short, since I basically derailed the last part of Inferno's thing. So yeah, that's it.
Jug, it is your turn. Do you have any backstories that you want to point out or talk about for Naruto Part 2?
I mean, they've all been pretty, mentioned pretty well. I mean, one that I would say that kind of, that I saw that was very interesting to see was, the guy, backstory with him and his dad. I think that was probably one of, one of those, it was random as hell, but then you're like, damn, his dad, while being stuck in getting rank for so long, but was such a hard-working character that he was able to unlock the 8 gates and basically sacrifice himself just so his son could live, And it's one of those that's like, man, we see now why Guy is very attached to his squad, and especially Rock Lee, because he probably sees a lot of his father and himself in Rock Lee, because Rock Lee is somebody who can't really use jutsus or anything, so he was like, damn, it's just like my dad, but I'm gonna make it to where he becomes one of the more powerful people even without having to use jutsu, so I feel like showing the type of inspiration the guy had to become what the type of character that he is, being his dad, not being that powerful, was a pretty cool backstory. A backstory that I wish that would have happened more of would be of Kakashi, because if I remember correctly, we only really see his dad, the White Fang, once, and it's whenever Pain killed him, or whenever Pain killed Kakashi. And it's like, oh, that's his dad. He has a little reminiscing with him for a good 1 or 2 episodes or whatever, how long he was dead for. And And it was like, wow, what could have been if his dad didn't, just himself. So I feel like we should have gotten a little bit more of him. I kind of want to see more of his dad and because his dad is pretty interesting and he looks badass too. So when you have somebody who is a badass character and his dad looks badass as fuck too, you kind of want to see more of this person. So it's kind of sad we don't really get to see much of him. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Besides the ones that you guys have mentioned so far.
All right, for question number 10, how did you personally feel about the war arc? This is usually a controversial arc that comes up. In terms of quality, how do you feel about the overall arc from start to finish? And it's also very, very long, even though it takes place in like 3 days. What is your overall thought process on this? And I want to go with Andre first.
Man, oh boy, we finally hit it. Finally hit the jackpot on this one. Okay, so initially, I liked the arc a lot. Initially, I thought, okay, this is when things were starting to get really serious with everything. Kabuto, well, Toby declared open world on the entire Shinobi world, so everyone had to go up against pretty much every nation had to team up and pretty much go against him, right? And I think it's weird because I think the arc has a lot of great moments. It was Ozma's team, finally, having to put them down and showing their teamwork and showing how much they've grown. I think Agashi's reunion with Zabuza, the reanimated Zabuza, and having to put him down again. I thought that was really nice. What was it? It had a lot of really cool moments. It definitely had a lot of character growth for everyone involved. And I did really like how they sort of brought back all the reanimated, all the villains and other characters throughout the whole show. So it was kind of like a culmination, ending something, because it was really pretty much I want to say the grand finale of Naruto, but we'll get to that. But I think the problem with it was it dragged out so long to the point where part of me feels I think they should have cut it in half. They really should have cut the war arc in half, because it started to drag a bit. I think I want to say around when Madara joins the battlefield, that's when it started to drag out, and then eventually go Naruto versus Toby. Obito gets revealed. I think some of the characters just didn't really get their chance to sign, like Rock Lee and Kiba. Especially Rock Lee, because dude, it's bro, I think Rock Lee deadass could have and this is gonna sound like fan fiction, but I think he should have tagged along with what was it, B and Naruto, and same with Kiba. And that way, it's if they tag around a bit, they can grow a bit more as characters. They can learn new jits and stuff like that. Because my biggest problem with Naruto is a lot of characters get pushed to the wayside by the end, because eventually it just kind of ends up being Naruto and Sasuke saving the day. I think when Madara, he becomes the Sage of Six Paths, that's when it really started. That's when a lot of the got to have control, because like I said, they couldn't beat Madara, he had no weaknesses, and I'll get one of the worst characters ever in anime inside. Well, actually, I knew everything all along, the entire series was predestined. And the whole Redcon Black Zetsu was total garbage. It was probably the shittiest moments in the whole series. I think it soured me a bit on Naruto, and I just really hated it. The final Naruto versus Sasuke fight was really good. I'd say it was a bit of an apology, but after that, it then cuts to early years later, when Naruto's pretty much the Hokage, and everyone has kids. He's married to Hinata. Sasuke and Sakura get married, which this is one thing I really hate is I think Sakura and Sasuke relationship was just extremely underdeveloped. I think it could have worked, but it wasn't. But it's just, I don't know, Kishimoto. I'm looking for. They really didn't have a lot of chemistry, you know. They just, I feel like they were just paired together because it was like the pop, like was like the thing people fans wanted, and it just felt extremely underdeveloped. And I argued Naruto. If anything, they didn't really get a lot of focus to like the movie. That was like I want to say here after Shippuden like finished, and most of Shippuden, it gets kind of pushed to the wayside until like maybe like I said the pain arc and really the war when she like snaps Naruto out of when he loses when Neji dies, she snaps him out of Neji's death, and oh man, so I think to close this off, if you want my honest feelings on the ending of the show, it's initially I was down and kind of hated it, but then over the years I kind of sort of warmed up to it. Well, I wouldn't say warmed up to it, but I don't really dislike it as much anymore. I just felt like it could have been written a lot better than what we got. But that's just really my feelings on Naruto's ending. Not terrible, just it could have been a lot better. Like it's kind of the same I feel with Bleach, but hopefully the Bleach anime like does fix it though. So yeah, it's pretty much my answer.
It's funny that Bleach was brought up because, well, I guess in my answer, I'm gonna try to talk a little bit more about the fandom before giving my opinion. And people usually like to say, I see a hot take where someone said the war arc is underrated, it's really good, and people really complain about it all because of the ending. And I would have to say you could still find issues because I mean you're talking about the whole fact that a lot of the undermined characters, we're talking about a 2 or 3 day war arc, and day 2 is the longest, and that's where most of the characters get super undermined. And of course, the fact that I don't really like the way that they killed Neji. I mean, I get it. I do get it, and then I kind of don't get it the more that I think about it, where it's like that could have gone a little bit better than what was written there. So I wouldn't just say that because Madara got body that it's not other problems to this arc, because I could just point them out just like that. And also what Shug said earlier, where it's like they brought back some of the reanimated Kages and they got their ass beat, so that's another issue as well in the war arc. So I put it like this: there is good moments and there's bad moments. Yes, is the ending the most important part to everything? Yes, it is, but our issue with it is that it could have been so much better, because for the love of God, I don't understand why they did not keep Madara as the main villain. Instead, you have to just simply write him out. And that's kind of what they did in order to have this little... We're going to have this sister show, so we're going to have Kaguya show up, and then it goes fucking ape shit, and then I just didn't like it at all when we got to the ending. I think they should have stuck with Madara, maybe told some more intense backstory there, made the final fight a lot more epic between them. Then you can have the whole Team 7 stuff. I don't think that should have been replaced. They somehow find a way to beat them, seal them. You can still probably do that as well. But the way it was written was kind of trash, to be honest. I feel like it has fundamental moments. It has a lot of fights, considering how long it is. The emotions kind of shot a little bit outside of the reanimation scene where the souls get called back. I thought that moment was great, but it's kind of marred by them getting their ass kicked as well. So for every good thing, I can mostly think of one negative thing that kind of bugged me, considering how it was written, and since it was so long, and since there's so much filler, I just don't think that the pacing was the best thing. It's like one of my favorite Naruto YouTubers said, it's fun. You can find it even satisfactory, but you're looking at disorganized fun, and I think that's where the problem lies, is how the pacing just led to this point, and how Madara got turned into a bad plot device for Boruto, essentially. And I will forever hate that decision. Drill, it is your turn. What do you think of this?
So the war arc, right?
Yep.
Honestly, my biggest problem with it is that it's just way too fucking long. They really need to cut down on it. Because the fact that it only takes place within 2 days is kind of crazy. Like, if they wanted the war arc to be longer, they should have maybe, like, had it take place over the span of a couple months. You know, like how real actual war is, but I guess for plot reasons, they didn't want to do it. But damn. Like, I thought it was, like, I thought the idea of them getting attacked during the night was kind of cool, but. And then Sakura is able to sniff out, like, the fake Neji. But man, honestly, my biggest problem is that, aside from it being too long, is like the power scaling gets out of control, and then they have to give everyone bullshit power ups. Not to mention the way Neji dies is just really fucking stupid, because he couldn't have just used like rotation or anything. He just gets stabbed and then he just dies. Like, that's another thing, is that there's basically no one important dies aside from unnamed ninjas. So they had to kind of just throw in someone to die. Like the character, like, they should have also, like, it would have made guys like attack more impactful if he died, but no, he gets brought back from Naruto uses powers. And then, although he couldn't fix his legs either, but that's another story.
That's another thing that bothered me too. Eight Gates is supposed to, you know, completely destroy you and kill you after it's done.
It's supposed to turn you from ash, like it's literally cooking you from the inside.
Yep, Guy is revived. Sasuke gets killed by Madara. Sasuke is revived. Naruto gets killed. Naruto is revived. So you see, it goes on this pattern of like, they kind of wanted to toy with the idea that there is a lot of stakes at the end when they have Madara, you know, get his super bullshit power up, but then it's kind of like redundant and thrown out of the window because they're reviving people left and right. So it's just like, what the.
And also, Tsunade gets ripped in half, but that doesn't fucking kill her either.
Yeah, that too. And I'm just like, okay, I'll give Bleach some credit. At least they were like people who had the balls to kill off like some major characters or wound some and just have them stay dead. It's like that was fine. It felt like the stakes were just more pertinent there.
Tsunade can survive getting cut in half, and Neji can't survive a few stakes. Like, it's stupid.
Oh, I'm gonna let other people take the chair. So
But as for the ending itself, I actually like that he kind of saw Iruka as kind of a surrogate father and wanted him to be at his wedding. I thought that was really nice. I will say that at least the ending itself wasn't bad. I just wish that we got there, you know, with better circumstances instead of just like everything else, like with Kaguya and just the way and just all of the bullshit ass pulls. But that's all I gotta say.
Justin, did you go yet?
I haven't.
What do you think of the war arc?
Well, what can I say? Has already been said about the arc, but I'm gonna echo the sentiment of, good fucking god, it it ran and it ran and it ran for a fucking long time. Like I just remember a period of time where I heard, oh, that there's a shinobi war going on, and then some time later, I think it was maybe I don't even know. I just know it was a long time, and then it's like, oh, they're still in the shinobi war. Okay, okay, they're still in the shinobi war. Okay, they're still in the shinobi war. God damn! Like I understand it. I understand, like, like your finale arcs go on for a while because you got a lot building up to, like, in the ending of your story. That's one thing, but I can't imagine how manga readers felt if they were following it as it went, because there's truly nothing more painful in terms of reading a manga than there's a lot of it. You get into it, so you binge it because, oh, you like the story. But then you start catching up, and you catch up, and then you hit the wall. And then the wall happens, and then you're waiting, and you're waiting for the next chapter. And then the next chapter comes, and it's not much. And then you're waiting longer, and then the next chapter comes, and then again, and then again, and then again. Even worse if like they have to take a break because of real life things, which I can't blame a manga author ever for, because fuck crunch culture. But in terms of wanting to know the plot of this story that you've been following for a while, it just takes even longer to get to the end of it. And the anime is just as guilty, because it kept going. It kept going, and it kept going. It is kind of the same critique that I had with Fairy Tail's Tartarus arc, where a lot of the content is pretty fucking good when you get to some of the fights and some of the other moments in there, but it ran for a fucking while, to a point where you wonder, where's it going? Where's it going here? Like, shonen is sadly just guilty of it as a genre in general, of just sometimes having long fucking arcs just go a while. That end up just being things that are better to binge read or binge watch. And then you start seeing, oh, okay. But even when you binge it, sometimes it's just like, oh my god, this is a lot. I can't even imagine. And as someone who still follows several shonens, I have felt that, and I'm like, god damn. It's like what's said in the pocket chat. Like, if the war arc was cut in like half, it would have been a lot better. Would have been a lot better if you just half of it just gone, because at that point it's feeding you way too much cake. It's fattening you up, like you're freaking going like all fluffy. And not even the good kind of fluffy where you could just enjoy yourself. Nah, the fluffy of, man, I've let myself go. Cause fuck. I don't even remember the day where I learned that they were finally bringing over the Naruto Sasuke from Valley of the End, but I'm like, it's finally happening? I actually said that out loud, because for so long I just heard about the freaking the Shinobi War. And then you would not believe the look on my face when it was told that it only took place over the course of 2 days in universe. That is, I know anime has time bubbles out the ass whenever the writing calls for it. Many Final Fantasy XIV players will especially educate you on time bubbles. But all of that over I know a lot can happen in 2 days, but that is some of the most 2 days of all time. And I see Tournament of Power in there, but I'm like, no. You see, Tournament of Power was only that because of time differences, because the universe time bubbles are also bullshit, but at least they bothered to tell you why. But again, you could have cut half the arc. You could have, hell, for as much as people were gonna be all like, say that again, motherfucker, I dare you. I'm like, try just seeing how this arc would have gone without the Kaguya shit. Like, try and rewrite it without Kaguya. See how much better it would have been. See how much more you could have cut. because Kaguya was essentially what people thought Necron from Final Fantasy IX was, where she came the fuck out of nowhere, but she actually did come the fuck out of nowhere because it builds up to Madara for so long, and he's just this presence, this freaking final boss that would make Dwayne Johnson blush. But no, he's overshadowed by Moon Lady. Because of course, we gotta have more. I guess I don't even know. I don't even freaking know. It's like Kishimoto really was trying to delay the inevitable of having to write a sequel because Shonen Jump just wouldn't let him have a fucking break. But even after all that, even after what is probably one of the longest freaking arcs ever, that also makes the Namek explosion in 5 minutes freaking blush to its knees with a bouquet of roses. You finally have the fight at the Valley of the End. You have the Infinite Tsukiyomi just going bye-bye, thank God. And then you have the movie. And then you have the real couple last episodes. To which was another good sense of finality, just building up to everything else, and to finally, I mean, even if it was brief in the anime, towards the long-awaited main ship wedding that finally fucking happened. And it was a feel-good moment, and it also was mentioned earlier was how he had Iruka, he was going to have Iruka as like a surrogate father on his side of the altar. I'm like, that is, I love that shit, because Iruka deadass, was there for Naruto since day one, so it could not have been anybody else than Iruka. It would have been a riot if it weren't Iruka. From day fucking one, from minute one, that man was a real one for Naruto and fucking believed in him from the start when nobody else fucking did. Iruka is a real one. Always has been, always will be. But I'm also say fuck Shonen Jump, and I'm gonna say the last bit of, and hey, another thing about the ending I prefer over the Shinobi War arc. The ending knew when the fuck to wrap up, because you had the moment. It's just like, oh wait, that was it, and then, I mean, okay, other things notwithstanding, Boruto, it knew when the fuck to end. Plain and simple. You should. I would you could freaking go back and have the Shinobi War arc take notes. Because my God, I could not think of another arc that ran for so freaking long and just had all this shit. Again, you could say the Tournament of Power, but I don't remember Tournament of Power having no real filler, quote unquote. It just fucking went a while, but that was it. I don't remember no one complaining about the length then. Thank God I still have some of my drink left, because goddamn, I did not think I'd have more to say than drill in the war arc, but fuck it.
Doug, it is your turn. What do you think of the war arc, personally?
Man, when I tell you that I was loving the war arc, and then suddenly when that fucking bitch got added to the fucking plot, I mean it. I almost dropped the entire thing, because I was just like I said, I was reading it, so I wasn't really watching the anime for like a good long ass time, and so most of my knowledge is just manga wise, and like the fact that they just randomly put this bitch in there, and they're like, yeah, let's kill Sasuke, let's kill Naruto, and then be like, oh, well, what's gonna go on? And it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna make him, have this vision bullshit, get sent to space with Space God, and we'll just have Guy fight Madara and do the 8 gates bullshit and whatever. And I'm like, okay, that's a willing full sacrifice that I'm okay with somebody dying, because they have to die either way. But then they come back, and this motherfucker goes, oh, let me put my hand in your chest, and now, from the ashes that your fucking leg was turning into, it's gonna regenerate, and you're alive again. When I tell you the bullshit that I almost just fucking tossed that shit in the fucking garbage, oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ, how the fuck are you just gonna revive? Like, why not just go jump and finish off the dude that's dying? You know, that got hit by the night guy, instead of just stopping and reviving the other motherfucker. You know, because the whole point was to kill Madara, and the fact that you are doing side quests before you even fight the motherfucker was stupid. Because, like, you insert this random ass plot that nobody gave much of a fuck about, if we're being honest, because I don't hear anybody talking about Ashura or Indra ever, at all, in any way. And it's like, they get mentioned, they get told, oh, you guys are destined about this bullshit that we just made up here because the Nine Tails were God's creation kind of bullshit. And it's like, fuck. What the hell is all this bullshit? It came out of nowhere. It came out of left fucking field. Now's our gods. They can use the sixth path, even though they could have just had been like, oh, Hagoromo's alive now with this fucking old piece of shit. Why don't you just kill your fucking mother instead of giving everybody else stupid power? You know? So it's like, I just don't know what kind of crack he was fucking smoking when he did this shit. I really don't. And I swear to God, he was probably smoking that Shonen Jump pack, because holy shit, this whole thing was derailed. The war was going great up until that point. That whole, I want to say it was probably like 20, 30 chapters of just that one bitch. And it was like, I don't care. Even Obito died in this goddamn fight. Like, or fully died in that fight. Like, it's insane how much of just stupid they put into this. And they could have just been like, oh, Madara got weakened enough so we can just fucking kill him. And just kill him. But no. They gotta do all this bullshit. Where like, oh, Zetsu has been an agent for the god for the past 1,000 years. And now he's gonna backstab Madara and somehow kill him because he stabbed him. And I'm like, what the fuck? What is all this bullshit? Like, it's just, God, if I could just go back and like stab him before he could even do all this bullshit, I would have.
Rocker, it is your turn. What do you think of the war arc?
Honestly, it had good moments. Like certain battles between the Ninja Alliance and the bad guys. Fucking wonderful. But, like, so far everybody said, just the sudden fucking inclusion of Kaguya and that backstory filler nonsense that we got, it just kind of shot it straight to shit. Like I said, it had some awesome moments in it, no doubt. Yeah, we lost characters in it, but just overall, just a second. Just, it could have been done a lot better. Instead of interrupting the war arc, excuse me, instead of just interrupting the war arc right at the end, they should have just saved the cut, either A, cut the entirety of the Kaguya bullshit, or moved it to the ass end of the war arc where the fighting's all done, then all of a sudden, oh fuck, new threat to that could new threat that could threaten the minuscule amount of peace that we've got. What the fuck are we gonna do? At the end of the war arc with Kaguya coming in, that would have made a little bit more sense. It would have stretched the story out, allowed some shit to develop more and everything, but yeah, like Ren just said, it could have been a threat for fucking Boruto and the gang after that. But right in the middle of the fucking not in the middle, at the ass end of the war arc, we get this level of bullshit. Yeah, no. But as to the overall ending, I liked it. We got a lot of resolutions on characters. The one thing I liked about it, the one thing that I liked about it is Naruto finally. Oh yeah, I even forgot about fucking Naruto vs Sasuke Part 2, but I just like how Naruto finally got the ending that he wanted. He got acceptance. He saved the village. He is 100% assured to become Hokage after he's matured a little bit and ranked up from just the lowly genin that he is. And he got Hinata at the end of it. My man got the sweet life at the end. He came out of it alive. 99% of his friends survived. And he gets married. How can you not like that from after the life of infinite bullshit that fate dealt him? And that's that.
All right, so we're moving on to the final two questions here. Well, better get it out of the way now. Any sort of opinions on Boruto whatsoever? You can keep it as long or as short as you want, preferably short, but any thoughts on that? And I will go with Andre first.
Boruto, oh boy, Boruto. Well, I'll keep my thoughts really brief because I've only really watched like 15 episodes of the show. I do know what happens later on that Boruto, they have like a time skip and Sarada gets the EMS. Boruto, I guess, allegedly gets like a new technique and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of Boruto personally. Like, I sort of don't really think the continuation after Naruto will work because, like, Naruto was like 2 parts. I think it was a long, I think the way Naruto ended, it's like I don't really think they could have like done a follow-up series, and I mean they could, but I feel like it just could have been like way after Naruto ended. You know what I mean? Like a couple years, but no, they did immediately when Shippuden wrapped up, and I just didn't like it. I was like, it's just don't like Boruto as a character. The show is literally like maybe 90% filler and 10% plot. I just didn't really care that much because I don't know. It just felt like a retread of the original series, just worse. Whatever, watch Boruto and give it a chance in the future. I mean, maybe one day I'll watch it once like completely done. I mean, I like some aspects of it, like Kawaki. I think he's really the most interesting thing about Boruto right now as a character, but other than that, it's like, nah, I just don't like it, you know? I'm not a fan of it. It's mid boss, but that's all I got.
I'm gonna keep my answer short on this too. There's some interesting things going on in Blue Vortex, like, you know, Sadara getting EMS, Kawaki's development, seeing its slow descent into more darker terrain, the flashback that they showed, well, flash forward actually, with the village being absolutely destroyed or no more shinobi is left. I kind of want to know to deal with that, but I feel like it shot itself in the foot because you don't flash forward so far into the future where you see an interesting point of, oh, the shinobi world is finished and Kawaki's like about to fight Boruto, and then you go all the way back, and if you're you know, seeing the anime, you gotta deal with all the filler, all the nonsense. I heard the manga is like just way better in terms of consuming the content and everything. This is what I heard. So maybe I will try to read a bit of it to see if that's true. But I feel like they have the same issue that I had with the lowest points of the war arc. I kind of just don't care about all these super crazy random power-ups. It feels like they lost the philosophy and soul of what made Naruto. It's cool to see the returning characters again, but then I started thinking to myself with the way they're setting it up, oh, you basically sort of knocked Kurama out of Naruto, and then you're stealing Sasuke's Rinnegan, so you nerfed them. Now they're probably going to be set up to be fodder to be killed. So you made the original protagonist like kind of weaker in that regard, and it didn't feel like it was done in an organic or impactful or meaningful way. So that kind of pisses me off just a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not feeling like some of these plot points so far. I do agree with Andre. Kawaki's kind of like interesting, but it's not worth watching Boruto. And I never felt that way before, even with the older series, even with Shippuden, to be honest. And that's including the war arc. And I've never felt this way before. So I hope Blue Vortex gets much better. I really do. Fingers crossed. I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. But as it stands right now, if I were to just rate it off of part 1, mid. Like MJF says from AEW. Mid. It's very, part 1 is very mid, and that's not how you should start an anime at all. If you go back and look at Naruto part 1, that was a really strong arc. I cannot say the same for Boruto. I'm sorry. I just cannot. So hopefully it gets better, but yeah, that's how I feel about it. Next up is Rocker. What do you feel about Boruto?
I'm going to keep this extremely short. Fuck Boruto. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Damn. Well, okay then. Shug, how about you? How do you feel about Boruto?
Feel about the same as the Rocker. But I will say this: I did read the whole thing. I just don't care. This whole thing of them just not using jutsus anymore really just kills it for me. Like it really just feels like that Moon Knight meme of just random bullshit go, you know? And it's just like like they're currently just giving now Sarada her fucking Mangekyo, and it's like, okay, whatever. And then they're like, before that, they resurrected the Nine Tails and then gave it to Himawari, and then you're like, okay, what was the point of fucking killing him off? What is it with this resurrection bullshit? Nothing stays dead at this point, so why even make it all dramatic? And before that bullshit, we have this whole thing of like one of these fucking creation bullshits with the random ass power that if you beg her to do something, it'll change the timeline completely. And that's how we have Blue Vortex. And it's like, why is this even a thing? Like, anytime I read it, it's just like, I'm not getting into it. Like, it does not call to me, And it's like, I've tried, There's 80 chapters of Boruto and fucking 20 or something of Blue Vortex, and it's like I can't get into it. And like I said, I read the whole thing, and it's just, I don't know. I think the fact that they just pushed fucking Boruto down our throats with how much of a little bitch they fucking is, and the fact that they changed Naruto so fucking much really bothered me. Like, it really bothered me how much they changed him. and the fact that they nerfed the shit out of him and Sasuke lost the Rinnegan, but suddenly there's like at least 7 motherfuckers right now on Blue Vortex that have a Rinnegan. Like this dojutsu was supposed to be fucking like impossible to get, you know, and it's like everybody fucking has it now, and we have this where Naruto is sealed and whatever, and we like kind of reference to that original time skip that they did on chapter 1 of Boruto, where they do the flash forward kind of deal, and now we're to that point where it was like, it's like, oh, you killed my father. And it's like they didn't really kill anybody. Kawaki has them sealed, so like we know what's happened. I think even Sasuke is also sealed somewhere because of Boruto sealed his ass somewhere. And it's like, why are we even doing half of this shit if the main two that made this fucking thing are not there? They got fucking nerfed entirely. They're not even the supposed gods that they were supposed to be fucking be, because they're supposed to be gods, if I'm not mistaken, according to the war arc. So what the fuck happened to these gods that no longer can fight? Because these fucking aliens are like having random ass powers that just they cannot be beat by anything but time. Time is the only thing that you can beat him with. Like, it is so fucking stupid. I hate it. And I will never watch it. Even if you animate it right now and be like, oh my god, Sarada, fucking Mangekyo Sharingan, she can teleport shit and disappears. I don't care. I don't want to watch it. I'm not gonna watch it. It doesn't exist to me. Naruto ended with the wedding, if I'm being honest with you. So yeah, that's it.
These aliens have completely ruined the franchise. I'm just getting that one out there. Completely.
God damn. Just it's turning into the roast of Boruto.
Well, Justin, it is your turn. What do you think about this?
All right. So in terms of the series, I saw a couple episodes, then completely fucking forgot about it because life happened. And the next thing I know, it was like ages after it happened. So I'm like, oh fuck. Well, you know what? Not even worth it anymore. This good here's not even that good. So I'm like, screw that. And then this was before I really got into reading manga, so I didn't even think to do that. So even if the manga is better, I haven't done a single lick of that. The only bit of Boruto I've seen remotely from start to finish in any capacity is the Naruto movie 8, which is, well, called Boruto Naruto the movie. And I think that was, if there was any kind of thing that had to be there in terms of passing down to the next generation thing, I was sort of fine with that one, despite the fact that it was already sort of, there were already things that were established that you didn't really get an answer to. It's like, oh, it's like midway through this or that. Like, he already has a team. He does this thing here, does that thing here. You don't have all the answers, but you know what's screwed. It's like it's midway through a new age of the Hidden Leaf Village and all that crap. But I mean, from the synopsis that I read on Wikipedia, I'm like, what even happened here, and why did it happen like this? Like, again, can you tell that Shonen Jump sort of forced them to make this just a tiny bit? And by tiny bit, I mean held the metaphorical freaking axe to his head for it. Because, my god, it's a lot of things here just seem like a total, complete utter ass backwards way of just developing the world and even the characters of yesteryear. Look, I know that age and taxes are the two most inevitable things that keep coming for us, but you don't gotta keep putting that on the freaking anime characters, do you know? Yeah, you can have people get older, but you can still have them be badass. I mean, for the love of God, how many freaking older people in anime still kick ass. So why didn't you turn them into a Master Roshi? At least that guy can freaking Hulk up and freaking seal you in a jar and toss you over to the side of a cliff. Good God. There's nothing ever wrong with the concept. The concept of a next generation of a universe is not a bad idea on paper, but the execution you cannot flub shit up when you have such an established universe. You have to respect the original. You cannot disrespect the original if you're making like a next generation anything of any property. The minute you disrespect the original, you alienate the same freaking people that you're trying to get to watch your next generation, like, or watch your next generation show or read your next generation like manga. You don't fucking do that. And lo and behold, he hadn't. There were clearly no other ideas here because Shonen Jump said freaking do this. All I'm worried about is here this paper. That's all I want. That's all I want. Now sign. It could have been good, but instead, a bunch of guys in suits said, come now, they'll buy it anyway.
Drill, it is your turn. What do you think of Boruto?
Honestly, like everyone else said, I think it was just completely pointless to have. Mainly because it only exists to just shit on the other characters. Like Naruto and Sasuke are obviously going to die because they already nerfed them heavily, and they're just gonna give like Boruto some bullshit power up just so they can beat Kawaki. And it's kind of weird that they just showed like the elite village being destroyed at the beginning, but they're taking forever to get there. Not to mention like all the power scaling kind of really out of control because now everyone has like bullshit jutsu. Like I think Ada and her brother aren't even like have some really OP power ups, but I don't even remember it because I don't even really watch Boruto that much. I've only heard snippets of it, and even then, I don't think I care enough to even read it. Like, wasn't like the anime like 90% filler,
Yep.
something like that?
Yep. That's why most people say read the manga for it, and even the manga's like, yeah.
The problem is that the manga like takes like a month to get chapters, so you gotta wait a long ass time for anything to progress. And the thing is that their time skip isn't nearly as impactful because at least with Naruto, it actually got you kind of hooked because Sasuke left the village and Naruto is going to train to get stronger. And with this one, Naruto just gets sealed and Boruto has to help him get out. Like, really, not much else. And then I remember that there's like some jutsu where Kawaki made everyone in the world forget about Boruto or something. Like, it just doesn't really make much sense. And then there was that one dude that looked like Jiraiya, and I was kind of confused about it. And yeah, I don't even know what they could really do at this point. Like, I guess, is like Kawaki versus Boruto just gonna be the final fight? And then where do they go from there? Just introduce another villain and then just follow Boruto for the rest of the series? Honestly, they should have just had Boruto take place like maybe like a couple hundred years after Naruto to kind of give it a fresh start, go more back to basics instead of just like continuing the power creep that the series has had. Or they could have just done the prequel idea with Minato. I know people really like the one shot that Kishimoto did of Minato. So why didn't they just do a whole series based on him? Like follow him from a Chunin to Hokage. Or Genin, I mean. But yeah, honestly, like I guess the only things I liked about Boruto was seeing like the older version of the characters and Sasuke actually be trying to be a dad, this which was a bit funny. And it was nice seeing Sasuke actually interacting with other people normally again instead of trying to be all depressed and trying to kill them. That's my only thoughts about Boruto.
All right, we are heading into the final question, which is ranking the arcs. So I will have Drill go first.
Oh damn, you're putting me on the spot. But yeah, for me, like the best one will, like, for me the best one will always be like the pain arc, and then after that probably, let's see, I guess after that would probably be the Itachi pursuit, Jiraiya. Then when we see the Sasuke versus Itachi five summit arc, Kazekage, and then Akatsuki suppression, obviously, and then obviously the final valley, and then the war arc and well Tenchi Bridge, the war arc and Kaguya. Like yeah, Kaguya is definitely the worst one for me, mainly because it like we already explained it, like it just comes out of nowhere, and the war arc also just takes way too long. I think that's good enough.
Andre, it is your turn. Rank the arcs that you've seen.
I'll go by worst and best. Okay, worst. Okay, Strike Saga, obviously. Let's see. Probably. Let's see. Probably the war arc. Um, let's see. After that, Five Kage Summit. And eventually, then let's see the final. And the final valley. Actually, in terms of best to worst, and I'll just do best to worst because getting myself confused. Okay, in terms of the best, Pain is number one. Number two, Itachi. Number three, Jiraiya the Gallant. Number four, I want to say maybe the Kage Summit. Number five, the Final Valley. The number six. I guess number six probably got was it the Tenchi Bridge, and then number seven the Kazekage. Number eight the Akatsuki. Shit. Number nine, the Warwick, and finally number 10, the Kaguya strikes arc. Yeah, it's a lot, but in terms of the best, I'll give it my top three. It's barely Pain, Sasuke, and Itachi, and then finally, Jiraiya the Gallant. That's about it. And then the worst is obviously the Kaguya arc. Yeah, it's a mouthful, but yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Okay, I'm gonna put best to worst, but I'm gonna give some small explanations in the middle. I'm gonna try to keep it fast though. So number one, obviously Pain, because it's peak, it's perfect, it's probably the best example of Shippuden, so I don't need to really explain too much about that. Then I think it's logical to say Jiraiya the Gallant comes next because it's kind of interspersed with the Pain arc anyway. It's just more backstory before leading to his death. So I think as an overall, you can just meld these two. It's perfect. It's great. Then I will say the same thing for uh Itachi versus Sasuke final battle, and then sort of his past. Once again, that's going to be 3 for the battle and 4 for the pursuit arc, because you can kind of say, oh, it's building up the story to the final battle, which makes sense, right? Number 5 is kind of hard for me to place. I'm going to say Akashiki suppression arc is number 5, because it's interesting hearing like how they were planning all this stuff before heading out through the villages. Kazakage is number 6. No, I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna say number 6 is the 5 Kage summit, because there's a lot of kind of cool fights that happen here, but in terms of plot significance, it's just basically Sasuke being a fucking madman, and that's what you're dealing with here. It's crazy, it's insane. You have guillotine drops from the Raikage. I thought it was entertaining, but the absolute idiocy of this man going in there and thinking he could body all those people was insane plot-wise. Then 7 is going to be the Kazakage rescue for Gaara, because you get some development from him, which is very much needed. Then I'm gonna go down to some of the other ones. Let's see. I'm gonna say the war arc is number 8. Again, it has its shining moments, but it's not the best. The ending is kind of yeah. So you mix that in with the final valley, the ending. I thought the ending was overall good and fine. So it lingers in that area, and then we get down to the like really bad ones, which I think is the Tenchi Bridge reconnaissance arc. Look, I think it was a strong introduction, but I think this part is plagued with too many flashbacks in the beginning when you're setting up part 2. I just want to get to the moment where it's Sasuke and Naruto meeting again after years, and I feel like it takes too damn long to set things up. And then at the absolute bottom is going to be Kaguya. This was absolute trash. This was I would rather have 10 dogs shit on my lawn than to ever watch that transformation from Madara to Kaguya ever again. I remember seeing it and going, what the actual fuck just happened when he transformed into her? I am not kidding. My eyeballs almost bulged out of my head because it was one of those shocking plot moments that made absolutely zero sense to me when it happened, and it still does, and I fucking hate it. So it is bottom, the worst arc of all time in Shippuden, in my opinion. Rocker, it is your turn. Rank the arcs.
Okay, I'm gonna go worst to best, and I think it's been pretty much a unanimous fucking vote for this. Coming in at the bottom, at number 10, is the Kaguya arc, because fuck that. I mean, it was cool getting to see like the backstory, but fuck. Yeah, just no. Excuse me. Then coming in at number 9, I'm gonna have to say the 5 Kage Summit arc. Yeah, it was cool getting to see all the different Kages from all the different villages and their minions and everything, and having Sasuke basically come and announce the start of the 4th grade ninja war. Cool, but it just didn't do it for me, boss. Coming in at number 8, I'm gonna go with Tenchi Bridge reconnaissance arc, the Hibi Sasuke reunion. I don't remember, honestly, I don't remember much about that one. Because when I was speed watching through all the seasons, I just went through to where I'd have a base understanding and shit. And for some reason, that one, I just cannot fucking remember. All right, that's 7. I'm gonna go with 7. With the Itachi Pursuit arc, it's cool that we got to see his backstory and what caused him to do what he did. But I more like the more action-packed bits. All right, 6. I'm gonna have to go. Oh fuck. Akatsuki Suppression. 6 out of 5. And the final one, the 5, I'm gonna put the War arc. Because, like I said previously, it had good moments, it had bad moments. It was cool to see the birth of the Ten Tails host. But yeah, with the rest of the arcs that we got the Kazekage rescue arc, which I'm just gonna fuck up my entire plan here. I'm just gonna say I like my favorite one is the Kazekage rescue arc because it featured some good moments. But the one thing that I mainly liked is Gaara realized he's got fucking friends that he can actually talk to. He's got people who he can consider his equal. And that just hit home with me, if you can understand that. But that I know I didn't rank the other ones, but I'll just say they all tied in the whatever remaining places were left. But yeah, that's my rankings. Sorry if it was kind of all over the place.
No, it's all good. Shug, it's your turn. How would you rank the arcs in Shippuden?
Well, I would say first one would be Pain, the Pain Assault. Just because we all know it's a great villain. Second of all, I would say I switched it up a little bit, so I'm just gonna put the Kazekage Rescue because I just feel like that arc for sure brought a lot of characters out in terms of Sakura, who never really got a shining light until that one fight, and that's it. Battle between brothers, Sasuke versus Itachi. I think that's possibly another great fight. Would be the number 3. Number 4 is Jiraiya, the arc where he dies. Number 5 would be the War arc. 6 Final Valley, 7 Itachi Pursuit. The 5 Kage Summit is number 8, just because I didn't really care too much about it, just because it's like okay, it's like short. Number 9 would be the Akatsuki Suppression, Tenchi Bridge for number 10, and Kaguya for number 11.
Justin, it is.
Kaguya.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Justin, it is your turn. How would you rank the arcs?
Right, gonna try and let's see. Well, for first off, the absolute bottom of the barrel, kick it out. Freaking crap in his toilet and don't flush. Kaguya. It's pretty much it's not even the bottom of the actual barrel, because at least the barrel you could use it for something. Nah, it's like if someone just took the barrel and smacked it over your head, fucking Terry Funk style. I've changed the rules. Kaguya's the main villain now. You're full of shit. Because fuck, it's just like, Madara's no longer embracing the lawless nature. Kaguya's gonna fuck all you up. These are my rules now. So says me. I was not. Wow, Terry Funk impression on our Naruto podcast. Fucking wow. Then I'm gonna go. Fuck it. Just I'm gonna go with the bridge. I don't even remember most of that, which honestly says a lot. To be perfectly honest with you, like just what I don't remember shit about it. If I'll be real. Although again, although freaking just preface that there's just so much shit to absorb that my mind is becoming an enigma. uh, and supposedly I'm told in Pocket Chat that was a spot on impression. Well, thank you. I don't really work on that very much, so I don't know how it was. Let's see. Gonna at this point just throwing darts on a board. I'll be real because if I can actually circle around here for sort of some of the top stuff, pain is up there. Pain is up there. So I'll be real. You can say it. People can say what they want about the animation, but like a lot of those moments, pain is up there along with. I would say along with Battle Between Brothers, finale, the Kazakage. Because now hearing what the sentiments made me realize, oh fuck, you're right. Gaara did have, despite being a changed man for the better, still had his reserves. Because sometimes trying to snap people out of it is a fucking process, and that can actually take years. Good God. Then I'm just gonna keep the war arc also sort of down there. It's not. And by the way, I mean down. It's not after Kazakage. Fuck no, because it could have been if it were half the length. Could have been if it were half the length. But fuck that. This is a very disjumbled ranking. But fuck it. So, disjumbled is the definition of this entire freaking franchise by this point. So why the fuck not? So then after that, I'm say let's see. Fuck, what are these names? Then I'm gonna go at sort of Jiraiya as like a right because that did lean into that. I completely forgot about that shit. God damn. And then the pursuit, and then suppression. No wait, summit. Pursuit, then suppression. I think I got all of them. But fuck it, my mind is cooked by this point.
No, that's all good. It's time to wrap up anyway. So, fun podcast, good podcast. Finally feels good to have it all wrapped up after all this time and so many delays. We about to do our outros.
Yeah.
So Andre, where can we find you, buddy?
You can find me at Twitter, Andre B Venom. I'm also on Blue Sky as Andre B Venom. Same thing. Venomous B Andre on YouTube. I'm actually gonna be going back to streaming tomorrow, so check that out. That's really about it. Yeah, it was definitely worth the wait. I had a blast on the Naruto discussion. Cannot wait for more anime discussions in the near future. This was fun.
All right, I'm gonna do my outro. You can find me on Blue Sky at rentoperative .bsky.social. You can find the podcast at the Infinite Ammo Syndicate. What I'll be doing is uploading this, while also probably playing more Assassin's Creed Shadows, because I'm really enjoying the game. I'm almost 20 hours in. I also might do some more matches in Bleach Rebirth of Souls, which has been a pretty fun and cool fighting game so far. So come by and check out the streams, and it should be a good time. Next up is Drillbit. Where can we find you, buddy?
Well, you could still find me on Twitter at Drillbit777 and Blue Sky at Drillbit. Well, honestly, I might have to move to Blue Sky fully with the way things are going, but that's another story. And honestly, that's just where I'm really like mostly active on. But maybe there's something in the cards that could change this year. Who knows?
Inferno, where can we find you, buddy, on social media? Justin?
Hey, Terry. There you
God
go.
dang it. Ooh, oh, that fucking shit. Holy fuck, what the hell is this shit right here?
Ah, damn. Bruh.
I've changed the rules. I'm the commissioner now.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, on Twitch, YouTube, and Blue Sky at Inferno Dragon 343. And because Twitter's dead. And nothing of value was lost.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. Twitter donezo.
Next up is Rocker. Where can we find you, buddy?
On every site you can imagine outside of Facebook, you can find me at Rocker666006. And you can also find me every Friday over on our good friend JoJo's Woodshed Friday TF2 stream with him. But I'm everywhere. I'm just not fairly fucking active.
Shook, where can we find you on social media, buddy?
No, when I can remember to post stuff. I am on Blue Sky at Sugar Bastion. I'm also on Instagram at Sugar Bastion underscore, and also on YouTube, which same name, Sugar Bastion.
All right, and we are going to wrap this podcast up. As far as other anime discussions, I have been getting thrown some ideas. I do have to sit and watch them, of course, so it's gonna take me a little minute. But I think there might be some Yu Yu Hakusho down the road, so probably expect that. That's going to be
Nice.
very hyped to talk about because that's the franchise I grew up with, and plenty others like these new animes that people are watching, like One Piece, that they want me to watch.
Oh yeah, Ren.
Oh, God.
Watch it,
Quick one,
Ren.
actually.
Watch it.
Look,
Ren, your whole entire year is going to be One
Bruh.
Piece.
I'll do
For
it.
real, man.
I'll do it,
Gonna
but
take years.
as I told Tolkien, I'm not gonna probably finish it because it's like a lot. But I'll give it a college try.
Bruh.
Yep.
At least
say you
try to
watched
watch
it
50
today, dude.
episodes max.
One Piece abridged.
Just watch 50 episodes, you'll be good for the
There you go.
podcast.
That's all the knowledge you need.
Shit. But we are signing out for the Infinite Ammo Syndicate. Hopefully you guys have fun with this one and take care of yourselves. Later.
Bye bye.
See ya.
Later on.
God damn, that voice is every time, man.